Hello everybody, before the video starts I would like you all to subscribe and like the video. That's it, enjoy. First law. A body in motion remains in motion, or a body at rest remains at rest, unless acted upon by an external force. And that's exactly what happened. Everything in this story would have remained the same, but an external force arrived to disrupt it. That external force is me, Mike Newton. 5 feet 11 inches, baby face, spiky blonde hair, pale blue eyes, and the personality of a golden retriever, or at least that's how Isabella Swan once described me in the original story. And, well, I'm still that Mike, but also much more. Because I'm also something webnovel readers call a transmigrator. But instead of being replaced by a foreign soul, we sort of fused. A whole new person came out of it. Still cheerful, still annoyingly friendly, but now with a few more working brain cells and just enough self-awareness to know when to panic. And with that fusion came the memories. Memories of the plot, the exact one that's currently unfolding right before my eyes. The faint hum of fluorescent lights buzzes overhead, and the smell of disinfectant mixes with chalk dust and the wet scent of rain seeping in through the half-open window. Edward Cullen sits a few rows away, his marble-pale hand frozen on his desk, jaw clenched tight. Bella Swan has just walked in, and the air around her feels heavier somehow, like even the oxygen knows something's about to go wrong. I watch Edward's shoulders stiffen. His eyes darken to pitch black. I know what's happening inside that beautiful, murderous head of his. And I don't fancy the slightest possibility of him following through with those thoughts, which, by the way, would involve him slaughtering everyone in this room, including yours truly. So I do what any person with a conscience and access to vampire brain spoilers would do, or at least, that's what I tell myself. Hey, Edward, are you feeling well? The scrape of my own voice sounds too loud. He turns toward me slowly, and his dark eyes lock onto mine. The weight of that gaze nearly crushes the words in my throat. My pulse hammers so fast I swear I can hear it echoing off the lab tables. I force myself to keep going, even as my palms start sweating. You're looking a little pale in the face. Need me to accompany you to the infirmary? For a moment, no one breathes. Then something in Edward's expression flickers, a sliver of reason cutting through the hunger. He blinks, the tension in his shoulders easing by a fraction. You're right. I'm feeling unwell, he says, his voice tight, controlled, and still not breathing. But there's no need to trouble yourself. I can go on my own. Even Mr. Molina notices the tension, glancing up from his desk. All right, Mr. Cullen, you can leave, but be careful not to faint on the way there. Edward mutters a quiet, thanks, and then he's gone, moving faster than anyone human should while still pretending to be normal. The classroom exhales as the door shuts behind him. I swear the air feels lighter instantly. Across the room, Bella looks dazed, chewing her bottom lip. Her brow furrows in confusion, probably thinking she's the reason for that hostile stare and the dramatic breath holding. At least now, she seems comforted by the excuse that he was unwell. As for me, I won't lie. I almost pissed myself when he looked at me. Vampires in person are terrifying. That predatory stillness, that unnatural beauty, it doesn't translate through a screen or a book page. It's something that hits you in the chest and crawls up your spine. And speaking of beauty, Edward really is inhumanly good-looking. His skin catches the weak classroom light like polished marble, and even sweating bullets, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. I'm fairly good-looking, sure, but there's no competing with a supernatural creature literally designed to lure prey. The bell rings, sharp and shrill, slicing through my thoughts. The classroom erupts into the familiar chaos of scraping chairs and shuffling feet. The smell of teenage perfume and wet sneakers fills the air as students pour out into the hallway. I'm still replaying Edward's near meltdown in my mind when I notice her, Bella, still frozen at her desk. She's staring at the empty chair Edward left behind, her expression tight with confusion and something like embarrassment. I hesitate, then lean over. Hey, Bella, you good? You've been staring at that chair like it owes you money. She blinks, startled, and looks up. Her doe eyes are soft brown, wide and uncertain. A faint blush colors her cheeks. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. She bites her lip, glances toward the door again. Do I smell bad or something? For a second, I just stare. Hearing that line in person instead of on a page hits harder. She's genuinely worried. I raise both hands quickly. No, nothing like that. Trust me, you smell totally normal. Like shampoo and maybe pine air freshener. Okay, smooth, Mike. Real smooth. She lets out a nervous laugh, the sound small and shaky, but her eyes still search mine. He just looked at me like, she hesitates. Like I'd done something awful. Edward's just, complicated, I say, choosing my words carefully, trying not to sound like I'm covering for a would-be murderer. Probably just not feeling great. You saw how pale he was. That seems to ease her mind. She nods, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, maybe. He looked sick. Exactly, I grin, trying to lighten the mood. Probably caught, vampire flu or something. This time she actually laughs, the tension finally breaking. Most of the class has already cleared out, leaving only the soft hum of the projector and the faint patter of rain against the window. Bella slings her bag over her shoulder and gives me a small, grateful smile. He really does look like a vampire, doesn't he? She says, tightening her grip on the strap of her bag. Thanks, Mike. No problem, I say, shrugging casually. Anytime you need someone to decode weird male behavior, I'm your guy. She rolls her eyes but smiles as she walks out. The door swings shut behind her with a quiet click, and suddenly the room feels bigger, emptier. I let out a slow breath I didn't realize I was holding and sink into my chair. My heartbeat's finally returning to normal. The faint smell of rain and wet earth drifts through the open window, soft and cool against the leftover heat of tension still clinging to the room. And that's when it hits me. I changed part of the plot. Edward didn't look back at her before leaving. Bella's not spiraling over what she did wrong. The timeline has already veered off course, and I have no idea where it's heading. Newton's first law, a body in motion stays in motion. I guess I'm the external force now. 25 comments 0 vote. The blind spot. The rain outside had softened into a steady drizzle, the kind that turned everything silver under the parking lot lights. My sneakers made soft slaps on the wet asphalt as I stepped outside, pulling my jacket tighter out of habit, though the weird thing was that I wasn't cold, not even a little. It was Washington in January, the cold was supposed to bite. But all I felt was, fine. Almost warm, even. I frowned, glancing down at my hands, half expecting to see steam rising from them like I'd developed spontaneous vampire fever. Before I could think too much about it, a familiar voice called out through the mist. Yo, Newton. Eric Yorkie jogged up beside me, his hoodie dark with rain, hair plastered to his forehead in greasy strands. He always had that slightly manic energy, like his brain was 5 tabs open and one of them was buffering. We performed our traditional greeting, a clap of hands, a brief tug, then a sloppy fist bump. The sound echoed weirdly in the damp air. The moment our hands touched, Eric blinked in surprise and yanked back. Whoa, dude, you're hot. I stared at him. All right, Yorkie, let's stop right there. I don't swing that way. His eyes widened, face flushing even redder than usual. What? No. Not that kind of hot, I mean temperature hot. Your hand felt like a toaster, man. I frowned, pressing my palm against my own cheek. Feels normal to me. Eric tilted his head, squinting through the rain. Dude, I'm serious. You're, like, burning up. I shrugged. Maybe you're just cold. He blinked. You think? Sure. Low blood pressure, wet hoodie, existential dread, classic signs. Eric seemed to actually consider this. Yeah, maybe you're right, he muttered, rubbing his arms. I have been feeling kinda weird since lunch. I should probably head home. Good idea, I said, trying not to laugh as he hurried toward his dented Honda, mumbling something about catching the flu. When he was gone, I stood there for a second, the drizzle soaking my hair, the air cool on my skin but not seeping in. The cold didn't reach me. That realization lingered like static at the back of my skull. Great, I muttered, climbing into my Mercury Mountaineer. First day in Forks and I'm already breaking the laws of thermodynamics. The engine hummed to life, windshield wipers sweeping slow arcs across the glass. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, slightly pale, but otherwise normal. Maybe it was just the rain. The Cullen house was quiet, the kind of quiet that hummed beneath the surface. Rain whispered against the wide glass walls, tracing silver rivers down the windows that looked out into the dark forest. Upstairs, Edward stood beside his open suitcase. The rich scent of leather and starch filled the room as he folded a crisp shirt with unnecessary precision. His movements were deliberate and mechanical, but his jaw was locked tight, a faint tremor running through his fingers every few seconds. The scent still clung to him. Bella Swan. He could still feel the phantom burn in his throat, like molten glass. He reached for another shirt, then froze, hearing the soft, graceful footsteps before she even spoke. You're really going, Alice said quietly from the doorway. Edward didn't look up. It's for the best. Her gaze flickered toward the half-packed suitcase on the bed, then back to him. Alaska. He nodded. The Denalis will understand. I need distance. Alice stepped inside, the light catching in her short, ink-black hair. She didn't sit, just crossed her arms and watched him carefully. You almost killed her. He flinched. Yes, but thanks to Newton, I didn't. At the mention of the name, Alice's golden eyes snapped up, sudden focus replacing her earlier calm. What about him? She asked softly. Edward's voice was low, rough with restraint. He distracted me. Right before his words broke off, the memory too close. He could still feel the rush of venom, the tightening of muscle, the flash of predatory instinct. He spoke to me. Just enough to give me a moment to think. To leave. Alice's golden eyes widened, not with surprise that Edward had almost lost control, she'd already seen that possibility before, but with something sharper, unease. I didn't see that, she whispered. That moment, it wasn't in my vision. Edward turned to her, confusion flickering behind his calm mask. What do you mean? I saw the classroom, I saw you fighting the urge, I saw the decision to leave, but, she frowned, her eyes unfocusing again, scanning futures only she could see. Mike wasn't supposed to speak. In every version, he didn't do anything, he didn't speak. Jasper appeared next to Alice and wound his arm around her waist. You're saying the human changed his behavior. Alice nodded slowly. And because of that, Edward didn't slaughter half the class, Rosalie finished flatly, leaning against the door, though even she looked unsettled. Emmett stood quietly behind her, looking at Edward with respect, as he'd also gone through something similar but didn't have the strength to hold his thirst back and ended up killing his bloodsinger. Edward's hands clenched the shirt he was holding. It doesn't matter why, he said, though his tone carried the weight of doubt. What matters is that I leave before I test my control again. The sound of quiet footsteps on the stairs drew their attention. Rosalie and Emmett made space as Carlyle appeared in the doorway, composed as always, his expression calm but concerned. Esme followed, a soft presence behind him, her face etched with worry. You're leaving tonight, Carlyle said, not a question. Edward inclined his head. I think it's necessary. I nearly lost control. Carlyle's voice was kind, steady, the same tone he'd used when guiding him through darker times before. You made the right choice by walking away. That shows restraint, Edward. Not failure. Esme stepped closer, her hand resting lightly on his arm. You've always been stronger than you think. Edward's lips twitched in a faint, grateful smile, but his eyes remained troubled. If I had hesitated even a second longer, she would be dead. And not just her. Everyone in that room. Alice exchanged a glance with Carlyle. But he didn't hesitate, she said carefully. Because someone interrupted the chain of events. Carlyle looked between them. You're referring to Mike Newton. Edward nodded once. He spoke to me. It was enough to break the trance. Alice's hands curled into fists at her sides. That's the thing. I didn't see that. He's gone from the future now, not clouded, not blurry. Just gone. Like he doesn't exist. Carlyle's expression shifted, faint concern flickering behind his calm mask. You mean he's outside your range entirely? Alice nodded. It's never happened before. It's as if he's invisible. A long silence followed. The rain pressed harder against the windows, like fingers tapping glass. Esme's voice broke the tension, gentle but uneasy. Do you think something's happened to him? Edward shook his head slowly. No. I saw him after class. He looked perfectly normal. Maybe, he trailed off, unable to explain the growing unease inside him. Carlyle's tone grew thoughtful. Whatever the cause, it's unusual. But for now, focus on your self-control, Edward. We'll observe the situation. If Alice's sight continues to falter, we'll reassess. Alice's lips pressed together. It's not faltering, she said quietly. It's changing. Edward zipped his suitcase shut, the sound slicing through the still air. Then something else has entered the equation, he murmured. Something, or someone, you can't see. Carlyle placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Go to Denali. Regain your balance. We'll handle things here. Edward nodded once. The decision was made. As he left the room, suitcase in hand, the faint echo of rain followed him down the hall. Alice lingered at the window long after the sound of the car had faded into the night, Jasper holding her from behind in quiet support. Her vision flickered behind her eyes, flashes of blurred motion, a forest of branching futures, but the more she reached for them, the more they slipped away. And somewhere, in the dark silence between one possible world and the next, there was a hollow space where a name should have been. Mike Newton. She couldn't see him anymore, and that terrified her more than anything, as she's never not been able to see. 7 comments 0 vote. Shadows on the road. Rain drifted lazily across the windshield, the wipers swiping back and forth in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Headlights from the oncoming lane flashed like distant stars, briefly illuminating Mike's pale knuckles clenched around the steering wheel. The world outside was wet, gray, and silent, and for some reason, his heart wouldn't stop pounding. When red and blue lights exploded in his rearview mirror, he looked at the speedometer and noticed it barely crawling past 10. Crap, he muttered, easing the car to the shoulder. The white Mercury Mountaineer gave a tired sigh as it rolled to a stop. A familiar figure approached through the rain, broad shoulders, uniform damp from the drizzle, and a flashlight that cut through the dark like a blade. He easily recognized the mustache, Chief Charlie Swan. Great, just what he needed. Charlie leaned down to the window, rain dripping from the brim of his cap. Evenin', Mike. You aware you were driving slower than a turtle on a Sunday stroll? Mike blinked, his brain lagging behind reality. Was I? Charlie raised an eyebrow, half smirking. Son, my late grandma could have beaten you to town and back on her wheelchair. You okay? For a beat, Mike just stared at the dash lights flickering over his hands. The engine's soft rumble felt distant, like he wasn't really here at all, like part of him was still back in another life, behind the wheel of another car, metal twisting, glass shattering. He blinked hard, the memory snapped away like a rubber band. Sorry, Chief, he said quickly, forcing a weak grin. Guess I'm just a little out of it. Think I might be coming down with something. Bit of a fever. Charlie studied him for a moment, the easy humor fading from his face. The man had the kind of steady gaze that could see straight through excuses. Fever, huh? Mike nodded, hoping his smile looked less fake than it felt. Well, in that case, Charlie said, straightening up, I'll escort you home. Last thing I need tonight is paperwork about one of my townsfolk fainting behind the wheel. Oh, that's really not up for debate, Newton. Mike shut his mouth. Yes, sir. The rest of the drive was quiet except for the patter of rain and the glow of Charlie's cruiser headlights in his mirror. For a moment, it almost felt comforting. Having someone making sure he actually got home this time. When they pulled into the driveway of the Newton house, Mike rolled down his window, the cool night air brushing against his skin. Thanks, Chief. Really. Sorry for the trouble. Charlie tipped his hat, his face softening just a bit. No trouble, kid. Just get some rest. And maybe let your grandma drive next time. Mike managed a laugh, small but real, as the cruiser backed out and disappeared down the road, its taillights swallowed by the rain. He sat there for a moment longer, listening to the ticking of the engine cooling down, staring at the faint reflection of his own face in the window, alive, but not quite the same. Maybe that's what dying does to you. The rain had eased by the time I got out of the car. Just a light mist now, clinging to everything, the trees, the porch, my hair. The kind of drizzle that didn't soak you, but made the world feel heavy. The porch light flickered as I stepped up to the door, the key cool between my fingers. Inside, the house was quiet. Too quiet. Mom must be in her room, and Dad was probably closing up the store. I kicked off my shoes, hung my jacket, and stood there for a long moment in the entryway, staring at the familiar carpet pattern like it might start making sense of things for me. It didn't. I made my way upstairs, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The room looked exactly like I'd left it this morning, clothes thrown haphazardly on the bed, rain tapping against the window, a faint smell of cardboard and detergent in the air. I sank onto the bed, elbows on my knees, and finally exhaled. It was strange. Since waking up here, in this body, in this world, I hadn't really stopped to think about it. Not really. Everything had happened too fast. The confusion, the faces from a story I used to know, the sudden realization that I was inside it. But now, sitting here in the quiet, it finally hit me. I died. The words sounded hollow in my head, like an echo I'd ignored until now. It hadn't been heroic, or dramatic, or even particularly cinematic. Just headlights, a screech of tires, and a sickening crunch. Then nothing. I'd thought, in that last split second, that there'd be pain, but mostly there was surprise. The kind of surprise that came with realizing there wouldn't be a next moment. And then, there was. I rubbed my hands together slowly, feeling the faint heat that had startled Yorkie earlier. Warm. Too warm. Maybe that was the joke of it. I'd burned up once already, and somehow I'd come back running hot. My reflection in the window looked back at me, same face, same eyes, but different. Like someone else was wearing my skin. Why me? I muttered. Why here? The rain outside gave no answer, just a steady whisper against the glass. It was all too much to wrap my head around, dying, waking up in Forks, bumping shoulders with vampires who shouldn't even exist. Every instinct screamed that this world was fiction, a story I'd read once and forgotten about. But it wasn't, it was real. And so was I mean, I have been living this life for the past 17 years, it couldn't be fake, could it? But these memories of a past life are really messing with my head. For the first time since that crash, I felt the full weight of being alive again, and it scared the hell out of me. I lay back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the soft hiss of rain. The exhaustion hit all at once, like my body had been waiting for permission to shut down. My last thought before sleep took me was that maybe, just maybe, this second life wasn't a gift. Maybe it was a test. I woke up suddenly, heart hammering. For a moment, I was back in the crash, metal screaming, glass shattering, headlights slicing through smoke. Then it was gone, replaced by the soft ticking of rain against the window. I sat up, chest damp with sweat. Just a dream, I whispered. Just a dream. The clock glowed faintly on the nightstand. 5 in the morning. The world outside was still wrapped in fog, but the rain had stopped. Maybe some fresh air would help clear my head. I tugged on a pair of joggers, frowning when they stopped higher on my ankles than usual. Guess mom shrunk them in the wash, I muttered, grabbing a hoodie and stepping outside. The air was crisp, tasting faintly of pine and wet soil, the kind of clean cold that bit at your throat in the best way. Mist coiled low across the ground as I jogged toward the tree line, sneakers thudding rhythmically against the earth. At first, I expected the usual burn in my legs, the sharp tug of breath. But it never came. Each stride felt easier, lighter, as if the forest itself were feeding me energy. I ran for an hour, maybe more, without slowing once. When I finally stopped near the back fence of the Newton property, my pulse was steady, my breathing calm. I checked, and barely a bead of sweat touched my forehead. I looked down at my hands, then at the forest behind me. Okay, I said softly, a wry, uncertain smile tugging at my lips. That's not normal. Something was changing. Maybe it was the transmigration doing something strange to my body. Was this my cheat? Was I becoming some sort of superhuman? Or was it something else entirely? I guess only time will tell. A normal day. Steam fogged the bathroom mirror, ghosting over my reflection until I was just a blur of skin and condensation. I wiped a streak clear with my hand. Same face, same blue eyes. But something in them looked sharper. More alive than before. Get it together, Newton, I muttered, running the towel through my hair before stepping out. The shower hadn't cleared away the restless hum under my skin, the faint warmth that had followed me since the run. I'd half expected to wake up and feel normal again, but instead it was like my body didn't quite belong to me anymore, stronger, faster, just more. Breakfast helped distract me. Scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee that was way too bitter. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that made every small sound echo, my fork tapping the plate, the creak of the chair, the rain dripping faintly outside. My parents had already left for work and would be at the store until late. So it was just me at home, along with the food, and the thoughts I couldn't outrun. By the time I climbed into my car, I felt steady enough to face the day. The Mountaineer hummed softly, the steering wheel cool under my hands. I caught myself glancing at the speedometer more than once. Chief Swan had been right, I'd been crawling last night. But now, I held steady, not too fast, not too slow. The sky was a dull gray, clouds stretching low and heavy, but at least the rain had stopped. Forks looked washed clean. Water clung to the pine branches like beads of glass, the pavement slick and dark. School loomed ahead, brick and metal framed by the mist. Students clustered under umbrellas, jackets zipped to the chin, laughter and chatter cutting through the morning air. The smell of wet asphalt and cafeteria food hung in the air, oddly familiar, oddly grounding. Classes passed without much to say. Math, English, history, it all blurred together. Every so often, I caught whispers about Bella Swan, the new girl from Phoenix, following her like a faint current of curiosity. I'd catch glimpses of her sometimes, dark hair, pale skin, always seeming a little lost, but less so than before. Jessica Stanley had made it her personal mission to fold Bella into her social orbit, whether she wanted it or not. When lunch came, I was ready for something that at least resembled normal. The cafeteria was noisy and humid from too many bodies and the scent of reheated pizza. I grabbed a tray, slid a carton of milk on it, and made my way to our usual table near the windows. "Hey, slow motion Newton," Tyler Crowley called out as I sat down, a grin spreading across his face. "Managed to go over 20 miles an hour today." Of course he would know about that. In this small town, any small gossip spreads everywhere in a matter of minutes. 25, I shot back with mock pride. "Forks PD better watch out." The guys burst out laughing. Eric Yorkie almost choked on his fries. "Dude, that's like warp speed for you." "Careful, man," Ben Cheney added, shaking his head. "You'll get pulled over for reckless driving." Eric and Ben were as inseparable as ever, one all nerves and enthusiasm, the other calm and grounded. Eric's camera bag sat beside his tray, because he never went anywhere without it. Ben was shorter, neater, with his dark hair combed and his lunch arranged with surgeon-level precision. Tyler, across from me, was still chuckling, shoulders relaxed. He was built like the athlete he was, fit, quick, and confident. "Guess you'll have to race me at the gym later, man. See if your old mountaineer spirit rubs off." "Sure," I said with a smirk. "Just don't cry when I win." His laugh echoed over the table. Across from us sat the girls, Jessica, Lauren, and Angela, with Bella squeezed in near the end, still looking like she wasn't sure if she belonged yet. Jessica Stanley was in full social butterfly mode, dark brown hair shining under the fluorescent lights as she leaned toward Bella, blue eyes alight with curiosity. "So, Bella, you've survived your first week at Forks High. How's the grand tour going?" Bella smiled faintly, twisting the cap on her water bottle. "Better than I expected, honestly. It's quieter here." "Quieter?" Jessica giggled. "Girl, wait till you see our pep rallies." Lauren Mallory rolled her eyes, flipping her perfect blonde hair over one shoulder. "Oh, please. Our pep rallies could put caffeine to sleep. Maybe if you actually showed up to one, you'd know," Jessica said, narrowing her eyes. Lauren smirked. "Why bother? We all know who wins every year." Tyler pointed his fork at her. "The team wins because I'm on it." "Sure, hero," Lauren said flatly, stabbing her salad. "Keep telling yourself that." Angela Weber chuckled softly, head bent as she adjusted her camera strap. "I think we can all agree Tyler likes to take credit where it's least deserved." Tyler put a hand to his chest. "I'm deeply wounded, Angela." "Not as much as your defense last game," Ben muttered under his breath. The table cracked up. Even Bella smiled, though it faded quickly when Jessica leaned in again. "So," Jessica began, lowering her voice just enough to draw everyone's attention, "did anyone notice the Cullens weren't here today?" Lauren gave a half-hearted shrug. "Maybe they went on another mysterious family trip." "Yeah," Tyler said, grinning. "Probably hunting bears or whatever they do for fun." Angela, ever gentle, said, "Maybe one of them sick." I swallowed a bite of my sandwich and said to Bella before thinking, "See. I told you he was probably sick." Jessica blinked. "Wait, you mean Edward Cullen, right?" "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Didn't he look kinda pale yesterday? Even for a Cullen." That got a few laughs. But Bella froze. Her fingers tightened around her bottle, and she looked down at the table like she was trying to disappear. Jessica caught it immediately, eyes gleaming with gossip radar. "Oh come on, Bella. He was staring at you the whole class yesterday. Like, weirdly staring." Bella's head shot up, eyes wide. "He wasn't. I mean, he didn't." She stopped, realizing she was stammering, cheeks flushing pink. Lauren smirked. "Maybe he smelled the cafeteria food." That broke the tension and everyone laughed. Even Bella managed a small, nervous smile. But I noticed something else, the flicker of discomfort she tried to hide, the way her eyes drifted toward the window as if searching for something far beyond the school walls. And for a second, I felt it too. That strange pull, that awareness of something just off in the air. I looked away, forcing a laugh to join the others, but the unease stayed lodged in my chest. Forks High had always been the same predictable routine, classes, sports, gossip. But lately, everything felt like it was shifting under the surface, waiting. Maybe it was Bella, maybe it was the Cullens. Or maybe it was me. Whatever it was, I had the feeling this was just the calm before the storm. After lunch, we all stood up and started heading toward our next classes. Tyler stretched his arms over his head, yawning loud enough to draw a few looks. Man, I'm so done with algebra, he said. Then he paused, looking at me for a moment, brow furrowing. Yo, Mike, were you always this tall? I blinked, glancing at him. Tyler was one of the taller guys in our grade, just over 6 feet, but now, we were eye level. Maybe even close to even. I guess I hit another growth spurt. I said with a shrug, trying to sound casual even though something twisted uneasily in my gut. Careful, man, at this rate I'll pass you in no time. Just wait until I'm 7 feet tall and looking down at you like you're a kid. Tyler laughed, shaking his head. Yeah right, Newton. 7 feet my ass. I'm telling you, NBA material, baby, I said with a grin, trying to make it sound like a joke. But inside, I couldn't shake the strange thought, what if it wasn't just a joke? What if I really kept changing? Tyler clapped my shoulder. Well, Mr. Future NBA star, you better prove it on the court today. I still owe you that race in PE. Oh, it's on, I said, grinning wider. Just don't cry when I lap you. Ha! In your dreams. When the whistle blew during PE, the boys spilled onto the basketball court while the girls would play volleyball as always. The air was crisp, the unexpected sun cutting through the clouds, the floorboards humming with the sound of sneakers and bouncing balls. Tyler's team took one side, mine the other. We tossed a few passes to warm up, and I tried, really tried, to hold back. But everything just felt too easy. My movements were sharper, faster. My body flowed like it already knew where to go. The game started, and within minutes, I was everywhere, stealing passes, sinking shots, weaving around defenders like they were standing still. Tyler was good, no doubt, but I could read him like an open book. By the end of the match, he was panting, hands on his knees, sweat dripping down his face. I wasn't even winded. Damn, Mike, he said between breaths. What the hell did you eat for breakfast? Wheaties, I said, grinning. Champion's fuel. He laughed, shaking his head. Yeah, okay, remind me not to play against you next time. I chuckled, but the light mood didn't settle inside me. As everyone filed toward the locker room, I looked down at my hands again and noticed my fingers looked just a tad bit longer. Something was happening to me. And whatever it was, I didn't know if I wanted it to stop or keep going. Please support with Power Stones, comments or reviews. Turtle musical notes. 9 comments 0 vote. Of awkward conversations. January 24th, Monday. A week had passed since the basketball game, and life had mostly fallen back into its slow forks rhythm, mostly. I stood in front of the mirror that morning, toothbrush hanging from my mouth, staring at my reflection. The measuring marks on the doorframe behind me didn't lie, I'd grown another inch since last week. Just one this time, thank God. Still growing, I muttered, spitting into the sink. At least it's slowing down. A part of me was relieved. The first night had been insane, nearly 2 inches overnight. I'd spent days half expecting to wake up with my head scraping the ceiling. But now it was just, steady. Manageable. And yet, there was that stupid, nagging thought in the back of my head, only 1 inch. That's it. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Guess I can't decide if I wanna stop or turn into a skyscraper. By the time I got to school, the parking lot was slick with mist again. Same old gray clouds, same drizzle clinging to the air. But something felt different when I walked into biology, the kind of tension you could feel before you even saw it. And there he was, Edward Cullen. Back from wherever the hell he'd disappeared to, Alaska if I remember right. He looked the same as always, pale, perfect, and vaguely miserable. Bella sat next to him, pretending to focus on the lab notes while he made small talk, if you could call it that. I could practically feel Bella tense up beside him as they set up their slides. The guy was trying to act normal, like he hadn't ghosted for a week, but it came off stiff, like someone who'd practiced being human in front of a mirror and still hadn't nailed it. Hello, he said, his voice too smooth. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last week. I'm Edward Cullen. You're Bella. Yes. Bella's voice was soft, unsure. Ladies first, he said, motioning to the microscope. I frowned. Wow, starting with the old-fashioned charm, huh? Bella blinked, thrown off. You were gone. Yeah, I was out of town for a couple of days. Personal reasons. There was an awkward silence. You could hear the whir of the ceiling fan. I wish I had popcorn, it's like watching the movie all over again. Prophase, Bella muttered after a second. Edward leaned closer to the microscope. Do you mind if I look? It's prophase, he confirmed. Like I said, Bella shot back. Okay, points for her, she wasn't totally intimidated. I didn't remember it like this, but it's been a long time since I watched the movie. Edward smiled, faint but real. So, are you enjoying the rain? I almost choked on my own air. The rain. Really? That's your move. Bella let out an anxious little laugh. What? You're asking me about the weather? Yeah, I guess I am. Well, I don't really like the rain. Any cold, wet thing, I don't really. Edward smiled again, that perfect, polite one that didn't quite reach his eyes. Of course the cold one wouldn't enjoy the fact the girl he's interested in doesn't like cold things. What? She asked. Nothing. It's anaphase. You mind if I check? Bella asked, leaning closer. Sure. Anaphase, she said. Like I said, this was getting ridiculous. Their conversation was jumping between awkward flirting and cell division like some weird high school nature documentary. Edward's tone shifted slightly, lower, curious. If you hate the cold and the rain so much, why'd you move to the wettest place in the continental US? It's complicated, Bella said, looking down at the slide again. I'm sure I can keep up. My mom remarried, and. So you don't like the guy, or. No, that's not, Phil's really nice. It's metaphase. You want to check it. I believe you. I exhaled slowly, leaning back in my chair. The tension between them was weird, not romantic, not yet, more like static electricity before a lightning strike. Guess I was wrong, I thought. Edward's not sick. He's just a painfully awkward grandpa. Still, the way he watched her, careful, fascinated, and a little afraid, made me uneasy. I mean, 100-year-old man looking at a teen like that. Sure, vampires are frozen at the age they're turned, so mentally, he's probably a teen too, but still, I couldn't help finding it a bit unsettling. When the bell rang, Edward was gone before anyone could blink, typical. One moment he was beside Bella, the next he was already halfway down the hall, moving just a little too fast to be normal. Bella stayed behind, stacking her books slowly like she was trying to make sense of what had just happened. Her shoulders were tight, eyes fixed on the empty doorway. I slung my bag over one shoulder and leaned on her desk. You know, Swan, most guys just ghost your texts, not entire school weeks. She blinked, then let out a small, nervous laugh. Yeah, well, he's got a flair for the dramatic. Dramatic. I raised an eyebrow. The guy stares at you like he's trying to solve the Da Vinci Code, disappears for 7 days, and then asks about the weather. That's not dramatic, that's just weird as hell. Bella smiled, shaking her head as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You're not wrong. I just don't get him. Last week he looked like he wanted to, I don't know, throw me out a window. Now he's being all polite. Maybe he realized murder's bad for his GPA, I said, deadpan. That earned me an actual laugh, soft but real. It made me grin too. See. Much better. You should laugh more often. You look less like you're about to transfer schools again. Thanks, Mike, she said, rolling her eyes but smiling anyway. We walked out together, the hallway buzzing with the usual chatter. I caught her sneaking one last glance toward where Edward had gone, and yeah, the curiosity was there. I couldn't really blame her. The guy was weirdly magnetic, like a car crash you couldn't look away from. Careful, I teased. Keep staring at him like that and you'll catch whatever mysterious illness he's got. Very funny, she said, nudging my shoulder. You're really milking that one. What can I say? Comedy gold doesn't come around often in Forks. She laughed again, shaking her head. You're impossible. Maybe, I said with a grin, but at least I'm humanly impossible. She smiled at that, and for a second, the heavy air that always hung over Forks felt a little lighter. The glass walls of the Cullen house caught the dim Forks light and scattered it into cold gleams. Edward leaned against the piano, unmoving, eyes lost somewhere far beyond the forest that surrounded their home. He hadn't touched the keys since returning from school. Alice appeared first, practically dancing into the room, her smile too wide to be innocent. So, she began, drawing out the word like a song. How did our charming Mr. Cullen's grand reintroduction to human small talk go today? Edward sighed. You saw it. Alice grinned, perched herself on the piano bench. I did. And yet, it's even better hearing you admit it out loud. He actually asked her about the weather. Emmett boomed from the couch, throwing a cushion in the air and catching it like a football. The weather, bro. You've had a century to practice, and that's your opener. Rosalie, lounging nearby with a magazine she wasn't reading, smirked. Honestly, I'm more shocked she didn't just walk away. She almost did, Jasper murmured from the corner. You should have felt the tension coming off him. Half panic, he paused, searching for the word. Fascination. Edward shot him a look but didn't deny it. It was just a conversation. She's unusual. Unusual. Emmett snorted. You mean the first human you've actually talked to in years without wanting to run for the hills? Or drain her, Rosalie muttered under her breath. Edward stiffened, jaw tight. That's not funny. Relax, Emmett said, hands raised in mock surrender. I'm just saying, Bella Swan must be something special if she makes you stutter. Alice's laughter was light and musical. He didn't just stutter. He smiled, twice. That earned her a glare that only made her laugh harder. Then her expression faltered, just slightly, like a cloud passing over the sun. What? Edward asked immediately. Alice's tone shifted, the teasing gone. It's strange. As soon as she got close to Mike Newton, I couldn't see her. Not even a flicker. Everything just went blank. The room went still. Rosalie frowned. You mean you lost her? As in your vision? Alice nodded slowly. Only for a few minutes. But that's never happened before. Not like that. Last week, Mike was the only one I couldn't see, but now it's extended to those close to him as well. Jasper leaned forward, uneasy. So now he's blocking your visions in an area. Whatever's wrong with him, it's getting stronger, Alice said quietly. Emmett whistled low. Newton. The guy who uses too much hair gel. Yeah, I'm sure he's the big mystery. But no one laughed this time. Edward's voice was low, thoughtful. If he can block your sight, that's not human. Alice's eyes met his. Exactly. Silence settled again, heavy and uncertain, before Emmett finally broke it with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Well, how about we play some video games? All this serious talk is making me uncomfortable. Edward didn't answer. His gaze drifted back toward the window, toward Forks High, toward the one girl whose thoughts he still couldn't hear. And somewhere, just faintly, that feeling stirred again, not danger, not yet. But something close enough to make even him uneasy. 5 comments 0 vote. The Butterfly on Ice. January 25th, Tuesday. When I opened my eyes that morning, the first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the usual rain against the window. Not even a drizzle whispering through the trees. Just quiet. I rolled out of bed and crossed to the window, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. The world outside was white and glassy, coated in a thin, deceptive layer of snow and ice. Even the driveway shimmered faintly in the dawn light. For a second, I just stared, then my stomach dropped. The ice. The snow. The parking lot. Oh, shit. Today was the day. The day Tyler Crowley lost control of his van in the parking lot. The day Bella was supposed to die, and didn't, because Edward freaking Cullen stopped a twattin' van with one hand. The scene that basically kickstarted everything in Twilight. Except this time, Edward wasn't the only wildcard in town. I glanced at the clock. 7:10 a.m. Plenty of time to do something, or screw everything up. By the time I reached Forks High, my breath fogged in the air and my fingers were stiff on the steering wheel. The parking lot was already slick, patches of black ice hiding under the thin powder of snow. I pulled into my usual spot and cut the engine, my heartbeat loud in my ears. The school was still half empty. Perfect. I leaned against my car, hands shoved deep into my jacket pockets, watching the lot fill. Angela's old sedan, Eric's busted-out Civic, then Bella's red Chevy trundling in, engine coughing like a smoker, right on time. Bella. I called, waving her over before she could park. She blinked at me through the window, confused, then pulled up and stepped out, breath turning to mist. Mike. What are you doing here this early? Just wanted to say hi, I said lamely. And, maybe warn you to be careful. It's icy. She smiled, shivering. Yeah, I noticed. You camping out here or something? Maybe. My voice was lighter than I felt. I kept my eyes flicking toward the corner of the lot. Tyler's van should be coming from that direction any second now. The rumble of the van's engine broke the stillness. I straightened instinctively. The blue van turned the corner too fast, wheels skidding. I saw it happen in slow motion, the back fishtail ed, the tires lost grip, and the whole thing spun sideways toward us. Bella. I grabbed her arm, pulling her a step back, just as the van slammed into the side of her truck with a metallic crunch that echoed through the lot. Glass shattered. The van's side caved in. Bella stumbled, frozen in shock. I pulled her farther back as the sound of screaming brakes tore the morning apart. And then silence again, horrible, heavy silence. It wasn't like the movies. No dramatic music, no slow pan over the wreck. Just the smell of antifreeze and smoke and the sound of my heart trying to punch out of my chest. Students were already rushing over. Someone yelled for a teacher. Tyler's van was wrecked, front smashed, one wheel bent at an ugly angle. Bella's truck, though, the thing looked like it had taken the hit and shrugged it off. Just a dented door and a shattered window. Are you okay? I asked, voice shaking. Bella nodded. Why died? I think so. You pulled me. Her words cut off as we both looked toward the van. Tyler was slumped against the airbag, face pale and bloodied, one arm bent at a wrong angle. Tyler. Bella gasped, running toward the wreck before I could stop her. I followed, stomach twisting. I hadn't seen it play out like this in the original story. He was supposed to walk away with a few scratches on his face, some embarrassment, a bandage or two. But now, he wasn't supposed to be hurt this badly. Edward was there a moment later, appearing out of nowhere like a blur. He pushed through the crowd, eyes darting between Bella, me, and the mangled van. What happened? He demanded. I don't know, I said. He came around the corner too fast. I just pulled Bella out of the way. Edward's gaze lingered on me a second too long, calculating, suspicious, and I felt that old, unnatural chill in the air. Then he turned back toward Tyler, helping lift the wrecked door until the teachers arrived. Sirens wailed in the distance. By the time the paramedics took Tyler away, the lot was taped off, and everyone was buzzing with rumors. I stood by my car, arms crossed tight, watching them load him into the ambulance. He'd be okay, they said. Broken arm, broken leg, a mild concussion. Lucky. Lucky. Yeah, tell that to the part of my brain screaming that it was all my fault. That I'd played with fate, and it hit back. Bella came up beside me, bundled in a blanket one of the teachers had given her. You saved me, she said quietly. If you hadn't called me over. I forced a smile. Yeah, guess I got good timing. But it didn't feel like good timing. It felt like a warning. The ambulance lights cut through the gray morning like flickering ghosts, painting the fog red and blue as I followed behind in my car. The wipers screeched against the glass, smearing the mix of snow and sleet that had started falling again. My fingers gripped the steering wheel so tight they ached. Every time the siren wailed, it was like another jab of guilt reminding me, this isn't how it was supposed to happen. Tyler was supposed to walk away with a few scratches. Bella was supposed to be the one everyone worried about. Edward was supposed to save her. But instead, I had changed everything. Forks Hospital was already buzzing when I got there. I parked crooked, barely noticing, and ran through the sliding doors, the blast of sterile air and antiseptic smell hitting me like a wall. A nurse at the front desk looked up, startled. I'm here for Tyler Crowley, I said, out of breath. He was in a car accident. He's my friend. She nodded, typing something into her computer. He's in surgery, honey. You'll have to wait in the lobby. So I waited. For hours. Every time the automatic doors opened, I looked up, expecting news, dreading it. Students came and went, teachers too, even a few reporters. Eventually, the crowd thinned until it was just me and the low hum of fluorescent lights. Tyler's parents went home to pick some things for him and would come back later. At some point, I must have fallen half asleep in the chair, because the next thing I knew, someone was saying my name. Mr. Newton. I blinked awake. Standing in front of me was Dr. Cullen, immaculate as always, like the stress of the hospital didn't even touch him. His white coat looked freshly pressed, his eyes calm, that same strange golden color that always seemed both warm and cold at once. Doctor, I said, getting to my feet a little too fast. Is Tyler? He'll be fine, Carlisle said gently. He suffered a fractured radius, a compound break in the femur, and a mild concussion, but the surgery went well. He's stable now, resting. You can see him soon. I exhaled shakily, feeling my knees almost give out. Thank God. Carlisle studied me for a moment, his expression unreadable but kind. You were at the scene. Yeah, I said quietly. I was right there when it happened. He nodded. From what I've heard, your quick thinking likely prevented a worse outcome. You pulled Miss Swan out of the way. I hesitated. Yeah, I did. Carlisle's smile was small, sincere. That was brave of you. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But all I could think was she was never supposed to be in danger at all and I'd just made things worse. A familiar voice broke through my thoughts. Mike. I turned and saw Chief Swan walking down the hall, his uniform jacket dusted with melting snow. He looked exhausted, but when he reached me, he offered a firm handshake. Charlie, I greeted awkwardly. Hey. He squeezed my hand. I just wanted to thank you, son. If it wasn't for you, Bella could have been seriously hurt. I forced a nod, trying to smile. Just lucky timing, I guess. He gave a heavy exhale, relief softening his features. You did good, Mike. Real good. Thanks, I said. But my voice came out hollow, distant. Inside, my thoughts were crawling with what ifs. If I hadn't called her over. If I hadn't meddled. If I'd just trusted things to happen the way they were supposed to. Charlie clapped my shoulder once before heading off toward a nurse's station, leaving me alone again with the hum of machines and the weight in my chest. I sat back down, elbows on my knees, staring at the linoleum floor. Bella was fine. Tyler would recover. Everything should have been fine. But it didn't feel fine. Somewhere deep down, beneath the guilt and relief, I could feel the timeline shifting again, like gears grinding in a clock that no longer fit together right. And for the first time since I'd landed in this world, I wasn't sure what was going to happen next. Please support with Power Stones, comments or reviews. Penguin musical notes. 14 comments, 0 vote. Threads of consequence. An hour later, I was still sitting in the same chair, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee that tasted like it had been brewed during the Clinton administration. The snow outside had stopped, and the waiting room was almost empty now, save for the distant hum of the vending machine. Then I saw her, Mrs. Crowley. She looked exhausted, her makeup faintly smudged, her eyes red but determined. The kind of look only a mother could have after spending a morning terrified for her child. When she spotted me, she came over right away. Mike, right? She asked, voice trembling with leftover adrenaline. I stood up quickly. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Crowley, I. Please, she interrupted softly, a tired smile tugging at her lips. Just Beth. Mrs. Crowley, makes me feel ancient. I blinked, caught off guard. Right. Beth. She nodded, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. The nurses said you've been here since this morning. Yeah, I said, rubbing the back of my neck. I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Her eyes glistened a little. That means a lot. You're a good friend, Mike. Thank you for being here when he needed it. The words hit harder than they should have. I managed a small, awkward smile, but inside, guilt twisted like a knife. Good friend. If I'd just stayed out of it, Tyler wouldn't be in a hospital bed right now with a metal rod in his leg. Really? She said again, her voice softer now. You don't know how much this means to me. You have no idea, I wanted to say. I'm the reason he's here. But instead, I swallowed hard. I'm just glad he's okay. Before I could say more, a nurse appeared at the doorway. Mrs. Crowley. Your son's awake. You can come see him now. Beth turned back to me with a look of relief so raw it almost hurt to see. I'll be right back, okay? Of course, I said, forcing a smile. Tell him I'll be here. She nodded and followed the nurse down the hall, her steps quick but unsteady. I sat back down, elbows on my knees, staring at the faint reflection of the waiting room lights on the linoleum floor. The faint beeping of machines down the hall filled the silence. I tried not to imagine the crash, the metal twisting, the sound of glass, the way the van had slammed into the truck. It hit too close to home. Wasn't that exactly how I died? I had proved I could change things. But at what cost? 10 minutes later, Beth returned, looking relieved. He's asking for you. I stood so fast the chair squeaked against the floor. Really? She smiled, this time with genuine warmth. Really? Go on, he's in room 208. Don't stay too long, he's still a bit groggy. Thanks, Mrs. Beth. Better, she said with a small laugh, waving me toward the hallway. Room 208 smelled faintly of disinfectant and the sterile coolness of a hospital. Tyler lay in bed, one arm in a cast, his leg raised and wrapped in layers of white plaster and gauze. He looked pale, a few bruises coloring his cheek, but when he saw me, he managed a weak grin. Dude, he croaked, voice rough but full of life. You look like crap. I laughed, even if it came out a little strained. You should see yourself. Fair, he said, smiling tiredly. The nurse told me you waited all day. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, well, someone's gotta make sure you don't start flirting with the nurses, I joked, pulling a chair closer to his bed. He chuckled, then winced, clutching his side. Don't make me laugh, man, it hurts. Sorry, I said, then hesitated. You scared me, Tyler. I thought it could have been worse. Yeah, he said softly. Guess I got lucky. Thanks, by the way. I was told you pulled Bella out of the way. You saved me from becoming a killer, And now that I think of it, you also saved my life. Charlie would have definitely killed me if I hurt his daughter. I offered a weak chuckle at his try at humor, but the words made my stomach twist. I forced a shrug. Just reacted, you know. Instinct. Well, it was a good instinct, he said with a grin. Thanks, man. Seriously. I nodded, smiling faintly but unable to meet his eyes. If he only knew. Tell you what, I said after a pause, trying to keep my voice light, once they let you out, I'll drive you around for a bit, yeah. Until you're back on your feet. Tyler raised an eyebrow. You. Volunteering as my chauffeur. That's a first. I smirked. Don't get used to it. I'm only doing it 'cause I feel bad you'll have to sit out the next few basketball games. Yeah, he said, laughing softly. You'll miss me. I didn't trust myself to answer that. Instead, I just smiled and said, get some rest, man. I'll see you tomorrow. As I left the room, the guilt followed me like a shadow. Every choice, every change, it all had consequences. And I was starting to wonder how many more people might get hurt before I learned that lesson. By the next morning, the snow had mostly turned to slush. The air was sharp and wet, carrying that heavy scent of thawing ice. Mike parked in his usual spot, careful not to skid on the half-frozen lot. Students were already trickling in, bundled in layers, breath fogging as they complained about the weather. He felt drained, barely having slept after the long day at the hospital, followed by a night plagued by nightmares. The image of Tyler in that hospital bed, pale and broken, kept replaying behind his eyes. Every time he blinked, guilt crawled back up his throat. When he stepped out of his car, he froze. Edward Cullen was standing a few spaces away, leaning against his sleek silver Volvo. The vampire's golden eyes were fixed on him, cold and piercing, as if he already knew everything that was going through his mind. Mike's stomach sank. Right. Mind reader. Edward's eyes widened slightly when he heard that thought and Mike tensed, doing his best to look calm. Edward didn't move, didn't blink, just stared, too still, too focused. Mike felt like a frog under a magnifying glass. And then, instinctively, he panicked. Okay, think of something else. Think of anything else. His brain scrambled, then latched onto a random image. A gray cat with a Pop-Tart body flying through space, trailing a rainbow. Neon, 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 neon. He blasted it in his head like a mental fire alarm. Edward blinked once, his brow furrowing slightly, as if trying to process what kind of chaos he was hearing. Mike doubled down. Louder. Faster. The cat looped endlessly through his thoughts. Edward's expression flickered from confusion to mild horror, and then to complete bewilderment. He turned away sharply, muttering something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, what even? Before stalking toward the main building. Mike exhaled, grinning despite himself. Take that, Sparkles. He headed to class, still exhausted, still guilty, but at least amused. Later that day, during lunch, he noticed something strange. Across the cafeteria, Edward wasn't sitting at the Cullens' table, instead he was sitting with Bella a few tables away. And Bella, who looked a bit shy but curious, was actually talking to him with a smile on her face. Mike frowned. He remembered the story. Edward was supposed to avoid her after the accident, keeping his distance because of how close he'd come to exposing himself. Right, that didn't happen, I changed it myself. So Edward had no reason to stay away from her. No reason to fight his curiosity. Mike stared at them, a knot tightening in his chest, wondering what else had been changed by his actions. 9 comments 0 vote. Boom 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 boom. By Monday morning, the snow had melted into gray slush and puddles that reflected the pale sky. Forks had finally stopped talking about the accident, well, almost. I pulled up outside Tyler's house, engine idling, the radio murmuring low. His mom's SUV was gone, probably already at work, and the Crowleys' mailbox was still half buried in a pile of old snow. A minute later, the front door opened, and Tyler hobbled out on his crutches, his backpack slung over one shoulder. His cast was plaster white, signed all over with "Get well soon." Messages and a few questionable doodles. Morning, man. He called, grinning like someone who'd missed the spotlight. Morning, invalid, I said, getting out to help him down the steps. You sure you're up for school already? He smirked. Dude, I've been stuck in bed for 6 days. I'd go insane if I had to watch another daytime talk show. Besides, I'm basically a celebrity now. Yeah, Fork's biggest headline in years, I said. Local teen survives freak car crash, somehow charms every nurse in the county. Guilty, he said, laughing as he eased into the passenger seat. You'd be surprised how many of them like a guy with a tragic backstory and a broken leg. I shook my head, grinning. Even the older ones. Especially the older ones, he said proudly. They were into it. I think one slipped me extra jello. We both laughed, and for a second, it felt normal again. As I drove towards school, though, my thoughts drifted. The past week had been a blur of whispers, rumors, and exaggerated retellings. Everyone at Forks High had a different version of what happened in that parking lot. Some said I tackled Bella out of the way like an action hero. Others claimed Tyler's van flipped twice, or that Edward Cullen had appeared out of nowhere. And through it all, the Cullens had been watching me with unnerving intensity. I'd catch Edward's eyes on me across the cafeteria or in the halls, calm but unblinking, like a cat waiting for a mouse to do something interesting. So I'd developed a defense mechanism: mental noise. The moment I spotted him, I'd crank up the volume in my head, singing whatever came to mind, usually badly. Sometimes, Barbie Girl. Sometimes, Bohemian Rhapsody. But my personal favorite, Nyan Cat. That last one seemed to drive him crazy and worked like a charm. Edward's expression whenever it started was priceless, like he'd bitten into something sour but couldn't spit it out. Tyler was talking about something, probably basketball, but I only half-heard him. My mind kept circling back to the Cullens, to Edward's unreadable stare, to how the timeline had bent itself around that parking lot. One tiny change, and everything was different. And the more I thought about it, the more I wondered, if fate could be rewritten that easily, what else was waiting to unravel? When we pulled into the school parking lot, it was like stepping into a live-action news report. Half the student body was already there, and as soon as people spotted Tyler hobbling out on his crutches, heads turned. Dude, I told you, Tyler muttered under his breath, smirking. Celebrity. Lauren Mallory and Jessica Stanley hurried over before we even made it halfway across the lot. Tyler. Jessica squealed. Oh my god, you're walking. Well, kind of. Barely, Lauren added, eyeing his cast. So, what actually happened? People are saying your van flipped. Tyler leaned on his crutches like a rock star with a mic stand. Ah, you know how rumors are. One second you hit a patch of ice, the next you're doing stunts for Fast and Furious. They giggled, and I rolled my eyes. He's milking it for all it's worth, I muttered. You're just jealous I have fan mail, Tyler shot back. Inside, things weren't much better. Every few feet, someone stopped him to ask about the crash or sign his cast. Even some teachers gave him the poor kid look. By the time the first bell rang, he'd told the story 4 different ways. Through all of it, I could feel the Cullens' eyes now and then, especially Edward's. They blended in with practiced ease, but there was a weight to that gaze. Watching, measuring, waiting. I pretended not to notice and hummed Barbie Girl under my breath just in case. By lunchtime, the cafeteria buzz had died down a little, replaced with the usual low chatter and clatter of trays. Tyler sat at our table, still holding court with Jessica and Eric, retelling the crash for the 5th time. Then Bella walked up, tray in hand, looking a bit hesitant. Mind if I sit here? She asked. Sure, I said quickly, scooting over. VIP seating for near-death survivors only. She gave me a small, amused smile. Guess I qualify then. Tyler grinned. You're welcome for not flattening you, by the way. Bella rolled her eyes. You're so lucky that my truck is built like a tank, or else I'd be asking you for compensation. I chuckled. Yeah, seriously. Next time, you should probably park somewhere without a clear path for van-sized bowling balls. She laughed, then picked at her sandwich. Edward's still acting weird, she said quietly, almost to herself. I raised an eyebrow. You mean weirder than usual? She bit back a smile. He keeps talking to me like everything's fine, then goes totally silent. It's confusing. Mixed signals, huh? I said, grinning. Classic Cullen move. Guy looks at you like you're the most fascinating thing in the universe, then broods in silence for dramatic effect. Bella snorted. That's oddly accurate. Yeah, well, I said, leaning back, I've seen the movie before. Her brow furrowed. What movie? Never mind, I said quickly, waving it off. Across the room, I caught Edward staring, again. His expression unreadable, but his eyes locked right on me, sharp and probing. Oh no, not this again, I thought. And then I grinned. Boom, 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 I want you in my room. The Venga Boys hit full blast inside my head, and I imagined the most obnoxious disco lights possible to go with it. Edward's face went still for a moment, then twitched, like he'd just heard nails on a chalkboard. Perfect. I kept singing internally, louder, and when he turned away sharply, I almost burst out laughing. Across the cafeteria, at the Cullens' table, Emmett was the first to notice. Okay, I gotta ask, he said, leaning toward his brother. What is it this time? You've got the look. Edward closed his eyes briefly, pinching the bridge of his nose. You don't want to know. Oh, I definitely want to know, Emmett said eagerly. Come on, what's he blasting in that weird brain of his? Edward's voice was low, pained. Single quote. Boom 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 boom, by the Venga Boys. For a second, there was silence, then Emmett exploded with laughter so loud that Jasper Winston Rosalie rolled her eyes. You're kidding. Emmett howled. The I Want You in My Room song. Oh man, that's gold. He's trolling you, dude. Edward glared, which only made Emmett laugh harder. Alice smiled faintly, though her tone was uneasy. At least he's creative. Or unhinged, Rosalie muttered. Edward didn't respond. His gaze drifted back toward Mike Newton, the corner of his mouth tightening. If Mike was doing this on purpose, and clearly he was, then one thing was certain. This human was becoming far more of a mystery than any of them had expected. The afternoon sun barely broke through the clouds when the Cullens gathered in their living room. The wide glass walls bathed the space in a dull gray glow, making the forest beyond look like a frozen painting. Edward sat apart from the others, elbows resting on his knees, eyes distant. His fingers tapped against his chin, a rare sign of distraction for him. So, Emmett began, lounging on the couch with a grin that promised trouble. Are we finally going to talk about him? Rosalie crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. If you mean the idiot who sings pop songs in his head every time Edward looks at him, yes, let's. Emmett barked out a laugh. Venga Boys. Seriously. That one's gonna stick with me for decades. Edward's lips twitched. You try focusing when someone's blaring, boom 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 boom, in their head at full volume. Alice, sitting cross-legged on the armrest beside Jasper, smirked. He's definitely doing it on purpose now. He's found your weakness, Eddie. Edward sighed, rubbing his temples. He's not normal. I keep trying to read him, but it's like he's learned how to block me. Sometimes I catch fragments of odd, random things, but the rest of it is noise. Deliberate noise. Carlyle, seated in his favorite chair, looked thoughtful. He's aware of what you can do, then. Very much so, Edward replied, voice low. And he's playing with it. For a moment, silence filled the room, the kind that felt heavier than words. Jasper frowned. He knows too much. The way he looks at us, it's not just curiosity. It's like he's measuring something. Testing. Rosalie huffed. Then why don't we stop pretending? He knows what we are. He's getting stronger by the day. Let's just kill him and be done with it. The words cut through the air like glass. Carlyle turned toward her, his calm expression cracking into disappointment. Rosalie. What? She shot back, lifting her chin. You're all thinking it. You've seen how big he's gotten. He's not just some dumb teenager anymore. He's changing. Esme's voice, soft but firm, broke the tension. That doesn't mean we lose our humanity, Rosalie. He hasn't harmed anyone. Yet, Rosalie muttered under her breath. Alice's eyes glazed for half a second, the faint shimmer of a vision crossing her expression. When she blinked back to the present, her lips pressed into a line. Well? Edward asked. Alice hesitated. I can't see it clearly. The closer he gets to any of us, the fuzzier it gets. Like something's shielding him. The only time I lose sight of Bella is when she's near him, too. That earned everyone's attention. Carlyle leaned forward slightly. You mean the same interference applies to Bella as well? Alice nodded slowly. It's not her. It's him. He's somehow blurring the threads. Jasper looked between them all, unease creeping into his tone. If he's part of the supernatural world, that might explain it. But if he's not, he let the sentence hang. Emmett leaned back, folding his arms behind his head. Well, I don't know what he is, but I kind of like the guy. He's the first human who's managed to annoy Edward and make him speechless. Edward glared at him, but Emmett's grin only widened. Still, Carlyle said, his voice regaining its calm authority, we watch him closely. But without hostility. If he's aware of us and means no harm, we owe him at least that courtesy. Esme nodded approvingly. Agreed. Rosalie, however, didn't seem convinced. Her eyes flicked toward the forest outside, her reflection in the glass a pale, angry echo. Mark my words, she said quietly. Something about that boy isn't right. And when it finally breaks loose, don't say I didn't warn you. Edward's gaze sharpened suddenly, as if a light had gone off behind his eyes. He sat up straighter. Wait. The rest of them turned toward him. Could he be related to the wolves? He said, the words cutting through the quiet like a crack of ice. Carlyle's expression grew thoughtful, fingertips brushing his chin. You mean the Quileute? Hard to say. He doesn't look like them, Rosalie pointed out flatly, her tone skeptical. He's pale. And his scent is nothing like theirs. Maybe, Carlyle continued, he has an ancestor from the tribe. Some Longermont bloodline. Stranger things have happened. Jasper frowned. Would that explain the strength? The way he's changing? Possibly, Carlyle said. We don't know much about them, or how their transformation works. If some fragment of it carried forward in him, it might be surfacing now. Alice nodded slowly, her face a mix of intrigue and concern. And it would explain why I can't see him, I can't see the wolves either. Esme's brow creased softly. But if he's truly connected to them, shouldn't the tribe know? Wouldn't they feel something, see him as one of their own? Not if they don't know what he is yet, Carlyle replied. Or if he doesn't. It could be instinctive. Dormant. Rosalie scoffed, crossing her arms tighter. Wonderful. So he's either some sort of late blooming dog or something else entirely. And we're just sitting here watching it unfold like it's a movie. Rosalie, Esme said quietly, her tone edged with disapproval again. Edward's eyes drifted toward the window, watching the fading gray sky. If he is connected to them, he murmured, that could be dangerous, for Bella. Alice's voice was faint. Or, for all of us. For a moment, the only sound was the faint hum of the refrigerator in the adjoining kitchen. Then Carlyle exhaled softly, closing the medical journal he'd been idly holding. Speculation won't give us answers, he said. We'll watch him. Carefully. But no interference unless necessary. Agreed, Edward sighed, though his tone carried no relief. His eyes stayed fixed on the treeline, where mist rolled over the forest like a living thing. Emmett grinned, trying to break the heavy air. So basically, keep an eye on the possibly super-powered teenager who sings, boom 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 boom, at vampires. Sounds fun. Even Alice cracked a small smile, but the unease lingered. Carlyle looked at each of them, his calm voice firm. Remember who we are. Whatever he is, we don't act out of fear. Rosalie muttered something under her breath that no one acknowledged, and Edward stayed silent, his thoughts churning behind eyes that glowed faintly gold in the fading light. Feeling the dark mood, Emmett looked at Rosalie with a grin that was equal parts mischief and provocation. Come on, babe, he crooned, suddenly breaking into song, his deep voice booming through the quiet room. I want you in my room. Rosalie's expression froze mid-scowl. Emmett, she hissed, glaring at him like she was 2 seconds from throwing him through a wall. Alice snorted, hiding her laugh behind her hand. You're impossible, she said, eyes sparkling. Edward groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of all the songs to choose, he muttered in disgust. Jasper actually cracked a smile. You've got to admit, he drawled, the timing's impeccable. Carlyle exhaled slowly, a faint, helpless smile tugging at the corner of his lips despite himself. Perhaps, he said mildly, we should all take a moment to cool down. Esme gave Emmett a look that was equal parts fond and exasperated. Maybe next time, dear, you could pick something less suggestive. Emmett only shrugged, unabashed. What? It's a classic. 10 comments 0 vote. Dorothy Black. After classes ended, Mike gave Tyler a ride home like he'd promised. The drive through Forks was calm, the gray skies hanging low. Tyler chatted lazily about the teachers he'd missed and how half the school still treated him like a local celebrity. When they pulled up to the Crowley house, Beth was already waiting at the door. She smiled warmly, waving as the car stopped. Mike, you really don't have to drive him every day, she said, her tone a mix of gratitude and motherly insistence. Mike shrugged with a grin. Hey, it's no big deal. It's on the way so it doesn't cost me anything. Beth chuckled. Well, at least come in for dinner, then. I won't take no for an answer. He tried to refuse half-heartedly. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. But one glance at the hopeful look in her eyes and the smell of something delicious wafting from inside sealed the deal. Quote. All right, you twisted my arm. Inside, the house felt cozy, warm light glowing against the rainy gloom outside. The table was already set, roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, and something that smelled suspiciously like homemade pie cooling by the window. This looks amazing, Mike said, eyes widening. He sat down across from Beth and next to Tyler, who was still in his arm sling. You sure you didn't hire a chef or something? Beth laughed, clearly pleased. Flattery will get you seconds. Oh, it's not flattery if it's true, Beth, Mike said with mock seriousness. If I'd known dinner was like this, I'd have crashed here a long time ago. Beth tilted her head, smiling slyly. Careful, Mike. I might start taking you up on that. Tyler glanced between them, eyebrows furrowing. Wait, since when are you two on a first-name basis? Mike and Beth exchanged a glance, the kind that said let's mess with him. Mike leaned back casually and said, well, your mom and I have gotten pretty close lately. He looked at Beth with a grin. Right, Beth. Very close, Beth replied smoothly, resting her chin on her hand. He's been such a gentleman. Always so helpful, polite. Tyler blinked. Okay, that's weird. Please stop it. Mike smirked. Come on, son, don't be like that. You have to get used to it sooner or later. Go ahead, call me dad. All right, man, stop it, Tyler said, throwing up his good hand, his voice edging toward panic. That's seriously creepy. Beth gave a long, thoughtful hum. I don't know, Tyler, she said slowly, pretending to ponder. You know I've been alone for years, it does get lonely sometimes. And I certainly wouldn't mind dating a handsome young stud like Mike here. Mom. What the hell? Tyler's voice cracked halfway through, his face going pale with horror. You're not serious, please tell me you're not serious. That did it, Mike burst out laughing, trying and failing to keep a straight face. Beth's laughter followed, warm and bright. Oh, you two are the worst, Tyler groaned, sinking into his chair and covering his face. I'm never inviting anyone to dinner again. When Mike finally stood to leave, he clapped Tyler lightly on the shoulder. All right, son, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Don't make me come up to your room to get you up. Get out, Tyler muttered, but Mike could see the reluctant grin tugging at his lips. Beth, still smiling, walked him to the door. Drive safe, Mike. And thank you, for everything. Anytime, Beth, Mike said, giving her a mock salute before heading to his car. You and the kid take care now. As he drove away, he couldn't help but laugh again, imagining Tyler's horrified face. For the first time in a while, the week's tension felt lighter, even if he had the sneaking suspicion he'd pay for that little joke tomorrow morning. Saturday that same week. Steam still hung in the air when Mike wiped the fog off the mirror. For a long moment, he just stared at his reflection. The guy looking back at him didn't feel like the same person from a few weeks ago. His face looked sharper now, the soft edges gone, his jaw more defined, cheekbones slightly more prominent. There was even a hint of stubble along his chin where he'd never been able to grow so much as a shadow before. His shoulders had broadened, and his chest and arms looked like they'd been carved in secret overnight. Every muscle line was visible, like someone had quietly rewritten his body while he slept. He stood straighter too, much taller. He stepped back and looked down at his feet. Even his sneakers had started to feel small lately. 6'5", he muttered to himself. What the hell? At least the family business made it easy to replace things, perks of the Newtons owning Forks, only sporting goods store. But even as he tugged on a new t-shirt, the unease sat heavy in his gut. This wasn't just a growth spurt. He'd watched enough Twilight movies in his old life to know what this felt like, the rapid changes, the sudden strength, the heat that sometimes buzzed under his skin like static electricity. Shapeshifters, he thought grimly. The Quileute wolves. But it didn't add up. They were supposed to struggle with anger, their tempers snapping like dry twigs during the change. Mike had never felt that. Sure, he got frustrated, but he wasn't blowing up or trembling with rage. And besides, he wasn't Quileute. He was pretty damn sure of that. Still, something inside whispered that he couldn't keep ignoring it. If this was connected to them somehow, he needed to know. He'd ask at dinner. That evening, the Newton family sat around the small oak table in the kitchen. The smell of roasted beef filled the air, his mom's weekend specialty. Bradley Newton, as usual, was glued to the newspaper while Karen hummed along to a song on the radio, ladling potatoes onto her plate. Mike cleared his throat. Hey, can I ask you guys something? It's for a school project. Bradley glanced up from the paper, eyebrow raised. Sure, shoot. Do we have any? I don't know, any connection to the Quileute tribe? Like, ancestry or something? Bradley chuckled. Me. Not unless New York started a branch out west. I moved here after college, city boy through and through. Karen, though, froze mid-bite. That's a strange question, honey. What made you ask? Just history stuff, Mike said quickly. Local cultures, heritage, that kind of thing. Karen leaned back, thoughtful. Huh. I never told you, did I? Mike frowned. Told me what? She exchanged a brief glance with her husband, who lowered the paper now, curious. My grandmother, she said slowly, your great-grandmother, her name was Dorothy Black. She was Quileute. Mike blinked. Wait, seriously. Karen nodded, a faint, wistful smile touching her lips. She left the tribe when she fell in love with your great-grandfather. The elders didn't approve, called him a pale face. She said the words with air quotes, her tone tinged with sarcasm and an old hint of annoyance. Grandma didn't care. So they kicked her out, but she said it was worth it. Bradley gave a small, amused whistle. I wish I had met her. She sounds pretty badass. Karen smiled faintly. Funny thing, though. Years later, her younger brother Ephraim became the tribal chief, and he reinstated her into the tribe. But she never went back. She said she was happy right where she was, here in Forks, with her family. Mike sat there, the words sinking in like stones dropping into deep water. Dorothy Black. Ephraim. That name rang through his memory. Ephraim Black, the original chief who'd made the pact with the Cullens. Mike swallowed hard. Huh, he said, forcing a casual tone. That's, actually kind of cool. But inside, his thoughts raced. Oh, crap. If his great-grandmother was that Dorothy Black, then the blood of the wolves did run in his veins. Should I pay a visit to the reservation? Is there any use to it? Please support with Power Stones, comments or reviews. Turtle musical notes. 6 comments 0 vote. Leah Clearwater. Sunday morning brought one of those rare, almost mythical days in Forks, sunlight breaking through the clouds, bright enough to make the damp town sparkle. For once, the rain had retreated, and the air carried that crisp, clean scent that only came after days of drizzle. Mike stood by his white mountaineer, squinting up at the sky like it was some kind of cosmic joke. Well, guess I can't use the weather as an excuse today, he muttered, sliding on a pair of black sunglasses. He'd thrown on a casual outfit, a soft gray hoodie over a white t-shirt, dark jeans that fit a bit too snugly thanks to his recent growth spurt, and a pair of white sneakers. It wasn't exactly beachwear, but this wasn't exactly a planned vacation. Still, he felt pulled there, to La Push. The road wound through the trees like a ribbon of gray, sunlight spilling through the evergreens in flickering patterns. When he finally reached the Quileute reservation, the sound of waves greeted him, low and rhythmic. The ocean stretched endlessly, a deep, moving mirror of blue and silver. La Push First Beach was quieter than usual, dotted only by a few locals enjoying the rare sunshine. Mike parked near the dunes and stepped out, the salty air rushing to greet him. He walked toward the water, hands in his hoodie pockets, and stood watching the horizon for a while. The distant shapes of whales breached far out at sea, and seagulls wheeled lazily above the surf. All right, he said under his breath, dropping down onto a smooth driftwood log. Let's see if I magically connect with my ancestors or something. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, the smell of brine and pine mixing in the air. For a few minutes, he tried to meditate, or at least his clumsy version of it. Breathe in, breathe out, picture some mystical connection to nature. Nothing happened. He cracked one eye open. Yeah, that's what I thought, he said to himself with a half smile. Total nonsense. After another hour of pretending not to care that he felt nothing, Mike gave up. He kicked off his sneakers, slung them over one shoulder, and started walking barefoot along the shoreline. The wet sand was cool against his feet, the tide curling around his ankles as he walked. It was peaceful. Quiet. Almost too quiet, until he noticed her. Up ahead, in a more secluded stretch of the beach, a woman stood with her back half turned toward him. Her long black hair moved like silk in the ocean breeze, catching the sunlight in dark ribbons. Her skin glowed with a smooth copper tone that seemed almost otherworldly in the sun. High cheekbones, long lashes, full lips curved in a serene smile, she looked like something carved out of the very essence of this place. Mike froze in place. For a long, ridiculous minute, he just stood there like an idiot, sneakers dangling loosely from his hand, completely entranced. The world around her seemed to blur, like she was the only thing in focus. Then she noticed him. Her serene smile vanished, her features hardening instantly into a scowl. What are you looking at, pale face? She snapped, voice sharp as the wind. Even her anger, somehow, looked beautiful. Mike didn't immediately respond, mostly because his brain had short-circuited. Her glare deepened, dark eyes narrowing. I said, what are you looking at? He blinked, finally shaking himself back to reality. Sorry. I was just. He gestured helplessly toward the ocean, sneakers swinging in his grip. I swear I wasn't creeping or spying or anything like that. I was just taking a walk and, he swallowed. I just got a little distracted by your smile. Her lips parted slightly, surprise flashing across her face before color rose to her cheeks. She looked away quickly, but not before he caught the faintest ghost of a smile fighting its way through her scowl. Then she remembered she was supposed to be mad. Don't think a pale face's compliment will make me happy, she muttered, glaring at him again. You people really have no shame. Still, the blush stayed on her cheeks. Minutes before she saw him, Leah Clearwater sat on a sun-bleached log by the beach, her elbows resting on her knees and her thoughts a mess of fury and heartbreak. It wasn't enough that Sam had broken up with her. No, the universe had to twist the knife by making him fall in love with her cousin. Her best friend, Emily. She'd seen it in his eyes for weeks, how he followed Emily around the res like some lost, lovesick puppy. And even though Emily had turned him down, Leah could see it, the hesitation, the way her cousin's gaze lingered on him a moment too long, the way her voice softened when she said his name. It made Leah's blood boil. And now, after everything, her mom expected her to forgive Emily. To comfort her. Because she got mauled by a bear, Leah muttered bitterly under her breath. Sure, she was worried. She wasn't heartless. Emily had been horribly hurt, and deep down, Leah knew it wasn't fair to resent her for that. But her pride, her dignity, refused to let her show that concern. Not for the woman who'd taken her future husband away. She looked down at the silver ring in her hand. Sam's ring. The one he'd given her when he'd promised forever. Her thumb rolled it slowly, over and over, catching the glint of sunlight off its surface. The motion was almost hypnotic, one more loop of pain she couldn't stop replaying. Then, suddenly, she couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up, arm trembling, and drew back. With a sharp cry she hurled the ring into the ocean as hard as she could. It vanished into the waves with a faint splash, swallowed whole. And just like that, the last piece of Sam Yuli was gone. She stood there for a moment, chest heaving, staring out at the water. The wind tugged at her hair, cool and salty. For the first time in weeks, her heart didn't feel quite so heavy. She sat down again on the log, breathing deeply, letting the sound of the surf fill the silence. It wasn't peace, not exactly, but it was close enough. The grief hadn't vanished, but it had lost its claws. Her eyes were dry, her spirit raw, and yet, she felt lighter. Unknowingly, a small, serene smile found its way to her lips. It wasn't forced. It just happened. Maybe, just maybe, she'd finally started to heal. That was when she noticed movement in the corner of her eye. She turned her head slightly and saw him, a tall guy, standing awkwardly a few dozen feet away, sneakers in hand, staring at her like he'd forgotten how to breathe. Pale skin, messy blonde hair, broad build that looked like it didn't quite fit his clothes. He wasn't from the reservation, that much was obvious. Her smile vanished instantly, the warmth on her face replaced by instinctive irritation. What are you looking at, pale face? She snapped, the words cutting through the sea breeze. The idiot didn't even react. He just stood there, blue eyes unfocused, still looking. Her scowl deepened. I said, what are you looking at? That finally seemed to shake him out of it. He blinked, fumbling like a deer caught in headlights. Sorry. I was just. Leah crossed her arms, unimpressed. I swear I wasn't creeping or spying or anything like that. I was just taking a walk and, he said quickly, voice tripping over itself. I just got a little distracted by your smile. Leah froze. She felt the heat rise to her cheeks before she could stop it. Idiot. Why did her heart just skip a beat? She was supposed to be angry, not flattered. For half a second, she almost smiled again, but she caught herself just in time. Don't think a pale face's compliment will make me happy, she muttered sharply, turning her head away so he wouldn't see the faint blush creeping across her face. You people really have no shame. Still, as she looked back out at the water, she couldn't quite chase away the flutter in her chest. She didn't quite remember the last time she'd received such an honest compliment. 24 comments 0 vote. Chief pale face. Mike glanced at the driftwood log where the woman, Leah, as he'd later learn, sat, her arms crossed and her expression still sharp enough to cut glass. He rubbed the back of his neck and tried for his most harmless grin. Mind if I sit? I think I stepped on a broken shell or something. My feet are killing me. Before she could answer, he dropped down beside her, close enough that their shoulders were almost touching. Leah turned her head slowly, giving him a look that could have frozen lava. Did I say you could sit? She asked, voice low and edged with disbelief. Are all pale faces as shameless as you? But despite her tone, she didn't actually tell him to leave. In fact, she shifted slightly, just enough to make room for him to sit more comfortably. Mike bit the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling. Her words and actions were completely at war, and watching her try to keep her composure was oddly entertaining. Feigning offense, he placed a hand over his chest. Hey, that's the third time you've called me a pale face already, he said dramatically. I'll have you know that my great-grandmother was Quileute. I probably inherited my healthy tan from her. He lifted his chin proudly. The universe, apparently unimpressed, decided to prove him wrong. The clouds above parted, and sunlight beamed directly onto him. His skin, already fair, seemed to glow with ghostly brightness. Leah blinked, momentarily stunned by the timing. Then her lips twitched. Mike looked up helplessly at the sun, squinting. Okay, that's just rude, he muttered. That did it. Leah tried to hold her glare, she really did, but the scene was too ridiculous. A sharp laugh escaped her before she could stop it, light and genuine, the kind of sound that made the air feel warmer. Mike turned his head toward her, unable to look away. For a second, he forgot about his sore feet, the sunlight, even the awkward start of their encounter. Watching her laugh like that, unguarded and real, was absolutely worth it, even if it was at his expense. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. You know, he said, tilting his head to look at her, you should laugh more often. Don't get me wrong, your frown is pretty charming too, but that smile. It's on a whole different level. Leah raised an eyebrow, trying to bring back her scowl, but her lips still twitched with the ghost of amusement. You really don't quit, do you? He shrugged, grinning. What can I say? I've got a philosophy, if you smile, life smiles back at you. Leah scoffed, though her tone had softened. That's the cheesiest thing I've ever heard. Maybe, Mike said, leaning back on his hands and looking out at the waves, but it's better than frowning until your face gets stuck that way. Despite herself, Leah snorted, quickly covering it with a hand. You're an idiot. Mike grinned wider. Yeah, but you're still talking to me. Leah rolled her eyes, but she didn't tell him to leave. Mike, still riding on the small victory of making her laugh, decided to keep the conversation alive before she could retreat behind that wall of sharp remarks again. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. So, he began casually, what are you doing here all by yourself? The question hung in the air, soft but curious. Leah's shoulders tensed immediately. Her first instinct was to shut him down, tell him to mind his own business, that her life wasn't some open book for a random paleface to read. Her lips parted, the familiar retort already forming on her tongue. But before she could speak, Mike cut her off with a disarming grin. Actually, forget that, he said quickly, raising a hand. You probably don't want to tell a stranger, and I get it. So, how about we fix that part first? Leah blinked, caught off guard by his sudden change of tone. Let me start, he said, tapping his chest lightly. Name's Mike Newton, 17 years old. My birthday's July 27th, in case you feel like getting me something, no pressure, of course. He said it with such earnestness that Leah couldn't help the tiny roll of her eyes. Mike continued, undeterred. Let's see, I'm a Leo, which, according to my mom, means I'm supposed to be confident and irresistible. My favorite food's lasagna. I hate mornings, and I once tried to skateboard down a hill and ended up in a bush. Very heroic story, really. Leah turned her head slightly toward him, lips pressing together as if fighting another laugh. You really do like to talk, don't you? She said dryly. Only when there's someone worth talking to, Mike replied, meeting her gaze with a grin that was annoyingly warm. He leaned back slightly on his hands, the wood cool beneath his palms. He shot her a sideways smile. All right, your turn. How about you? No pressure, if you don't want to say, just say so. Leah let out a quiet sigh, her gaze fixed on the horizon for a long moment. The waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, giving her just enough time to decide whether this guy was worth humoring. Finally, she crossed her arms and said, Leah Clearwater. 19. So, you better show some respect, pipsqueak. Mike blinked. 19. She gave him a pointed look, clearly enjoying his reaction. Yup. Which means I'm officially older and wiser than you. Mike's eyes dropped down, taking in the full picture, her sitting there with that smug little smirk and him towering over her by at least a foot. He tilted his head slightly, amusement flickering across his face. Older, maybe, he said with a grin. But I think you've got the pipsqueak title all wrapped up. Leah glared at him, but the twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Careful, pale face. You're one smart remark away from swimming back to Forks. Mike groaned dramatically. Okay, seriously, can we retire the pale face thing already? I told you, I'm part Quileute. Leah arched an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Oh really? And where's your proof, pale? She caught herself midward, smirking, part Quileute. Mike straightened up, pretending to look offended. You doubt my heritage. I'll have you know my great-grandmother was Quileute. Dorothy Black. Leah tilted her head slightly, considering him, though her expression remained skeptical. Uzu. And I'm supposed to just take your word for it. Unless you want to call my mom and check our family tree, he said with a shrug, grin widening. I could have her fax over the birth records if that helps. Leah rolled her eyes, but the faintest laugh escaped her lips. You're ridiculous. Ridiculously Quileute, Mike said quickly, pressing his luck. That earned him another glare, but this time, she didn't bother hiding her smile. Then she squinted at him, clearly unconvinced. Part Quileute, huh? Sure you are. Then prove it, pale face. Mike groaned, rubbing his temple. Again with the pale face thing. How many times do I have to repeat it? I'm part Quileute. Right, she said dryly, crossing her arms. So, what's your big proof then? Well, Mike began, straightening with mock pride, my great-grandmother was the older sister of the tribal chief back in her day. If they hadn't been such a bunch of macho traditionalists, she probably would have been chief herself. Which means, he said with a grin, pointing at himself, in another, more progressive timeline, I'd be your future chief. So, you might wanna be careful how you talk to your possible leader. Leah stared at him for a beat, then scoffed. You're an idiot. Mike only grinned wider. Yeah, but I'm your idiot now, right? She rolled her eyes and muttered something under her breath, then she suddenly pushed herself to her feet, brushing the sand from her jeans before turning to him with a crooked grin. Alright, Chief Pale Face, my butt's getting numb from sitting so long. How about we go for a walk? Mike raised an eyebrow, but stood as well, still smirking. You're lucky your future chief is generous enough to accept that tone. Yeah, she muttered, already walking toward the tree line. Just try to keep up. They walked side by side, the soft crunch of damp earth beneath their shoes filling the silence. The air was heavy with pine and sea salt, the distant crash of waves their only background music. After a while, it was Leah who broke the quiet, surprising even herself. So, she said casually, not looking at him, what are you doing here alone, anyway? Mike glanced over at her, caught off guard. Oh, that. He scratched the back of his neck, chuckling softly. Honestly, I only found out recently that I had a Quileute ancestor. Figured I'd come down and, I don't know, see if I felt some kind of mystical connection to the land or something. Leah stopped mid-step and stared at him, her lips twitching. Then, she burst out laughing, an unrestrained, genuine laugh that echoed through the trees. Oh my god, that's so stupid, she said between laughs. A mystical connection. What are you, some kind of spiritual tourist? Mike grinned sheepishly. Hey, it sounded less dumb in my head. Uzu, Leah said, shaking her head as she started walking again. You really are hopeless, Chief Pale Face. Careful, Mike warned playfully. You keep saying that and I'll make it an official tribal title. Leah only laughed again, the sound softer this time, less teasing, more real. Mike tilted his head, studying her for a moment. Alright, my turn to ask again, what about you, Leah? What are you doing out here by yourself? Leah almost laughed, ready with the same sharp retort she gave everyone else. Mind your own business. But something in his tone, gentle, curious, and completely without pity, made her hesitate. She exhaled slowly, eyes fixed on the path ahead. You really want to know? Only if you really want to tell me, he said. No pressure. Leah stayed quiet for a long moment. The silence stretched between them, filled with the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the sea. Then, before she could stop herself, the words began to spill out. There's this guy, she started flatly, but her voice wavered. Sam. He is my ex. We were together for years. Since forever, really. Her hands clenched at her sides. And then one day, he just stopped looking at me. And started looking at my cousin instead. Mike stayed silent, his expression soft but unreadable. Emily, Leah continued. She's sweet. Always has been. The kind of person who never means to hurt anyone. But she did. They both did. Her laugh was brittle. And now my mom thinks I should go visit Emily. Because she got mauled by a bear, apparently. Like that makes it all better. Like if I see her scars, I'll magically forgive everything. She kicked a rock off the trail, hard, watching it tumble down the slope. I told her no. I told her I was done with all of them. But she keeps asking. Keeps pretending like I'm the one being unreasonable. When Leah finally stopped, she realized she'd said more to this near stranger than she had to anyone in months. She looked at him then, half expecting to see pity in his eyes, or worse, judgment. But Mike just nodded slowly. That's a lot, he said softly. And for what it's worth, I don't think you're being unreasonable. Leah looked away, blinking hard. You don't even know me. Maybe not, he admitted. But I know what it's like when people expect you to just get over something that hurt you, like it didn't mean anything. Leah's jaw tightened, but her voice was quieter when she answered. Yeah. Feels like everyone wants me to heal on their schedule. Mike smiled faintly. Then maybe it's time you start doing things on yours. For the first time since she started talking, Leah met his gaze again, and didn't immediately look away. His hair was sun-bleached in places, a little messy from the wind, and his blue eyes, damn, they were bright. Too bright. They seemed to catch everything, and when they met hers, she suddenly forgot what she'd been thinking about. Her pulse stumbled. Great. Just great, she thought, scolding herself. Now I'm checking out the pale face. Mike raised a brow, noticing her sudden silence. What? He asked lightly. Do I have sand on my face again? Leah blinked, realizing she'd been staring. A faint blush crept up her neck, and she quickly turned her gaze toward the trees. You wish, she muttered, trying to sound sharp but not quite pulling it off. I was just, she caught herself, then changed course completely. So. You said your birthday's in July, right? Mike nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. Yeah, July 27th. Which makes me a Leo. I look like a lion, don't I? He tried to strike a regal pose, shoulders back, chin tilted proudly toward the horizon. Leah gave him one long, unimpressed look before snorting. A lion. Please. You look more like a golden retriever. Mike blinked, mock offended. A golden retriever. Yeah, Leah said, the corner of her mouth twitching upward despite herself. All sunshine, tail wagging, and way too eager to please. He put a hand over his chest in exaggerated hurt. Wow. I was going for, majestic and mysterious, but I'll take, loyal and adorable, I guess. Leah rolled her eyes, but her tone softened. Keep talking like that and I'll start believing the horoscope thing. Mike grinned wider, his eyes glinting in the sunlight. See. Told you. My charm's cosmic. Leah shook her head, but the smallest smile betrayed her amusement. You really are an idiot, you know that. Yeah, he said, not missing a beat. But I made you smile again, didn't I? She looked away, trying to hide the color creeping into her cheeks. Don't push your luck, doggy. Mike smiled from ear to ear. You didn't call me pale face this time, I called it a win. I hope this chapter came out well. It's very heavy in dialogue and I'm not any good at conversations, so it took a lot of me. Please support with power stones, comments or reviews. Heart. 10 comments 0 vote. Letting go. Monday mornings were usually the worst, but this one wasn't so bad. For once, she didn't have to work, so she stayed in bed until the sun had climbed high enough to make her room too bright for sleep. Dog-eared magazines and a pile of laundry kept her company until her mom's voice floated down the hall. Leah, come help me with lunch, would you? She groaned, dragging herself out of bed and into the kitchen, hair a tangled mess and mood somewhere between neutral and mildly homicidal. Her mom, Sue Clearwater, was already chopping vegetables, a soft smile tugging at her mouth. You're up late, she said, like it was a surprise. No work, no reason, Leah muttered, tying her hair up and taking over the tomatoes. They cooked in silence for a while, the kind of quiet that was comfortable, broken only by the sound of knives and sizzling oil. Then her mom said casually, I'm going to see Emily later. She needs her bandages changed again. Leah's hand paused mid-slice. Before she could reply, her mom continued, hopeful, do you want to come with me? Emily misses you, sweetheart. That hit a nerve. Normally, Leah would have snapped back without hesitation, misses me. Yeah, right, but the words didn't come this time. She just kept cutting, slower now. Her mom seemed to notice the lack of fireworks and took it as encouragement. It wasn't Emily's fault, you know, she said softly. Sam made his own choices. Emily's turned him away more than once. Leah's jaw tightened. Previously, those words would have bounced off her like nothing. But now, she found herself thinking about someone else entirely. What would Mike do? The memory of his grin, that ridiculous confidence, and the way he somehow made her laugh despite herself, it all surfaced at once. He didn't seem like the type to hold grudges. He'd probably say something stupid but kind, something like let it go or life's too short to stew in past grudges. And maybe, for the first time, that didn't sound impossible. She exhaled slowly, setting the knife down. Fine, she said finally. Her mom blinked. Fine. Leah shrugged, not meeting her eyes. I'll go with you. Just, don't make a big deal out of it. Her mom smiled, a quiet, relieved kind of smile, and turned back to the stove. Leah rolled her eyes to hide her own faint smile. Guess I'll be seeing Emily after all, she thought. And for once, the idea didn't feel like dragging herself through glass. The smell of pasta filled the house by the time the front door creaked open. Her dad's heavy steps came first, followed by her little brother Seth's lighter ones and his voice announcing, I'm starving. Like he hadn't eaten in a week. Leah smirked. Typical Seth. Good timing, Sue said, pulling the pot off the stove. Wash up, both of you. Lunch is ready. Harry Clearwater, still in his work uniform, a smudge of engine grease on his forearm, kissed Sue's cheek before taking his seat at the table. Seth practically dove into the kitchen, sliding into his chair like a race car crossing the finish line. When Sue served the pasta, Seth attacked his plate like he'd been raised by wolves. Slow down, idiot, Leah said dryly. The food's not going to run away. Seth mumbled something through a mouthful of food that sounded vaguely like you're just jealous, which only made her roll her eyes. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. You two never change. But there was something in his tone, soft amusement, and a trace of relief. His eyes lingered on Leah a moment longer, and she realized he was studying her, like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. She wasn't scowling, wasn't snapping at everyone. Instead, she was actually smiling. Everything okay, kiddo? He asked gently. Yeah, Dad. Why wouldn't it be? She said, twirling her fork. He didn't push, just gave a small, approving nod. Good. It's nice to see you, lighter. Leah shrugged, trying not to blush. Don't get used to it. Across the table, Seth grinned, tomato sauce smeared across his chin. See, Dad, she can be nice. It's like spotting Bigfoot. She flicked a piece of pasta at him, which hit him square in the forehead. Hey, oops, she said flatly, though her grin betrayed her. Sue smiled the whole time, the kind of smile Leah hadn't seen on her mother's face in months, quiet, content, and hopeful. For a moment, the house actually felt like home again. When the plates were empty and Seth began his usual campaign to avoid dish duty, Harry jingled his car keys. Ready to go? He asked Sue. Sue nodded, then turned to Leah. You still up for it? Leah hesitated only a second before nodding. Yeah, let's go. Seth groaned dramatically. Lucky. I have homework. You also have thumbs, Leah shot back. So use them for something other than video games. Harry chuckled as they left, Sue shaking her head at their banter. The car ride was quiet but not tense, just the steady hum of the engine, the forest sliding past, and the faint scent of the ocean as they approached Macaw Land. Leah watched the trees blur by through the window, her reflection faint in the glass. She wondered what she was even expecting. Closure. Forgiveness. She didn't know. But for once, she was willing to find out. The drive through the forest ended at a small, weathered house near the edge of the Macaw Reservation. The young family home. The sound of gulls echoed faintly in the distance, and the ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and pine through the air. When Sue knocked, footsteps approached from inside, slow and uneven. The door creaked open, and Emily appeared. Leah froze. Half of Emily's face was hidden beneath white bandages, faintly tinged pink where the blood had soaked through. Her other eye was red and swollen, proof that she'd been crying long before they arrived. Despite all that, she forced a small smile when she saw Sue. Aunt, you didn't have to come all this way, Emily said softly. Her voice wavered, betraying exhaustion. Then her gaze shifted, and the smile faltered when she saw Leah standing there. For a long, uncomfortable second, neither spoke. Leah's throat felt tight. She'd imagined this moment dozens of times, always with anger, always with sharp words. But standing here now, seeing Emily's ruined face and that flicker of guilt in her visible eye, all that fury drained out of her like water through a sieve. Hi, Leah said finally, her voice quieter than she intended. Emily blinked, clearly surprised. Hi. Sue, always the diplomat, broke the tension. We brought the clean dressings, she said gently. Why don't we change those bandages, Emily nodded and stepped aside. Of course. Come in. Inside, the house was neat but subdued. Family photos hung on the walls, Emily smiling beside her brother and his kids. Laughter frozen in time, a painful contrast to the fragile silence now. When Emily offered them tea, Leah declined with a polite shake of her head. She wasn't sure she could keep her hands from trembling if she held a cup. They moved to Emily's room, where Sue began carefully preparing the clean gauze and antiseptic. Leah surprised even herself when she spoke. Let me help. Sue and Emily both looked at her stunned, but Leah avoided their eyes, busying herself with the gauze. Just tell me what to do. As Sue gently peeled away the old bandages, Leah got her first clear look at the injuries underneath. 4 deep claw marks slashed across one side of Emily's face, the skin still angry and raw, twisting down to her jaw. Leah's breath hitched. Emily, she whispered, voice breaking. Guilt clawed at her chest. I should have been here, she thought. Emily, sensing her turmoil, gave a small, broken smile. It's okay, Leah. Really. But Leah knew it wasn't. Not yet. When they finished, Sue gave Emily's shoulder a soft pat. There, all done. Then she looked between the two girls and smiled gently. I'll give you both a minute, she said, and quietly stepped out, closing the door behind her. The silence stretched. Emily sat at the edge of the bed, fingers twisting nervously in her lap. Leah stood for a moment before sinking into the chair across from her. Neither spoke until Emily's voice trembled out first. I'm so sorry, Leah. Her eyes filled instantly, tears spilling down her cheeks. I never wanted any of this. I didn't want him to look at me, I swear. I told him to stop so many times, but she pressed her hand to the good side of her face, sobbing softly. I never meant to hurt you. Leah stared, frozen. Seeing Emily cry always did something to her, it used to make her want to protect her. Now, it just cracked something open inside her chest. Stop it, Leah muttered, her voice thick. Stop crying. You're making me cry too, and it's annoying. Emily laughed weakly through her tears. Sorry. That was it. The dam broke. Leah let out a shaky laugh that dissolved into tears, hot and unstoppable. I can't believe I almost lost my best friend over a stupid man, she said between sniffles, wiping at her eyes. Sam, he doesn't even deserve all the tears I shed for him. When she said his name, she realized something strange. There was no sharp pang, no rush of bitterness. Just emptiness. Quiet, clean emptiness. She met Emily's gaze, and for the first time in months, she didn't see betrayal there, only shared pain. Leah reached out and pulled her cousin into a hug. Emily stiffened in surprise, then melted into it, crying harder into Leah's shoulder. Neither of them spoke for a long while. Words weren't needed. When they finally pulled apart, both were a mess of tears and half-smiles, their faces blotchy and red. But something inside Leah felt lighter, like a wound that had finally, truly started to heal. Please support with Power Stones, comments or reviews, these are my fuel to keep writing turtle. 9 comments 0 vote. A sunny day, finally. The morning sunlight poured through the windshield as Mike Newton pulled into the familiar driveway, honking once before hopping out. Beth Crowley, Tyler's mom, was already on the porch, coffee in hand, her bathrobe fluttering slightly in the breeze. Good morning, Beth. Mike greeted cheerfully, leaning against the car with his trademark grin. You look radiant as always. Tyler must have gotten his looks from the other side of the family, because if he had gotten them from you, girls would be raining on him. Beth laughed, waving him off. Flattery this early, Mike. You must want something. Just being honest, he said innocently, hands up in mock surrender. Though if you ever get tired of Tyler, we could switch places so I can come live with you. Dream on, she replied with a chuckle as Tyler appeared in the doorway, backpack slung over his shoulder and an expression that could curdle milk. Dude, stop flirting with my mom, Tyler groaned, brushing past him toward the car. Mike smirked as he followed. Can't help it. She's nicer to me than you are. They got in, the engine rumbling to life. As they drove down the familiar road to school, the radio played something upbeat, and Mike found himself humming along, tapping the steering wheel in rhythm. Tyler shot him a suspicious look. You're way too happy for a Monday. What's up? Mike just grinned wider, eyes on the road. What's not to be happy about? The weather's great, sun's shining. He didn't add the real reason out loud. Sunny weather meant no Cullens at school today. No Edward staring holes into the back of his skull. No subtle psychic duels where he had to fill his mind with random nonsense just to mess with the guy. Not that it wasn't fun. He took pride in being one of the few people who could make the vampire flinch just by thinking of a banana costume tapdancing competition. But it got exhausting sometimes, trying to stay one step ahead of a telepath. And honestly, he was running out of annoying songs to keep playing in his head. There were only so many times a man could mentally hum Baby Shark before questioning his own sanity. So yeah, it was a good day. The kind of day where nothing weird happened, hopefully. The cafeteria buzzed with the usual chatter, the clatter of trays, and the faint, burnt cheese smell that never quite left the place. Mike sat with his usual crew: Jessica, Lauren, Angela, Ben, Eric, Tyler, and Bella. His tray sported a few slices of cafeteria pizza that looked more like a science experiment than lunch. Bella had been unusually quiet, her eyes scanning the crowded room instead of eating. Jessica noticed immediately. "Who are you looking for?" she asked, a knowing edge in her tone. Bella blinked, as if caught. "No one. I just thought." "Cullen," Jessica interrupted, already smirking. "Don't bother. They don't come to school when it's sunny." Bella frowned slightly. "What? Why not?" Jessica gave a dramatic shrug, clearly enjoying being the one with information. "Their parents take them camping or something. Like, every time the sun's out. Family tradition, I guess. Weird, right?" Bella's brow furrowed as she stabbed her salad, lost in thought. Mike, meanwhile, was blissfully unaware of any vampire-related curiosity. He took another big bite of his pizza, grimaced at the taste, then kept eating anyway. It wasn't good, but the day was, and that was enough. Angela caught the faint smile tugging at his mouth. "You're awfully chipper today," she observed, pushing her glasses up. Eric leaned in, grinning. "Yeah, spill it, man. It can't be the pizza, unless your taste buds are broken." Tyler chuckled. Or he finally found someone who actually likes his jokes. Mike froze mid-chew as 7 pairs of eyes locked onto him with instant gossip mode intensity. What? Jessica crossed her arms, already suspicious. "You're smiling like you just won the lottery. What gives?" For a moment, Mike thought about brushing it off, but the good mood was too strong to resist. He swallowed, grin widening. "I met a girl." The table erupted instantly. "Whoa," Eric said, nearly dropping his soda. "Mike Newton's got a mystery girl." Angela smiled, genuinely happy for him. "That's nice. What's she like?" Jessica, however, went very still, her straw frozen halfway to her mouth. She forced a laugh that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh, really? And when exactly did this happen?" Mike missed the sharpness in her tone completely. "Yesterday. In La Push. She's, kind of, different." "Different how?" Angela asked, curious. He thought of Leah's sharp wit, her fierce eyes, and the way she'd called him Pipsqueak even though he towered over her. Mike just grinned, shaking his head. "Just, different. You'll see." Jessica's smile faltered a little more. "Can't wait," she muttered, poking at her food. Mike, oblivious, leaned back with a satisfied sigh. Yeah, life was definitely looking up. He dropped Tyler off and should have been fine, should have let the day close on that easy, sunny note. Instead, the image of Leah's laugh kept replaying in his head, like a song stuck on repeat. He fished his flip phone out of his pocket and thumbed open the keypad. Text, new message. He paused, heart doing that stupid flip. He'd forgotten to ask for her number. "Of course I did," he muttered to himself. Leah was right. I'm such an idiot. Then he remembered something useful. She'd said she worked as a cashier at the grocery on the reservation. That was something. That was something he could act on. He fired up the engine of his Mountaineer and tore out of the curb like a man on a mission. The white SUV swallowed the stretch of road to La Push, tires throwing up little sprays of slush. His stomach hopped with nervous energy the whole way. He'd never done anything this impulsive in his life well, except that skateboard incident, but he was determined not to end up in a bush this time. He pulled up near the reservation and killed the engine. The air smelled of salt and spruce. He hopped out and asked directions like a normal person, except his normal is kind of an idiot. "Which grocery?" the kid at the diner asked when Mike explained. "Grocery." Mike echoed. There's, like, 2, right. Which one's closer?" The kid nodded, pointing down the road. "Old Mill's that way. The other one's by the marina. You want Old Mill." Mike thanked him like he'd been handed gold and jogged to Old Mill. Inside, it was small and practical: cash register, shelving, a bell that jingled when he pushed the door. He scanned aisles like he was looking for the Holy Grail and finally went up to the woman at the register. Hey, do you know Leah Clearwater? He asked, trying to sound casual and failing by a solid margin. The woman blinked at him. Leah, she repeated. She works the other store, dear. Not here. Other store. Mike's shoulders slumped a fraction. Okay, thanks. He turned and practically ran down toward the Marina Side Market before he remembered he had come by car, so he ran back to his Mountaineer and drove the 2 miles. When he pushed open the door, his cheeks were flushed from the nerves, and his hair was sticking up from the wind. He tried to calm himself, remembering to breathe. The lady behind the counter was old, small, wiry, and definitely not impressed. She peered at him over half-moon spectacles. You lost, young man? She asked, hand drifting toward a heavy object behind the counter that looked suspiciously like a walking stick. Mike stepped forward, hopeful. Sorry to bother you, ma'am. I'm looking for Leah Clearwater. I met her, yesterday. She's a cashier here, right? I met her on the beach and. The old woman's eyes narrowed so fast his stomach flipped. With one motion she reached under the counter and came up holding a battered shotgun like she'd been born holding farm implements in distrust. Listen here, she said, voice cold as the ocean. You come in here sniffing around and you think we don't know what kind of folks show up looking for young girls. You ain't from around here, boy. You try any funny business and I'll fill you so full of lead you'll be a pincushion for the gulls. Mike's grin died a dramatic, embarrassed death. No, Jesus, no, I'm not. Look, I know her. She's a friend. I'm not a creep, I swear. The shotgun lowered an inch. The woman's gaze didn't soften much, but she exhaled like she was deciding whether to be merciful. She works tomorrow, she said finally. Mornings. Don't come here tonight. And don't get any ideas. If I catch you skulking, I'll do what I said. Understood, Mike said, voice way too high. Got it. I'll leave. I'll go now. Thanks. Sorry. He turned on his heel and practically sprinted back to the Mountaineer, cheeks flushed, dignity somewhere under a shelf of canned tuna. As he drove away, he ran the whole thing over in his head. Gun, glare, the old woman's warning. He should have felt crushed. Instead he felt stubbornly determined. Tomorrow. He'd come back tomorrow. He'd show up when she was working, skip school if he needed to. He'd be normal and not awkward and definitely not a creep. He'd ask for her number properly. And maybe, if the universe cooperated, he'd do it without getting threatened with lead again. Either way, mission, not quite accomplished. But definitely in progress. Operation phone number. February 22, 2005, Tuesday. The next morning rolled in cold and misty, the kind of gray Washington morning that made most people want to crawl back under their blankets and pretend school didn't exist. But not me. No, I was wide awake, wired, and mentally preparing myself to be laughed at. I pulled into Tyler's driveway like usual, honked once, and waited. My fingers drummed on the steering wheel. My leg bounced. I was pretty sure I'd burned through half my daily supply of courage just getting out of bed. Tyler finally stepped out, backpack slung over one shoulder and a banana in hand. Morning, he said as he opened the passenger door and handed me his crutches before climbing in with some difficulty. Hey, I answered, trying, and failing, not to sound like a squirrel on espresso. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I kept glancing at the clock, at the road, at the sky, calculating and recalculating the timing of my impending stupidity. We pulled into the school parking lot, and Tyler unbuckled, reaching for the door, then froze. Dude, why aren't you getting out? He stared at me like I'd suddenly turned into a hologram. I swallowed hard. Okay, so, remember that girl I told you about? My voice cracked. Fantastic. Real smooth. Tyler's eyebrows arched. Leah. Yeah. What about her? I exhaled through my nose, gripping the wheel like it could save me from myself. I, kind of forgot to ask for her number. Tyler blinked once, then shook his head like a disappointed parent. Of course you did. And, I continued before I lost the courage, I know where she works. And if I don't go now, right now, I'm gonna chicken out and spend the rest of my life wondering what could have happened. So, I gestured helplessly at the road. I'm going to the res to get that number. Tyler stared at me for a long second, then grinned like I'd just announced I was joining a secret superhero agency. Dude, he said, smacking my shoulder approvingly. Go get that girl. I blinked. You think? Bro, he said with a confident smirk, you got this. Seriously. Just don't overthink it like you always do. Drive there, say hi, don't act weird. Just be yourself. No, wait, don't be yourself. Then you'll be fine. Easy peasy. Right, I muttered. Easy. Totally easy. Asking a beautiful, terrifying girl for her number after being nearly shot by her coworker yesterday. Piece of cake. Tyler laughed and pushed the door open. You were almost shot. Man, you gotta tell me that story later, if you survive that is. He hopped out, backpack bouncing, grabbed his crutches and leaned back into the open door. Text me if she says yes, and we'll grab burgers later, my treat, he added, then slammed the door shut and hobbled off towards school. I inhaled deeply, braced myself, and turned the key. The drive to La Push felt shorter than yesterday, probably because my stomach had relocated somewhere around my lungs and was squeezing the life out of me. By the time I pulled up near the little marina side grocery store, the sun was barely a rumor behind the clouds. I parked, grabbed the steering wheel, and exhaled. All right, you do this now or you never do it. I stepped out. The sign on the door read, Open 9 a.m. Below it, in small handwritten letters, Don't knock. We hear you. I checked my phone. 7:53 a.m. Cool. Great. Perfect timing, Mike, I muttered. So I waited. And paced. And waited. And paced harder. Sidewalk. Gravel. Door. Sidewalk. Gravel. Door. Over and over like some desperate NPC stuck in a loop. My palms kept sweating. My breath kept fogging in the cold air. Every car that passed made me flinch like it might be the shotgun lady arriving for round 2. I kept whispering pep talks to myself, quiet enough to not bother anyone, but loud enough that a squirrel across the street gave me judgmental side eye. By 8:50, I felt like I'd aged 7 years. Come on, Mike, you can do this. Don't chicken out. Just ask for the number. Easy. Easy-ish. Sorta. Just then, I heard a soft snort behind me, and a little huff of a laugh. And I froze. Like literally, physically froze. Mike. I heard a voice calling, Leah's voice, sounding both amused and deeply confused. What are you doing here this early? Don't you have school? When I realized she must have heard what I'd said aloud, I wanted to walk straight into the ocean. I turned around mechanically, my brain flipping through possible answers like a Rolodex on fire. Say something cool. Say something normal. Say literally anything. I raised a hand in what I think was meant to be a greeting but probably looked more like a malfunctioning windshield wiper, and said, Yo. Yo. Out of all the words in the English language, that's what my brain selected. Leah blinked once. Twice. Slow, like her brain was buffering. Yo. She repeated, eyebrows inching up her forehead. Mike opened his mouth, hoping some kind of explanation would fall out, but it didn't, as his soul had already left his body and was standing by the closed door, judging him. Leah's lips twitched. Wow. And here I was thinking I was the awkward one. I can explain, Mike lied. He absolutely could not explain. Please do, she said, folding her arms. Not annoyed at all, just amused. Dangerously amused. She was looking at him with the kind of amusement that makes a person want to dig a hole and live in it. Mike gestured vaguely at the clouds, the closed door, the empty street. I'm cold. That explains yo. No, he admitted and lowered his head. Leah snorted loudly, trying hard not to laugh. Then brushed a strand of hair back behind her ear. You know, I was kind of worried I'd mess up and say something stupid when we met again. Oh, don't worry, Mike said. I handled that for both of us. She smiled, actually smiled, and the frostbite in Mike's dignity melted slightly. Well, since we're apparently stuck out here until 9. Mike pretended to check an invisible watch. Plenty of time to pretend that never happened. Not a chance, she said immediately. I'm keeping yo forever. He groaned. Can't you just forget it? I'm begging you. No, she said, nudging his arm lightly with her elbow. Not a chance in hell I'm forgetting that one. Now, how about we go inside so you can tell me what you came for? And how are we getting in? The doors closed. Mike looked back at the entrance as if it might magically open. Leah rolled her eyes, pulled out a set of keys, and waved them. I work here, genius. I have the keys. The lock clicked, and she pushed the door open with her shoulder. The store was dark except for the faint glow of a coffee machine humming somewhere in the back. Once they were inside, she flicked on the lights and leaned against the counter, arms crossed again, the universal stance for, I'm about to tease you mercilessly. All right, she said. Shoot. Why did you skip school to come see me? Did you miss me that much? The tone was light and teasing. And, to Mike's luck, it somehow flipped his brain back on instead of frying it further. "Oh ho," he said, placing a dramatic hand over his chest like he'd been struck by Cupid's bargain bin arrow. "Yes. I missed you terribly. It's been a whole day since I've seen you. I thought my heart might explode if I didn't see you soon." Leah blinked, then let out a small laugh, startled and warm. "Wow," she said. "Your charm really did reboot." Mike made a show of exhaling with relief. "Thank God. For a moment there, I thought the warranty had expired." "You still said yo," she reminded him, but her smile made it feel like less of a death sentence. "That was the pre-reboot version," he said. "Buggy release. Very unstable." Leah shook her head, still smiling as she walked past him toward the back room to drop her backpack. "Uzu. Sure. Wait here, give me a sec." She returned shortly after and headed toward the counter, grabbing the little switch that powered up the register. "Okay, Charmer. What actually brought you here?" Mike approached, hands shoved into his jacket pockets, trying not to look like someone whose soul kept trying to escape his body. "Oh, well," he started, then immediately felt his throat tighten. "Great. Fantastic. Emotional honesty. His favorite boss fight." He scratched the back of his neck, staring very intently at a display of canned peaches. "Yesterday I was thinking about you and I had this sudden need to text you. About anything really. Like, literally anything. Weather. Socks. Quantum physics. Whatever." Leah paused and just stared at him. Mike groaned into his palms. "And I'd even pulled out my phone before I remembered. That you never asked for my number," she finished, a little smirk tugging at her lips. He nodded, sheepish. "Yup. Turns out that's kind of important." Leah leaned against the counter, arms folded, but softer now. She was clearly amused, but wasn't planning to mock him. "So you drove all the way here," she said slowly, "skipped school, just to fix that." Mike shrugged helplessly. "My brain said wait until the weekend, but my heart said, dumb idea, go now." Her smile curled a little more. "And which one do you usually listen to?" "Historically." Mike sighed. "The dumb one." Leah laughed then, quiet, warm, delighted, and Mike felt his spine liquefy in triumph. Then she looked at him for a moment, really looked, and Mike swore he saw something soften in her eyes. "I'm glad you came," she said quietly. She blinked, surprised at her own honesty, and immediately cleared her throat like she needed to cover it up. Before Mike could combust on the spot, she pulled her phone from her jacket pocket and held it out toward him. "All right," she said, trying to sound casual. "Let's exchange numbers before you have another crisis." Mike fumbled for his own phone, hands weirdly shaky, and they typed in each other's contacts. He added a little star next to her name. He wasn't subtle. He wasn't trying to be. Once they were done, Leah slipped her phone away. "There. Now you can text me about socks or quantum physics whenever you want." "Oh good," Mike said. "I actually have so many sock-related thoughts." She snorted. He rocked back on his heels, then added, "By the way, I actually came by yesterday. After school." Leah's eyebrows shot up. "You did?" "Oh yeah," Mike said with dramatic trauma. "And the old lady at the counter almost shot me for being a creep." Leah burst out laughing at that, and Mike couldn't help but grin. "Yup," she wheezed, wiping under one eye. "That sounds exactly like Nora." "Oh thank God, I thought she genuinely hated me." No, Leah said, waving a hand. "Don't take it personal. There was an incident a couple of months ago, and she's been kind of paranoid ever since." Mike leaned in slightly. "Incident." Leah sighed, then hopped up to sit on the edge of the counter, legs swinging lightly. "Some idiot from the res heard I was single again and decided he had a shot. Started following me around, hanging out outside my work hours, making comments. Real winner of a human being." Mike felt his jaw clench. What a creep. "Yeah," Leah agreed. "Then one day he cornered me right here in the store, while I was stocking the back shelves, and got way too pushy." Mike stiffened. "Did he?" "He didn't get far," Leah cut in, a little amused now. "Because Nora saw it. And Nora being Nora, she grabbed the shotgun from under the counter and yelled at him to get the hell out." Mike blinked. "And was it loaded?" "Oh, absolutely loaded," Leah said proudly. "And she threatened to use it. Right there. In aisle 3. Next to the canned soup." Mike stared. "And the creep guy? Paul." Leah snorted. "He hasn't dared show his face in the store since." Mike paused. "Paul." He repeated slowly. "Yeah," she confirmed. "Paul LaHote." "Oh," he said. "Cool. Great. Totally deserved, that guy's a real asshole. Leah raised an eyebrow, amused. Why? You know him. I've seen him strutting around Forks a few times, Mike muttered. He's got a really punchable face. Leah laughed again. The door chimed just then, a sharp little ding that made Mike jump like someone had fired an actual bullet. Nora walked in, bundled in a heavy coat, gray hair tied back, eyes sharp as ever and paused. Looked at Mike. Looked at Leah. Then looked back at Mike. Well, she said flatly, good to see you weren't lying yesterday, kid. Mike made a noise that was supposed to be a laugh but sounded more like a squeaky chair. Yep, he squeaked. See. Totally real person. Not a creep. Just a guy. A normal guy. Who does normal guy things? Nora didn't blink. Then she turned to Leah. If he tries anything funny, you tell me and I'll sort him out myself. Mike actually saluted. He didn't mean to. It just happened. No funny business. Nope. None. Zero. Nada. Not a molecule of funny. Leah snorted behind her hand. Mike checked his watch, even though he didn't have one, and widened his eyes. Oh, look at that. If I leave right now, I might make it to my history class before the end of the world. Or at least before attendance. He backed toward the door like it might explode if he turned around too fast. I'll text you later, he told Leah. She smiled, soft and amused. Okay. Drive safe, Mike. Will do, he said, already halfway out the door, somehow nearly tripping over nothing. Leah watched through the window as he practically scurried to his mountaineer like a startled woodland creature fleeing a predator. Nora shook her head. That boy runs like he's guilty of something. Leah laughed under her breath. Yeah, I noticed. It's kind of cute, isn't it? Nora was about to turn toward the stockroom when something outside the window caught her eye. Lord above, she muttered. Leah followed her gaze. Out in the parking lot, Mike had barely closed the door of his mountaineer before he started full body celebrating, fists pumping, head thrown back in triumph, doing a silent yell at the roof of his car like he'd just won the Super Bowl. He checked his phone, saw the new contact saved there, and did another little victory dance in the driver's seat. Nora shook her head slowly, arms crossing in that, I've seen some things, way. That boy, she declared, is an idiot. Leah couldn't help the smile that curled across her face. Yeah, she said softly. I know. 8 comments 0 vote. Meeting the parents. Saturday, February 26, 2005, 10 a.m. By the time I jogged back into our driveway, the sun was still low, the air sharp, and my brain was busy asking the same question it had been asking for weeks now. When the hell am I finally going to shift? It's been a month since the whole transformation situation started. A month of getting stronger, faster, and hungrier, but still not a single hint of fur or paws. At this point I was starting to wonder if maybe I was some kind of defective wolf. Like a late-blooming anime protagonist, except instead of unlocking a cool power-up, I was just getting freakishly tall. My runs had gotten ridiculous. I used to tap out at 30 minutes and feel proud. Now, I'd somehow upgraded to 3-hour sprints, no breaks, full speed the whole way, and apparently full speed equals 80 miles per hour. Which was insane. And also raised another question. If I'm running at 80 miles per hour, how fast are vampires? Please let the answer not be Mach 2. I'd mapped out my own little route through the woods, mostly so I wouldn't get lost and end up on a missing persons poster. It actually looped pretty close to the Cullen's place. The first time I saw it between the trees, I literally stopped mid-run. Their house didn't even look real, more like something from a fancy magazine spread titled, Modern Homes You Will Never Afford. Even now, every time I passed by, I slowed down just a little. Not stalking. Just appreciating architecture. Totally normal. Back home, I kicked off my shoes, immediately regretted it, and gagged a little. Right. The poop. Somewhere in the woods, a wild animal had left a steaming present, and lucky me, I had stepped directly onto it. Superhuman reflexes, 10 out of 10. Superhuman awareness, 0 tenths. So yeah, shower time. Even though I barely sweat now, the smell of forest sticks to my clothes like glue. Wet earth, pine, moss. Wolfboy aroma. Add the poop situation, and the shower became non-negotiable. After scrubbing myself until I smelled like something legally allowed to enter human civilization again, I stepped out and grabbed the measuring tape I kept near the bed now. Not because I was obsessed, okay, maybe a little, but because every morning was a new episode of How Tall Is Mike Today? I stood straight, checked the number, and groaned. 6'8". Another half-inch in 4 days. Everyone at school has been staring at me like I'd been exposed to gamma radiation. Even my parents didn't know what to do. My mom had tried to schedule a hospital appointment the other day, convinced I had some sort of horrifying hormone condition. It took me an hour, 3 cups of coffee, and a very desperate speech to convince her not to drag me into a doctor's office for a full-body mutant scan. I threw the measuring tape onto the bed, ran a hand through my still damp hair, and sighed. At this rate, I'm going to need custom door frames. After getting dressed, I flopped onto my bed and grabbed my phone. My thumb hovered for a second, and then I typed. Mike, hey, just making sure you're still up for the movie later and haven't decided I'm too much of an idiot to be seen with in public. I hit send before I could overthink it. With that existential crisis handled, I headed to the kitchen. Dad was already at the store, so Mom was sitting alone at the table with her coffee, watching something on the TV. Morning, I said, grabbing basically everything within reach. An entire stack of toast, half a dozen eggs, and the biggest cereal bowl we owned. Morning, she replied, eyeing my breakfast with raised eyebrows. You know, at this rate, you're going to have to start working. Soon, we won't be able to afford feeding you. I shoved half a toast slice into my mouth. I can't help it, I attempted, crumbs raining down like a tragic snowfall. She laughed. Either that, or you'll have to start hunting your meals in the woods. Which was uncomfortably close to the truth. I was halfway through my cereal when my phone buzzed. I checked the screen and instantly felt a stupid grin spread across my face. Leah, yeah, doofus. Remember to pick me up at 6. And try not to say anything stupid in front of my parents. The goofy smile froze, melted, and reformed as panic. Parents. Right. She had those. People I'd have to talk to. With my stupid mouth at that. Mom watched the emotional catastrophe play out across my face like she was front row at the theater. When I finally lowered my phone, she sipped her coffee and asked, far too casually, okay. What was that? I cleared my throat. I've got a date. Her eyebrows shot up. A date? Really? She brightened immediately. Did you finally ask Jessica out? I blinked at her. Jessica? Really? Mom nodded. Mike, that girl has been staring at you like a lost puppy for years. And suddenly, with a jolt from the memories I'd inherited, I remembered. Oh yeah. Jessica did have a crush on me. In my defense, I'd been a little distracted lately with things like growing almost a foot in a month and becoming a supernatural track star and not exploding into a wolf in the middle of the school cafeteria or something. I rubbed the back of my neck. No. It's not Jessica. Oh. Mom leaned forward, all interest and excitement now. Then who is it? A girl from the res, I said, trying not to sound too proud and failing. Her name's Leah. Mom smiled in that warm, mom way that makes you feel 5 and 16 and 80 all at once. Well, you'll have to bring her by soon so I can meet her. I felt my face heat. Yeah, maybe. Eventually. If I don't embarrass myself into early retirement first. She just chuckled, stood up, and ruffled my hair like I wasn't 6'8". You'll definitely embarrass yourself, she said matter-of-factly. But don't worry. Your father used to do it all the time as well, yet I still married him. I groaned. Thanks, Mom. That's extremely comforting. It should be. She kissed the top of my head. Fortunately I was sitting, or she would barely reach my chin. Now finish your breakfast, Romeo. You'll need the energy. The knock on the Clearwater door echoed through the house. Seth, get that, Sue called from the kitchen. Why me? Seth grumbled from the couch. Why can't Leah do it? Because your sister is upstairs, Sue replied without looking up. And your closer. On the other end of the sofa, Harry chuckled at his son sulking and turned the TV volume up a notch. Seth dragged himself to the door with all the enthusiasm of a kid being sent to do chores. He yanked it open, then stopped. He had to tilt his chin way up. Standing on the porch was the palest boy Seth had ever seen. Not just pale. Blonde hair, blue eyes, freakishly tall, and wearing a nervous smile that only made him look weirder. Seth instinctively began to close the door right back on him. Wait, the giant boy blurted, one hand catching the edge of the door. I'm here for Leah. You're Seth, right? Me and your sister are going to the movies. Seth stared at him, suspicious. Who in their right mind wanted to go out with his sister? Violent, temperamental, punches first asks later Leah. He turned his head toward the living room and half shouted, Dad. Some weird guy says he's taking Leah on a date. Harry's head snapped around so fast the couch squeaked. His eyes landed on the boy at the door, on the pale face, the ridiculous height, the nervous expression, and his jaw slowly tightened. No. Absolutely not. No daughter of his was going to be seen with a boy who looked like this. If Leah was going to date someone, it should be a Quileute boy. A normal one. Not some towering, goofy-looking outsider. He could already hear Billy laughing himself breathless if he ever found out. Harry pushed himself up and marched toward the door. Move, Seth. I'll handle this. Seth stepped back but lingered close, eager to watch the disaster unfold. Harry planted himself in the doorway like a very determined bouncer. And who are you, boy? The kid straightened like a soldier. Mike Newton, sir. I'm a friend of Leah's. We're going to the movies. Can you tell her I'm here, please? Harry frowned deeply. He knew the Newtons, everyone did, but he couldn't remember their kid being this tall. It didn't matter. He wasn't letting this proceed. Well, Harry said stiffly, Leah didn't ask for permission. And I'm not letting her go out this late. Mike blinked, checked his watch, then looked back up in confusion. It's just 5. From the kitchen doorway, Sue had been watching the entire exchange with increasing amusement. But when Harry started inventing imaginary rules, she finally stepped in. Mike, right, she said warmly, walking over and grabbing her husband's arm to pull him aside. Why don't you come in? Leah's still getting ready. Mike looked startled but grateful as she ushered him inside. Sue opened the fridge and held up a soda can. Would you like something to drink? Oh, no, thank you, Mike said politely. She handed him the soda anyway. Hey, that's my soda, Seth complained. Mike immediately turned and held the can out to him. Sorry. Here, you can have it. Seth froze, embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck. No, you can have it. It's fine. There's more. Sue hid a smile. Harry sulked back to the couch. A moment later, footsteps came down the stairs and Mike looked up. And froze. Leah descended the last few steps in simple makeup and a casual but clean outfit, nothing extravagant, but more put together than the previous times he'd seen her. Enough to make him forget how to breathe for a second. He shot to his feet so fast Seth flinched. Whoa, Mike said softly. You look beautiful. Seth made a face like he'd just tasted something sour. Sue's smile widened, delighted at the awe in Mike's expression. That was how a boy should look at her daughter. Harry's scowl deepened, but one pointed look from Sue silenced him instantly. 21 comments 0 vote. The date. Leah cleared her throat, suddenly very aware of the 3 pairs of eyes locked onto her like she was the final contestant on some family judgment game show. She stepped forward, slipped her hand into Mike's firmly, and tugged him toward the door. Okay, we're going now, she announced, trying to sound casual rather than desperately seeking escape. Sue smiled, warm and approving. Have a good time, you too. Harry stood up half an inch straighter, arms folding in a way that was supposed to look relaxed but radiated pure dad-level threat. Be back before 10. Leah didn't even acknowledge him. She simply opened the door wider and pulled Mike halfway through it. Before she could drag him the rest of the way to freedom, Mike twisted back, lifting a hand in a polite wave. Bye, Mrs. Clearwater. Seth. Mr. Clearwater. His gaze landed on Harry last, and he somehow managed a nervous, earnest smile. And, don't worry. I'll bring your daughter back early. Harry narrowed his eyes, ignoring the sharp elbow Sue immediately dug into his ribs. I'll hold you to that, he said gruffly. Sue shot him a look that said, what did we discuss? But Harry pretended not to notice. Then Leah tugged Mike fully out the door, shutting it behind them with a decisive click, as though sealing off any further parental commentary. Outside, the cool air hit them, and Mike let out the breath he'd apparently been holding. Leah sighed and finally released his hand. Then she turned to him with an unimpressed look, arms crossing lightly over her chest. You're early, she said. I told you 6, Mike. 6. I wasn't even half ready when you showed up. I had to throw on the first thing I found. Mike blinked at her, confused for half a second, then his face softened into pure sincerity. I couldn't wait, he admitted. I was too excited. Leah's expression faltered just slightly, just enough for him to notice before she smoothed it back into something calmer. And, Mike added, rubbing the back of his neck, you really don't have to worry about what you're wearing. Seriously. You look perfect like this. Leah stared at him, caught off guard. A slow, reluctant smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, like she was trying very hard not to let it happen and failing anyway. Idiot, she muttered, but it didn't have any bite. In fact, it almost sounded pleased. She nudged his arm with her shoulder. Come on. Let's go before my dad finds a reason to drag you back inside. They got into Mike's Mountaineer. Leah buckled in, settling comfortably, while Mike tried very hard to act like he wasn't internally combusting from having her in the passenger seat. Once they pulled onto the road, Mike cleared his throat. Mind if I put some music on? Leah shrugged. Go ahead. He flicked on the radio and switched to his playlist. A second later, the opening piano notes of 1,000 Miles filled the car. Mike lit up. Oh yes. I love this song. Leah turned her head slowly, giving him the most unimpressed look known to mankind. White chicks. Really? Mike grinned, completely unashamed. Come on, he said, leaning slightly toward her. Sing with me. Turututun. He tapped the steering wheel dramatically. And I need you, turututun, and I miss you. Leah tried, really tried, to keep a straight face, but the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Then the rest followed, soft at first, then louder. And now I wonder. Mike shot her a triumphant smile, and she rolled her eyes but didn't stop singing. For the first time since leaving the driveway, the tension of her parents' scrutiny melted away. The car filled with music, laughter, and the kind of easy warmth that made an hour-long drive feel like 5 minutes. They pulled into the Port Angeles Theater parking lot just as the sun dipped behind the buildings, leaving everything in that soft blue pre-evening glow. Mike hopped out quickly, maybe a little too quickly, and jogged around to open Leah's door for her. She raised an eyebrow as she stepped out. Fancy. I try, he said, trying very hard not to trip over air. Inside, the lobby smelled like butter, sugar, and questionable carpeting. Posters lined the walls, and a few families milled around. Leah wandered toward the display of movie listings while Mike pretended he wasn't watching her more than the board. She said, scanning the showtimes. We've got options. Mike followed her gaze, and nearly choked when he spotted the familiar title. Hitch. He blurted, pointing at it with all the subtlety of a foghorn. We have to watch that. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Leah blinked at him. You've seen it already. His brain helpfully supplied. Yes, like 1,000 times in my other life. I could recite half the script if legally allowed. But obviously he couldn't say that. So he shrugged with practiced innocence. Nope. But it's Will Smith. Do you need any other reason? Leah stared at him for a second, then slowly lifted her shoulders in a conceding shrug. Fair enough. Mike grinned, probably too widely, but he couldn't help it. This date was already going better than any date had the right to. All right then, Leah said, stepping toward the ticket counter. Let's see if your taste in movies is actually good. Oh, my taste is impeccable, Mike declared. She gave him a sideways look. You listened to 1,000 Miles unironically. And that, Mike said proudly, is exactly why you can trust me. Leah snorted. And with that, they went to get their tickets. The lobby concession stand was buzzing with the usual pre-movie chaos, kids begging for candy, someone dropping a cup, the smell of freshly popped popcorn wafting like a trap meant specifically for Mike. He stepped up to the counter with the confidence of a man about to commit financial irresponsibility. One giant caramel popcorn, he said. Then he paused. Actually, make that two. The teenage cashier stared at him like he'd just declared war on his own insulin levels. Leah stared at him even harder. And a large cola, Mike added before turning to her with a smile. Okay, your turn. What do you want? Leah pointed at the 2 monster-sized tubs next to him. Didn't you already choose for me? Mike blinked. What? No. Those are mine. Both of them. Yeah, he said, completely serious. Trust me, this isn't even enough to fill between my teeth. The cashier snorted. Leah shook her head slowly, like she was reevaluating every decision that had brought her to this exact moment. Fine, she said, stepping up. 1 giant caramel popcorn, and a large Pepsi. Mike made a strangled, offended noise. Pepsi. Pepsi. When there's cola. Yes, Leah said flatly. Because Pepsi is better. Heresy, Mike whispered dramatically. Absolute heresy. Cry about it. They bickered the entire walk to the theater doors, Mike defending Coca-Cola like it was a religion, Leah mocking him for having the palate of a Victorian chimney sweep. By the time they found their auditorium, Mike was laughing and Leah was rolling her eyes with a smile she couldn't hide. They found 2 seats near the back, close enough for privacy, not so far back they'd look like teenagers making out during a Pixar movie. Leah settled into her seat, setting her soda in the cup holder and her popcorn in her lap. Mike tried to do the same, and failed. His arms were too long, his legs too cramped, and two massive buckets of popcorn were not ergonomically compatible with a normal human seat. He finally managed to put his soda in the cup holder and one bucket on the floor between his legs. Leah glanced at him, smirked, and whispered, "Comfy." Mike stared down at his popcorn. "This is my life now." Leah snickered, nudged his arm with hers, and the lights dimmed. The movie was about to start. They watched the opening of the movie quietly at first, the glow of the screen washing over them as the theater settled into that soft hush of collective anticipation. The intro played, the narration rolled, and then Albert Brenneman appeared. Clumsy, nervous, dropping things like gravity was personally out to get him. Leah snorted loudly. She leaned toward Mike and whispered, "Wow. They really captured your essence." Mike didn't even pretend to be offended. He just nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, he looks like a good guy, doesn't he?" Leah blinked at him like she hadn't expected that answer. Then she smiled. The movie rolled on, and eventually it reached that scene, the one where Hitch dangled his keys and urged Albert to show him the magic. On-screen Albert panicked, overthought, and then, in an act of pure chaotic instinct, kissed Hitch right on the lips. Leah burst out laughing mid-bite. A puff of popcorn shot out of her mouth like confetti. She covered her face, mortified but still laughing, and turned to Mike. "I could totally see you doing something that stupid." Mike gasped dramatically. "Would that be a bad thing? I mean, that's Will Smith, right there. The man who saved us from aliens. I would be honored to give him a kiss." Leah shook her head, still grinning. "You're unbelievable." The rest of the movie was an easy rhythm, laughing at the same jokes, nudging each other when something ridiculous happened, sharing both giant buckets of popcorn until Mike somehow, impossibly, demolished both of his and half of hers without realizing it. When the credits finally rolled and the lights came back up, Leah stretched her arms over her head. "That was really good," she said as they stepped into the hallway. "You were right." Mike looked smug. "I usually am." She ignored that. "Seriously, though. I can't believe you actually put away all that popcorn." Mike opened his mouth to reply, but she cut him off, pointing accusingly at him. "And you ate half of mine." He looked down at his hands like the evidence might still be there. "In my defense, I'm growing." Like, aggressively. Leah rolled her eyes. "You're a menace. A hungry menace." She shook her head, but her smile was soft and warm. The kind that told him he wasn't actually in trouble. And that the date was going very, very well. Outside the theater, the night air was cool and a little damp, the sidewalks buzzing with people drifting between stores and restaurants. Mike and Leah walked side by side, letting the post-movie glow settle in. Then Leah's stomach growled loudly. She stopped walking, deadpan. "That was not me." Mike snorted. "Oh yeah. Then who was it?" She glared half seriously. "You ate half my popcorn. This is your fault." "Fair," he said, nodding solemnly. "Then I shall right my wrongs." "Pizza." Her expression softened into a smirk. "You're paying." "Yes, ma'am." They ended up at a nearby pizza place with fluorescent lights and the smell of melted cheese practically radiating from the walls. When the food arrived, Leah watched in both awe and mild horror as Mike demolished two extra-large pizzas like they were warm-up snacks. To survive the spectacle, she focused on her own order, a family-sized pizza, which was still pretty big. Mike reached across the table, hand sneaking toward her plate like a shameless thief. She smacked his knuckles. He yelped quietly. "I was just testing the waters." "Test the waters again and I'll break your fingers." He withdrew dramatically and sulked like a kid. "Meanie." A few minutes later, she looked up to find him staring at her last slice like it was the Holy Grail. Absolutely tragic puppy dog eyes. If he'd had a tail, it would have been wagging at Mach speed. Leah sighed and slid the slice toward him with one finger. "Fine. Here. Before you start whining." Mike lit up like someone who had won the lottery. "You're the best." "I know." After their feast, they sat for a few minutes letting the food settle. The place was quieter now, the evening crowd thinning out. Leah was relaxed, arms crossed on the table, when she saw Mike stiffen and glance at his watch. His eyes widened. "Oh crap. What?" she asked, alarmed. "It's almost 10. We have to go." She blinked at him. "Why?" "Your dad said to bring you back before 10. I promised I'd bring you back early and we're already late." Leah stared for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Mike, you can ignore him. He just likes pretending he's intimidating. No one actually listens to my dad." Mike was already getting up, shaking his head. "A man's word is sacred." "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I stand by it." She groaned, but she was smiling as she followed him out. Fine. But if he gives you attitude when we get there, I'm not helping you. Mike flashed her a grin. Worth it. And together, they hurried toward the car. When they pulled up to Leah's house, the porch light was still on, casting a warm circle over the front steps. They got out of the car together, walking toward the door in a comfortable silence broken only by the crunch of gravel under their shoes. Leah turned back to him, hands slipping into her jacket pockets. Thanks, Mike, she said softly. I really had fun. Mike opened his mouth, maybe to say something smooth, maybe to say something awkward, but instead he fumbled for his car keys and started spinning them between his fingers. His foot tapped. His shoulders tensed. He looked at her, hopeful and shy at the same time. Leah watched him for 2 seconds before snorting. Oh my god, you're really doing that. Mike straightened. Doing what? The key trick. That's supposed to be the girl's move, Mike. He deflated. Worth a shot. He barely had time for embarrassment before Leah grabbed a fistful of his collar and yanked him down into a kiss. Behind the window, her family froze. Sue practically glowed, hands pressed together beneath her chin, happy her daughter had finally moved on from her heartbreak. Seth gagged loudly enough that Sue elbowed him. And Harry Clearwater looked like he was seconds away from ascending to the spirit world out of sheer stress. Outside, Leah and Mike finally broke apart. Mike blinked like someone who had just been struck by divine lightning, slow, dazzled, a little wobbly. Leah couldn't help but smile at him, cheeks warm with a pink blush. That was, Mike breathed. Whoa. Leah rolled her eyes, though her smile didn't fade. Come on, Romeo. She opened the door, and inside the house her family scrambled from the window to the couches, striking the most suspiciously casual poses in history. The TV wasn't even turned on. Mike stepped inside, raising a hand respectfully toward Harry. Sorry for bringing Leah back late, Mr. Clearwater. Harry looked at the clock. It wasn't even 11. His face relaxed into something fatherly and shockingly not murderous. Don't worry, son, he said. I was just kidding. Sue and his kids whipped around to stare at him like he'd just declared Mike his new heir. Mike lit up. You'd think Harry had handed him the keys to the tribe. Well, good night then. It's late, so I should get going. He gave Leah one last dazed, happy smile before heading out the door, humming under his breath like he couldn't help it. Writing this chapter made me giddy for some reason and I had a hard time falling asleep afterwards. Did you like it? Please share your thoughts and show support if you did. Store your power stones here, I'm gonna keep them safe for you turtle. Give my other fanfic a read if you have the time, thank you. Mysteryon creators thoughts. 34 comments 0 vote. Hearts healing, secrets stirring. Sunday, February 27, 2005. I hadn't been to the Macaw Res in a while, but Emily had asked if I could come over and help her with the girls for a bit. She was babysitting her nieces today, Cora, who was 4 going 40, and little Claire, who had recently discovered the joy of standing on her own 2 wobbly feet. When I walked into the house, Emily was half-crouched behind Claire like a goalie waiting for a penalty kick. The baby toddled from the coffee table to the couch, arms spread like she was trying to hug the air. Emily let out a sigh of relief. She's been driving me crazy, Emily said as we settled at the table. Now that she can hold onto furniture, she thinks she can run without it too. I swear, if I blink too much she'll crack her head open on something. I chuckled. That sounds just like Seth, he used to give mom heart attacks daily. Emily shot me a look, but the twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Fortunately Cora helps a lot. She's really mature, she even scolds Claire before I can. I glanced over at the girls. Cora was sitting cross-legged on the rug, eyes glued to the TV, occasionally reaching to steady Claire whenever she wandered too close. She's a better babysitter than half the adults on the res. Emily rolled her eyes but smiled. Okay, enough about the girls. She leaned forward, eyes sparkling with gossip. How did your date go? Just the word date made something warm unfurl in my chest. Before I could stop myself, I smiled like an idiot, it was good. Emily gasped. Just good. Leah, please. That smile says it was more than just good. I hadn't even realized I was smiling until she pointed it out. I pressed my lips together, trying, and failing to hide it. Fine. It was, very good. We went to the movies. We messed around the whole time. It was easy. Relaxing. Like, there was no pressure at all. I fiddled with a napkin, tearing the edge of it. When I was with Sam, I said the name like I was spitting out a bug. I never felt like I could be myself. I was always forcing myself to act normal. Soft. Girly. I gestured at Emily. Basically, I tried to act like you. She froze, and my stomach tightened as a thought hit me, ugly but true. Maybe that's why he chose you in the end. Emily's eyes widened slightly, but I met her gaze and held it. But you know what? I'm kind of glad he did. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have met Mike. And he actually likes my real personality. I snorted. Can you believe that? Emily's expression softened. There's nothing wrong with your personality. I barked a laugh. Yeah, because attracting more girls than boys is definitely normal. Emily burst out laughing. To be fair, half the girls in the school had a crush on you at some point. Please don't remind me. She looked over her shoulder again to check the girls, then her expression shifted, more careful, more serious. Leah, Sam came back yesterday. My spine straightened instinctively. I waited for the usual sharp sting to hit me. The old mix of humiliation, betrayal, anger. But instead, there was only irritation. Some simmering anger. Nothing more. Do you need help dealing with him? I asked bluntly. I can put him in his place if you want. Or we can call Nora. Emily actually laughed softly at that, rubbing her forehead. God, imagine Nora dealing with Sam, she'd skin him alive. No lies detected. She sobered. There's no need. He came to apologize. I didn't want to open the door, but he stayed outside for hours. Kneeling. Refusing to leave. I blinked. Seriously. Emily nodded slowly. He looked awful. Like he hadn't eaten in days. His clothes were wrinkled. His eyes were so red, he could have passed for a homeless man. That image was so absurd I didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for him. He told me he knew he didn't deserve forgiveness. Emily's voice trembled. She swallowed. He even offered to take his own life if it would make me feel better. I froze, the air punching out of my lungs. Emily wiped at her cheek, embarrassed at the tear. I could tell there was more she wasn't saying, but I didn't push. Emily shared things at her own pace. Always had. So what did you do? I asked gently. She hesitated. Then nodded as if deciding something. I forgave him. I stared at her. Not judging, just taking it in. I couldn't let him keep breaking himself, she whispered. And I don't hate him. I know I should after everything that happened. But I don't. I can't. Is there something wrong with me? My chest tightened. I reached out and squeezed her hand. There's nothing wrong with you, I said softly. This is who you are, Em. You don't have a mean bone in your body. I snorted. You never did. Remember when we were little? You forgave every kid who bullied you. Every single one. Right after I beat the crap out of them. Emily chuckled wetly. I remember. You were my tiny, furious guard dog. Still am, I said, managing a smile. Just taller. We sat quietly for a moment, her holding back tears, me squeezing her hand, and the girls laughing at something on TV. It was peaceful. And complicated. But mostly peaceful. Wednesday, March 2, 2005, 9:35 a.m. The hallway is loud, crowded, and somehow still boring. Bella and I are leaning against the lockers during the short break before class, just killing time. I take one look at her sulking over her books and sigh. So Eddie boy is ignoring you again. I say. How many times does that make it? Bella drags a hand down her face. I lost count after reaching the double digits. She groans softly. I'm this close to giving up on him and just accepting one of the other guy's invitations to the dance. And I don't dance. 2 left feet, I know, I tease. She rolls her eyes, but not in a mean way. Well, then how about you go with me? I suggested. Bella freezes. Her face goes pale like I just confessed my undying love. You too. Mike, I thought we. No, stop. I practically choke on my own spit waving my hands. Not like that. I mean as friends. I have a girlfriend. My voice drops into a panic. I think she's my girlfriend. I mean, I haven't asked her formally. Oh God, I should do that soon. What if she changes her mind and decides I'm too stupid and. Mike. Bella puts a hand on my arm. Breathe. Right. Air. Good idea. She waits until I'm not hyperventilating and asks, so if you already have someone, why ask me to the dance? Well, I say, rubbing the back of my neck, the dance is for students only, so Leah can't come. And I was thinking we could go together so people stop pestering us with invitations. I've already rejected like 10 girls, and Jessica keeps giving me this look like she's waiting for me to cave. Bella grimaces sympathetically. And, I continue, you can use it to give Edward a wake-up call. Dude can't keep giving you emotional whiplash forever. Bella bites her lip, thinking. For a second she looks exhausted, like she's tired of waiting for the universe or Edward Cullen to make sense. Finally she exhales. You know what? Fine. Let's do it. I'll go with you. She squints at me. But don't complain when I step on your feet. I grin. No worries. I can just lift you and sway you around like a dad dancing with his kid. Bella snorts and gives me a once-over. Honestly. With your stupid height, that's probably exactly how it'll look. What are you eating to keep growing like that? How tall are you now? 6'9" as of this morning, I say casually. Then I add with a smirk, the perfect number. Bella's face bursts into a bright blush. Oh ho. Is that a blush I see? Bella Swan, how dirty. She smacks my arm hard, but I barely feel it. Stop being such an idiot. Can't, I say proudly. It's part of my essence, that word was made just for me. Despite herself, Bella laughs. Then she suddenly goes quiet beside me. The kind of quiet where she's clearly thinking herself in circles. Finally she glances up at me with an uncertain look. Hey, Mike, can I ask you something? I raise a brow. Sure. What's up? She hesitates, always a bad sign, then leans in slightly. What do you think of the Cullens? What do you mean? I ask slowly. She darts a look around the hallway, checking for eavesdroppers. Nobody's close enough to hear, but she lowers her voice to a whisper nonetheless. Haven't you noticed anything weird about them? Like how they never eat? I snort lightly. Or how their every move looks rehearsed. Their blinks are perfectly timed, their breathing never changes. I pause, remembering. I'm pretty sure I saw Emmett not breathing for over 5 minutes once. Scared the hell out of me, I thought he'd died standing up. Bella's eyes widen in relief. Exactly. Thank God, I thought I was losing my mind. Her shoulders loosen, like she'd been carrying that worry around for days. And the other day, she continues, I touched Edward's hand and it was freezing. But the moment I mentioned it he pulled away like he was hiding something. I meet her gaze, serious now. There's definitely something off about them. But, I exhale through my nose. I don't think you should go poking around trying to figure it out. They deserve their privacy. And if Edward wants you to know, he'll tell you eventually. Bella deflates a little, like I popped her investigative balloon. I know, but she presses her lips together, I can't help it. And it feels like Edward is daring me to investigate. Like he wants me to know but, just can't say it. That makes my stomach twist. Because she's right, Edward does want her to know. And once she does, her life will become something completely different. Dangerous. Way too dangerous for a human girl. To me she's not just a character from the books I read in my past life anymore, she's my friend, and I don't wish to see her hurt. Bella, I say quietly, unsure how much I can risk revealing. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay? Really careful. She blinks at the earnestness in my voice, taken aback. For a moment I swear she's studying me, wondering if I know more than I should. But then she simply nods. I will. Comma. Support with power stones or comments. Reviews work as well. Turtle musical notes. 15 comments 0 vote. Of dances and blood testing. Hello everyone. Small rant incoming. Just wanted to ask you all to be polite when making comments. All constructive criticism is appreciated. Just don't be a little shit about it or I will have to start blocking people. What does this mean? It means that you won't be able to make comments on any of my works anymore or answer my comments anywhere on the app. Don't worry, you will still be able to read just fine, it's just that your license to be an asshole will be revoked in my novels. That's all, thanks for your comprehension, enjoy the chapter heart. I was sitting in my car in the school parking lot, engine humming low, watching the last clusters of students trickle out of the building. Most were headed toward the buses or their friends' cars. I was waiting for one very specific limping disaster. It didn't take long. Tyler came hobbling out the front doors, crutches clacking against the pavement, muttering something that probably wasn't fit for children to hear. The cast on his arm was finally gone, but the one on his leg still looked bulky enough to double as medieval armor. He spotted my car and let out a sigh of relief before making the awkward journey over. He yanked the passenger door open and basically collapsed inside. Dude, he groaned, shoving his crutches into the back seat. Remind me not to drive so fast next time it snows. I pulled out of the parking space. Pretty sure that was your plan already. He stretched his leg out awkwardly. 2 more weeks, he muttered. 2 more weeks and I get to walk like a normal human again. We fell into easy small talk. Homework, teachers, how Mrs. Parker had finally snapped and thrown a chalk eraser at someone, And how Jessica nearly started a fire in bio today, just normal stuff. Then Tyler cleared his throat. So, hey, did you hear about the dance? I gave him a side eye. I attend the same school as you, man. Kinda hard to avoid hearing about it. Yeah, well, he shifted. Asked Bella. Thought I had a shot, you know. Sympathy points. Tragic injured hero. Chicks love that. I didn't say anything, just waited for the other shoe, or crutch, to drop. She told me she already accepted someone else's invitation. His face twisted. Damn, Cullen got ahead of me. What makes all the girls so crazy about him anyway? Is it the hair? It's the hair, right? My expression must have gone weird, because I felt my face heat up. Yeah, about that. Tyler blinked at me. What? She's not going with Edward. His eyes narrowed. Then who? She's going with me. There was a moment of silence. Then, what? He whipped toward me so fast he nearly smacked me with a crutch. You. He sputtered and slapped a hand over his heart like I'd personally stabbed him there. But how? Wait, you have Leah. That's not fair. The deception. The betrayal, man. I trusted you, bro. I snorted. Relax. The dance is for students only, so Leah can't go. And Bella and I are just going as friends. The invitations were getting insane. I think I rejected like 20 girls today. Tyler stared at me like I had just claimed I was the Queen of England. 20, he repeated flatly. I would have asked Beth, I added casually, but, you know, she's not a student either. Tyler rolled his eyes so hard he nearly fell over. Yeah, sure. As if I'm gonna believe that. And stay away from my mom. Actually, he jabbed a crutch at me for emphasis. From now on, you pick me up and drop me off a block away from my house. What? I gasped. But Beth will miss our daily flirting. You can't do that to your mother, son. She'll be devastated. You're the reason I'm devastated, he muttered. A block away. Minimum. Harsh, I said, but I was laughing as I turned onto the next street. By the time I dropped Tyler off, one full block away from his house, as demanded, my face still hurt from trying not to laugh. The moment he shut the door, I let the laughter out, then drove the rest of the way home humming like an idiot. But as soon as I parked in my driveway, all that easy confidence evaporated. Once I was inside the house, I pulled out my phone, started a new message, and stared at the screen, overthinking every possible phrasing. Finally, I typed, Mike, hey, you free for a call? Then began the slow descent into hell, aka waiting for a reply from your maybe girlfriend after asking a loaded question. I paced around my room, checked the text thread. I checked the time. 3 minutes. 4. 5. I had already started imagining she'd changed her mind about me, or worse, that she was laughing with her mom about how stupid I was when my phone rang. I nearly threw it in panic before fumbling to answer. Hello. Leah's voice came through, warm and slightly rushed. Sorry, had to ask for a short break. What's up? My brain short-circuited. Okay, soy havito tell you so mething but it's not bad a promise well I hope so. Mike, Leah said, amused already, breathe. I inhaled like I hadn't taken air in years. Right. Sorry. So, the dance. At school. There's one coming up. MMHMM. And girls keep asking me, like a lot of girls, it's getting weird, really, and I'm sick of coming up with excuses not to hurt their feelings. So I thought, well, I'm going with a friend so people leave us alone and stop asking and it's strictly as friends and nothing weird and I wanted to tell you because I didn't want you to think. I kept rambling until I realized Leah hadn't said a word. Leah, please say something before I die. There was a soft snort, barely held back laughter. Why? She asked, voice teasing and sweet in a way that made my chest unclench. Do you sound like you're confessing to murder? Oh thank God, I exhaled. My knees actually felt weak. I thought you were mad. Mad. Mike, I trust you. I could hear the smile in her voice. Then she added, but I do want to meet this friend of yours. You know. To make sure she's not some desperate slut trying to seduce my innocent boy. I choked. I innocent. Me. Painfully, she said. It's part of your charm. If I had been standing, I would have melted straight through the floorboards. Right, well, about meeting her, I rubbed the back of my neck. Some of my friends are going to First Beach this weekend. I was thinking that maybe you could come. You'd get to meet Bella, and also everyone else. Only if you want, that is. No pressure. Actually lots of pressure. No, not pressure, I mean. Leah let out a low laugh. Mike. Yeah, I'd like that. My grin nearly split my face in half. Seriously. Seriously. Just text me the time. I will. I definitely will. Immediately. Like, right now. Goofball, she murmured, fondness threaded through the word. I have to get back to work. I'll call you later, okay? Okay, I said, feeling like my heart had learned how to float. She hung up. And I just sat there, staring at my phone like the world suddenly made perfect sense. Thursday, March 3, 2005. By the time lunch rolled around, I was running mostly on autopilot. I plopped myself down at our usual table with the guys. Tyler, Eric, Ben, Angela, Jessica, Lauren, the usual crowd. One person noticeably not at our table was Bella. She was across the cafeteria with Edward Cullen, of all people, sitting together like some broody Gothic portrait. I tried not to stare, but my ears. Yeah, those had a mind of their own. Perks of being a not yet wolf. Enhanced senses even when I wasn't furry. I could hear their conversation clear as day without even trying. Bella was telling Edward she was going to the dance with me. A second later Edward's head snapped up, his golden eyes locking onto mine like I'd just kicked his Volvo. My entire soul froze. Do not think anything dangerous. Do not think anything incriminating. Do not think anything you don't want a mindreader to hear. Panic mode engaged. So I did what any rational guy would do. I picked a random tune and blasted it mentally at full volume. They're cool, they're fresh, they'll clean your breath, minty mints are your breath's friend. Edward's eyes narrowed, then softened a fraction, then he finally looked away. Victory. I did not stop the mental jingle. Oh no. I kept that commercial looping like my life depended on it. Better safe than sorry. For all I knew, if I stopped, Edward would zero in on my skull like it was a radio dial. Lunch dragged by after that, and the next class on the schedule was biology, a class Edward skipped today. Because of blood testing. Of course. Even the vampire didn't want to risk that one. I didn't blame him. Blood and I weren't exactly buddies either. When it was my turn to prick my finger I already felt queasy, but then Bella went pale, paler than normal, and swayed like she was about to faceplant right there. Hey, whoa, Bella, I said, scooting closer and catching her before she could slide off the stool. She was light, trembling a bit. I'll take her to the nurse, I told the teacher, and honestly, I was grateful for the excuse to escape. Blood makes her dizzy. And me, I whispered under my breath. We stepped into the hallway and I kept a steady grip on her, guiding her carefully. She looked miserable, like the air had turned to fog around her. We got halfway down the hall before we ran into Edward. He was leaning against the wall like he'd been waiting there specifically for her, and not, hiding from the bloodwork. Bella, he said immediately, eyes flickering to me holding her. Definitely trying, and failing, not to sound jealous. I could almost hear the internal Cullen monologue. Why is Bella touching someone else? Why is that someone else Mike Newton? Why does Mike Newton smell weird? Why is Mike Newton humming? Good. Let him hear it. In my mind, the tune had already shifted to something infinitely worse. Baby Shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Edward winced. Actual wince. I'd take that as another personal achievement. I can take her home, he said, stepping forward, still searching my face like he was trying to decode a puzzle but couldn't through the shark-infested noise in my brain. I looked at Bella instead. Your call. You wanna head out with him? She nodded weakly. Yeah, I think I should. Her voice was faint, but she still managed a tiny smile. Thanks for the help, Mike. Anytime, I said, stepping back and handing her off to Edward. Take care of her, man. Make sure she doesn't trip and break her neck or something. Bella rolled her eyes at that, but in a fond way. Bye, Mike. Bye. Feel better. Edward guided her away, still sneaking glances over his shoulder at me like he was checking whether I was still mentally transmitting children's songs. Which I was, for safety reasons. Please support with Power Stones, comments or reviews. I need them to feed my imaginary kids. Backhand index pointing right medium light skin tone. Backhand index pointing left medium light skin tone. 3 comments 0 vote. La Push. Saturday, March 5, 2005. It was way too early for a Saturday, but somehow everyone had agreed that meeting at the school parking lot was the best plan. Translation. Mike has the only car big enough to haul 8 teenagers, so Mike gets to do all the driving. Fine. Fair. My trusty mountaineer could fit all of us without forcing anyone into someone else's lap, unless they wanted to, which, judging from the Bella Edwards situation brewing lately, was probably a tragedy for poor Eric's hopes. First stop of the day, picking up Tyler. He hobbled out of his house on his crutches like a man freshly freed from prison, cast still strapped to his leg like a giant, plastery reminder of bad life decisions. Beach day. He shouted as he climbed in, practically vibrating with energy. You're hyped for someone who can't even walk on sand properly, I said, pulling away. Bro, don't ruin this for me. He slumped back dramatically. I can't surf. I can't run. I can't even pretend to be cool. This cast is killing me. You suck at surfing anyway, I reminded him. He gasped. How dare you? I was a prodigy. You wiped out so hard last summer even the seagulls laughed at you. Lies, he said, pointing a crutch at me. Slander. We bickered the entire way to the school, so, a normal car ride. When we finally pulled into the lot, the rest of the crew was already gathered around talking and milling about, backpacks and tote bags dumped at their feet. Jessica and Lauren were deep in conversation, probably debating wardrobe choices or who liked who this week. Ben and Angela were messing with their cameras again, taking pictures of the pavement and each other. Meanwhile, Eric was trying, and failing spectacularly, to make small talk with Bella. The poor dude looked like he was trying to solve calculus without numbers. I parked right next to them, rolled down the window, and stuck my head out. What are you waiting for? Load up your stuff and get in already. Lauren rolled her eyes. Took you long enough. Eric frowned. Lauren, you got here like, a minute ago. I've been here for half an hour. I clapped my hands. Then I arrived right on time. There was a chorus of snorts. Everyone shuffled toward the car, tossing bags into the back. Bella slipped into the seat directly behind mine with a quiet, hi, peeking between the seats. Hey, I said back. Tyler twisted around too. Sup, Bella. Then, in a betrayal I did not deserve, okay, maybe a little, he hooked his left arm around my neck and yanked me down as much as his not-so-puny limbs could manage. So, he said loudly, I hear you're going to the dance with my boy here. I let myself get pulled, otherwise he'd swear he was trying to choke a brick wall, and shot him a glare promising violence. Jessica, who had just slid into the seat beside Bella, jerked around like she'd been electrocuted. You're going with Mike. Her tone was, wow. Not subtle at all. Like Bella had broken an unspoken pact. Bella stammered, shrinking in on herself. We're going as friends. Lauren climbed in behind Tyler, directly next to Jessica. She smirked at Bella. Lucky you. I know half the girls at school were planning to ask him. Great. Awesome. Exactly the kind of attention I wanted. Angela, sitting behind Bella with her camera in her lap, added, can you blame them? He's taller than everyone now, even Emmett. So he really stands out. Eric snorted from behind Lauren. And his face doesn't look like a baby's anymore. Then he subtly elbowed Ben, forcing him to slide an inch closer to Angela, who pretended not to notice but definitely noticed going by the faint blushing of her cheeks. I just shook my head. This was going to be quite the interesting drive. We pulled into the parking area by First Beach just as I hit the, we will, rock you part for maybe the fourth time in a row. I would have kept going too, because in my mind I sounded exactly like Freddie Mercury, even though every groan and muffled complaint from the backseat said otherwise. The second the car stopped, all doors flew open at once. Everyone practically launched themselves out into the open air like they'd been trapped in some kind of torture chamber. Jessica muttered, finally, rubbing at her ears. Eric whispered something about temporary hearing loss. I ignored them. Some people just didn't know how to appreciate greatness. Tyler tried to hop out with his crutches, but the sand was uneven and his left crutch snagged. He stumbled forward, arms pinwheeling, and was a breath away from eating a mouthful of dirt when Lauren grabbed a fistful of his jacket and yanked him upright. He froze, wide-eyed. Oothanks. Lauren dusted off her manicured hands like she hadn't just saved him from absolute humiliation. You're welcome. Tyler blinked at her. And a spark, like the beginnings of an idea, lit up behind his eyes. And before anyone could stop him, he went for it. Hey, Lauren, how about you go to the dance with me? Lauren stared at him. She didn't blink, didn't speak. Just stared. Then her gaze slid pointedly down to his cast. Then back to his face. One eyebrow rose so high it nearly touched her hairline. The expression clearly said, you dance with that. Tyler followed her look, then lifted his casted leg a bit. Oh, this won't be a problem. It comes off in 2 weeks. And the dance is in May. Plenty of time to learn to walk like a normal human again. He gave a crooked little grin. Lauren pressed her lips together, thinking. Visibly evaluating her options. The available male population. The lack of better prospects. Finally, she sighed, crossed her arms, and said, "All right. You'll do." Right then I stepped out of the car, stretching dramatically after finishing my performance masterpiece, only to see Tyler looking smug and Lauren looking like she'd just regretted every decision that led her to this moment. I cupped my hands around my mouth. "That's my boy." I yelled loud enough for birds to take off from the treetops. "You make me so proud." I even pretended to wipe an imaginary tear from my eye, sniffing for effect. Tyler groaned. Lauren rolled her eyes. Jessica slapped her forehead. They went to their usual spot, a semicircle of old tree trunks worn smooth by years of use, arranged around a ring of stones perfect for a campfire. The ocean breeze was cool despite the sunlight, and the air smelled of salt and damp driftwood. Mike dropped his backpack on the sand and pulled out a thermos. He took a seat beside Bella and offered her a cup of coffee. She accepted gratefully, wrapping both hands around it to warm her fingers as she took small, careful sips of the bitter liquid. Coming from Arizona, she still hadn't adjusted to the constant chill of the Pacific Northwest. Even with the sun glaring down, the cold seemed to seep through her clothes. Mike, being a natural heater, shrugged off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Bella immediately relaxed into the warmth, sighing as it chased off the cold. She glanced down at the jacket with raised brows. "Did you put heating pads in every single pocket of this thing?" she asked jokingly. Mike only grinned. About half an hour later, his nose twitched. He caught a familiar scent riding the wind, and he turned his head instinctively. Leah was approaching from about 100 meters away. He perked up instantly, almost literally, then started waving his hand enthusiastically, the movement so sharp and eager he might as well have been wagging a tail. Leah chuckled under her breath at the sight. Finding it adorable, she closed the distance between them, stopping in front of him. Mike hesitated, unsure whether he should greet her with a kiss, as they had only kissed once, and he wasn't confident about the protocol. Leah solved the dilemma for him by grabbing his shirt gently and pulling him down into a brief, warm peck on the lips. Bella, who had been sitting stiffly beside him, blinked and straightened awkwardly. Leah turned to her. "You must be Bella." "Yeah," Bella answered, uncertain. "You're the one who's taking my boyfriend to the dance," Leah continued matter-of-factly. Bella went rigid. "Yes, we're going as friends. I hope it doesn't bother you." Realizing her bluntness was making the younger girl squirm, Leah softened her tone, just a notch. "Then please take care of my idiot. Don't let any girl get close to him with second intentions. He can be a bit dense and innocent, so he needs a babysitter to make sure no one tricks him with sweets or something." She laughed when she saw Mike nod along at first, only for his expression to switch into delayed outrage. "Hey," he protested. Bella finally relaxed, amusement returning to her face. "Yeah, don't worry. I'll take care of the kid." The others, who had been playing with a beach ball farther down the shore, noticed the new arrival and drifted back toward the group. Jessica was the first to reach them. Her eyes swept over Leah from head to toe in a blatant, assessing once over, as if she were evaluating the competition. "So you must be Leah, Mike's new girlfriend," she said in a sugary tone that was fake enough to give someone cavities. "Yeah, that's me," Leah replied calmly. "And you are Jessica Stanley," she said with exaggerated importance. "Mike's close friend of years. He must have told you about me." Her tone made it sound as though she and Mike shared something deep and meaningful, maybe even intimate. "Ah, no. First time I hear of you," Leah answered honestly. It was a clean, effortless critical hit. Lauren snorted so hard she had to slap a hand over her mouth to hold back the laughter. Jessica's expression, somewhere between outrage and disbelief, was truly priceless. One by one, the rest of the group introduced themselves. When they were done, Tyler hobbled up last, muttering complaints about no one waiting for him. He came to a stop, did a full double take at Leah, then looked at Mike and back at her again. "How is it," he asked slowly, genuinely baffled, "that a girl as beautiful as you is with someone so, well, so Mike?" Leah laughed, delighted rather than offended. "He just has a way of worming into your heart whether you want or not." Mike puffed up proudly at that, standing taller, if that was even possible, while the group burst into laughter around him. Ben adjusted his glasses and nodded thoughtfully, as if Leah's comment had just solved some long-standing mystery. "That sounds exactly like Mike," he said. "He's like that friendly stray dog you pet once, and next thing you know he's followed you all the way home, acting like your house is also his house." The group erupted again. Mike threw his hands up. "Hey, why am I suddenly a stray dog?" "Because it fits," Eric said, deadpan. Angela smiled warmly. But, you know, like a really sweet, loyal one. Yeah, Mike muttered, crossing his arms but failing to hide his grin. Just keep digging that hole deeper. Leah leaned her shoulder into his playfully. Don't worry. I like dogs. That earned a round of oohs from the group, and Mike's ears turned pink. 26 comments 0 vote. La push 2. The moment the idea of visiting the rock pools came up, Tyler looked like he wanted to burst into tears. His eyes flicked from his crutches to the uneven rocks in the distance with a despair that needed no words. Mike caught the look immediately. All right, you guys go ahead, he said. I'll stay with Tyler. Was thinking of getting into the water anyway, maybe catch some seafood to take home. Leah nodded without hesitation. I'm staying too. Bella opened her mouth, ready to volunteer as well, but Mike gently cut her off. Go with them, Bella. Seriously. Don't miss the pools. You'll regret it. She hesitated a moment longer, then gave into curiosity. Everyone else looked far too excited for her to pass up the opportunity. Before the others left, Mike tugged his shirt over his head, and suddenly, he was surrounded by silence. A stunned kind of silence. Tyler blinked at him, jaw dropped. Whoa, dude, when did you get so ripped? Jessica and Lauren weren't subtle about gawking. If their eyes had tongues, they'd be licking him. Angela and Bella both pinked around the cheeks. Ben and Eric stared like they'd just witnessed the evolution of mankind. Eric muttered, crushed, how? I lift every day and still look like a breadstick. Leah simply bit her lip. Then Mike bent down to untie his sneakers, kicked them off, and hooked his thumbs under the waistband of his pants. Tyler panicked instantly. No, dude, I don't wanna see your junk. The boys recoiled. Jessica and Lauren, on the other hand, leaned forward like predators spotting prey. Leah clocked the two girls immediately, eyes narrowing. Mike rolled his eyes. Relax. I've got swim shorts underneath, causing the boys to exhale in collective relief. Lauren clicked her tongue in visible disappointment. Leah gave her and Jessica a long, flat side eye, mentally marking them as potential threats. All right, show's over, she announced, clapping her hands once. Weren't you all going to the rock pools? Move along. Go, shoo. Ben snorted as they started walking. He could have waited until we left, you know. He definitely did it just to show off. Mike just grinned proudly. Tyler sighed. Leah slipped her fingers through Mike's, giving him a small squeeze that made him grin wider. Mike jogged back to the parking lot and rummaged through the back of his Mountaineer. A moment later he returned victorious, holding a large plastic bucket like a trophy. The group of three walked towards the shore. Tyler looked at the waves and turned to Mike with a raised eyebrow. Dude, really? You're gonna go in there? That water is literally glacier tears. Leah's expression tightened with worry. Mike, maybe don't. It's March. You'll freeze something important off. Mike just flashed them that bright, confident smile of his. Don't worry. I'm cold-proof. He handed the bucket to Leah, who took it reluctantly, still watching him like he was about to do something profoundly stupid, and then jogged toward the water. Be right back. He called over his shoulder. Tyler cupped his hands around his mouth. Don't freeze your balls off. Mike ignored him and hit the surf at a full sprint, splashing through the shallow water until it was deep enough for him to dive. He cut under the surface cleanly, disappearing into the dark, icy blue. Where any normal person would have seized up instantly from the cold, Mike felt just pleasantly refreshed. His skin tingled, his muscles humming with wolfish vitality as he paddled deeper, eyes open and scanning the rocky floor. It didn't take long before he spotted clusters of oysters clinging to a boulder and mussels nestled between cracks. Perfect. He started prying them loose, tucking the mussels into his pockets and cradling the oysters in his arms. Back on the shore, Tyler crossed his arms smugly. All right, I give him 30 seconds before he comes running back empty-handed, crying for a heater. Leah snorted, shaking her head. You don't seem to know him well enough. $5 says he actually comes back with something. Tyler blinked. You're on. They waited. 30 seconds passed. Then a minute. Then another. Leah's amusement began shadowing with worry. Her eyes kept darting between the waves and the spot where he'd disappeared. Just as she opened her mouth to voice her worry, a shape broke the surface farther down the shore. Mike staggered out of the water triumphantly, arms full of oyster clusters, his shorts so overloaded with mussels that the pockets bulged like overstuffed saddlebags. And because gravity didn't care about dignity, the weight pulled his waistband lower, and lower, and lower. Mike froze, feet suddenly planted far apart, adopting the wide, stiff-legged gait of a cowboy to avoid a wardrobe malfunction. He took each step carefully, the way someone does when they're 1 inch of fabric away from being banned from public beaches forever. Tyler stared. Then he slapped a $5 bill into Leah's waiting hand. Never mind, he wheezed, already losing it. I take it back, he's a menace to society. Leah didn't even try to hide her laughter. She doubled over, clutching the bucket, as Mike inched his way toward them with all the grace of a startled crab. Tyler stared at Mike's cowboy waddle and cackled. Bro, you look like you're walking home after losing a fight with a horse. Leah shook her head, grinning. No, it's more like, you're trying not to drop the world's most delicate egg. She mimed his wide-legged stance and almost fell over laughing. Mike ignored them with the serenity of a monk, stepped close, and let the oysters tumble into the bucket with a satisfying clatter. Then he began pulling mussels out of his pockets, 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, like some kind of seafood-themed magician. Tyler blinked. Dude, how many pockets do you have? Enough. Mike said proudly, brushing sand off his hands. And I'm going for another round. Before either of them could protest, he jogged back into the surf and disappeared beneath the waves again. By the second return trip, he had managed to fill the bucket. After setting down his latest haul, he was still breathing lightly, as if he'd just gone for a stroll instead of a freezing underwater forage. Oh, he added casually, I saw some lingcod down there. Tyler perked up. Like, little ones. No. Big one. Mike motioned with his hands, way too wide. Thinking about trying to catch it. Leah raised both eyebrows. With what, exactly? Tyler jabbed a finger toward the ocean. Yeah, genius, you didn't bring any fishing gear. Mike shrugged. I'll improvise. Before they could stop him, again, he dove back in. Leah crossed her arms. Your friend has no self-preservation. Tyler nodded solemnly. None. Zero. The tank is empty. They waited. Wind blew. Waves crashed. Then Leah pointed suddenly. Tyler. Tyler followed her gaze, and his jaw dropped. Mike was swimming back, but with only one arm. His other arm was stretched behind him, gripping something thrashing hard enough to whip the water into foam. No way, no freaking way, Tyler sputtered. Leah, please tell me you're seeing this too. I don't wanna be the only one hallucinating. Oh, I see it, Leah murmured, stunned. I just really wish I didn't. As Mike trudged out of the surf, soaked, triumphant, and dragging a massive lingcod by the gills, one easily half his size, the fish flopped violently, nearly pulling him sideways. He heaved it up like an unruly toddler having a meltdown and grinned. Look what I got. Tyler almost dropped his crutches. Mike, what the hell? You fish with your bare freaking hands. Leah just pressed a palm to her forehead. Okay, that's actually impressive. Mike beamed, holding the monster fish like a trophy, right until Tyler asked the very practical question. Where exactly are you planning to put that thing, genius? Mike's smile faltered. He blinked, looked at the fish, looked at the beach, looked at his hands as if hoping a solution would magically appear. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, I brought a cooler with food. If I empty it, maybe the fish can fit. Leah and Tyler exchanged a look of deep skepticism. But 5 minutes later, after Mike dumped sandwiches, chips, and 3 bottles of soda onto a towel, he managed to wrestle the fish into the empty cooler. Barely. The lid stuck out at an angle, but it closed. Mike planted his hands on his hips, proud as a hunter who just downed a mythical beast. See. Perfect fit. The cooler wobbled ominously. Something inside thumped. Tyler shook his head, defeated. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that actually worked. Leah exhaled slowly. I'm dating a lunatic. Mike just grinned. A resourceful lunatic. They spent about an hour lounging by the fire, chatting idly while the ocean hummed behind them. Mike had disappeared earlier and returned dragging an absurd amount of driftwood, enough to build a small cabin, so the campfire crackled warm and steady, warding off the chill. By the time the rest of the group came back from the rock pools, Mike, Leah, and Tyler already looked settled in. Tyler sat with his cast propped up on a log, sipping hot chocolate Leah had prepared for him. Mike was in the middle of shoving an entire s'more into his mouth at once, half proud, half daring anyone to challenge him on it. Jessica plopped down dramatically. Finally. My feet are killing me. Lauren rolled her eyes but said nothing, grabbing a marshmallow instead. Angela and Ben were side by side comparing photos, and Eric tripped on a rock before pretending he'd meant to sit exactly where he landed. Bella quietly slipped into the spot between Angela and Mike, thanking him when he handed her a skewer and a marshmallow. But Mike noticed right away that she wasn't really there. Her posture was stiff, her brows drawn too tight. She rotated the marshmallow a little too close to the fire, burning one side black without blinking. She was thinking deeply. Mike licked melted chocolate from the corner of his lips and followed her gaze. That's when it clicked. Could it be that she still met Jacob? This was the day Bella was supposed to hear the old stories, the ones about cold ones, the Cullens, the treaty. The ones Jacob didn't think meant anything but still carried enough truth to nudge Bella down the path she wasn't supposed to be on. Mike chewed thoughtfully. Bella looked troubled, exactly the way she had in the books after hearing the legends, just enough doubt to become curious, just curious enough to be in danger. Her marshmallow caught fire but she didn't even notice. Mike gently reached over and blew it out for her. Bella blinked and gave a small, distracted smile. Oops. You all right? Mike asked in a low voice. She shrugged, eyes drifting toward the treeline. I met a friend earlier. Jacob Black. He was really nice. It's just, he told me some things that got me thinking. Mike kept his expression neutral, even though internally he was screaming, oh great, here we go. Behind them, Tyler laughed loudly at something Leah said, and the rest of the group dove into a chaotic debate about whether burnt marshmallows tasted better. But Bella stayed quiet, and Mike could practically feel the plot trying to realign around her. He popped another marshmallow into his mouth, because honestly, he was going to need the sugar. Please support with Power Stones, comments or reviews. They are the motivation that keep me away from procrastination. Turtle 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 musical notes. 30 comments 0 vote. Canon. What's that? After the beach trip I dropped everyone off at their homes, one by one, the car slowly getting quieter as each person hopped out. Leah included. She insisted she could walk home from the corner. I'm not a damsel, Mike, but I still drove her all the way to her porch. It took persistence, stubbornness, and the strategic use of puppy eyes. She rolled her eyes but let me win. She kissed me goodbye, quick and warm, before hopping out. I sat there in the driver's seat like an idiot for a full minute afterward, staring at the empty spot where she'd stood. The guys teased me to hell and back, but I felt it was worth it. When I got home, the fish incident happened. My parents flat out refused to believe I caught that lingcod myself. Dad thought someone sold it to me. Mom thought someone dumped it on the beach and I just grabbed it before it rotted. Honestly, I didn't even care. I just wanted to eat the thing. I helped Mom clean and cook everything, oysters, mussels, fish steaks, and she kept staring at me like I had been replaced by aliens. Where is my son? She said, waving a spoon at me, because the real Mike Newton can barely cook an egg. I gave her a very dignified shrug. Internet. The truth was, cooking had come naturally. Too naturally. Leftover muscle memory from another life where I had apparently wanted to become a chef. I wasn't Gordon Ramsay or anything, but I could dice onions without losing any fingers, and that already put me miles ahead of the original me. The food turned out great. Mom complimented me, Dad approved with a face stuffed full of fish, and I felt weirdly proud. But all of that was days ago. Now it was Tuesday, March 8th, after school, and I had a car full of girls heading to Port Angeles. Specifically, Jessica, Angela, Lauren, and Bella. I had offered to drive because they wanted dresses for the dance, and I needed a new suit. That was my official reason. My real reason. Bella. This was the day she was supposed to be surrounded by thugs. The day Edward swooped in like a moody bat and scared them off with that weird vampire glare. But that was in the books. This world had already proven things could change. Tyler's accident. Yeah, I was still just a tad guilty about that. Changing the plot had consequences, but letting things happen just because they should also felt wrong. And well, as far as I knew, things could have also gone worse. Maybe Edward wasn't going to save Bella in this world and she would have ended up splattered against her truck. I could never know. So here I was. Driving, babysitting, and preemptively harrowing just in case. The girls chatted nonstop in the back, switching topics faster than I could keep up with. Dress colors, shoes, corsages, gossip, math homework, who smelled weird in gym class. The usual. I kept my eyes on the road and my mind on the incident. What if Edward didn't show up this time? What if Bella really did get hurt? What if I blew it by letting things play out? No. No way. Not happening. I'd already made up my mind. I wasn't going to treat canon like some sacred timeline. If I felt like doing something, I'd do it. If someone needed help, I'd help. I wasn't some TVA agent making sure the plot stayed on track. I glanced at Bella through the rearview mirror. She was looking out the window, humming quietly to whatever music she had stuck in her head. She trusted me. And I wasn't about to let her walk into a dark alley alone just because a book had said so in a different universe. Port Angeles was coming up. And I was ready. No matter what happened tonight, Cannon, no Cannon, Edward, no Edward, my friend was not getting harmed on my watch. 2 hours. 2 whole hours. At that point I was actively praying for the sweet release of death. Or for someone to hit me with a tranquilizer dart. Or for the boutique to spontaneously combust, anything to end the suffering. I sat on one of those tiny upholstered chairs boutiques use to trick customers into thinking they're comfortable. Bella was beside me, equally dead inside, her chin propped on her hand as Jessica, Angela, and Lauren tore through dress racks like discount day Valkyries. Bella had picked her dress in 5 minutes flat. 5. Incredible. Efficient. Elegant. I wanted to give her a medal. I, on the other hand, had already ordered my suit because apparently finding my size was an impossible task for a store built to clothe people smaller than me. They were going to custom make one, which was fine, except it meant I had nothing left to do except sit here and suffer. Jessica emerged from the fitting room wearing something sparkly, pink, and vaguely lethal looking. Do you think this makes me look fat? She asked, eyes bouncing between us with the desperation of someone seeking a life or death answer. I opened my mouth, prepared to lie for my survival, but Bella beat me to it. I'm going to check out a bookstore, she blurted, shooting up from her seat like she'd been ejected. There's a book I've been trying to find. I stood up so fast the chair squeaked. I'm going with you. Bella blinked. Oh, no, it's fine. You can stay. I hit her with the full force of the puppy eyes of doom. The ones that silently said, please. Please save me. If I spend one more minute here, I'll start chewing on the mannequins. Her expression cracked. Fine, she sighed, already grabbing her coat. We'll meet you guys at the restaurant down the street in an hour. Okay. Angela called. Lauren waved distractedly. Jessica was still obsessing over the mirror. And then we were free. The second the boutique door shut behind us, we both exhaled in perfect synchronization, a long, exhausted. We froze, looked at each other, and burst into laughter. Loud, cathartic, slightly hysterical laughter. God, Bella wheezed, pressing a hand to her chest. I felt like I was going to die in there. You were going to die. I snorted. I was about to gnaw my own arm off. I think time moves slower in that store. Like, scientifically, we aged a decade. She brushed hair from her face, still smiling. Thanks for accompanying me. No, thank you. If you hadn't stood up, I'd still be in there listening to Jessica ask the same question in different dresses until the sun explodes. Bella laughed again, softer this time. Come on. The bookstore's this way. We started down the street together, the cool evening breeze hitting like a revival spell. An hour until we met up with the others. An hour to keep her safe. And I wasn't planning on letting her out of my sight. It took us about 15 minutes of wandering around Port Angeles to find the little bookstore Bella had mentioned. It was tucked between a bakery and a jewelry shop, the kind of place you could miss if you blinked. A tiny bell chimed as we stepped inside. It was quaint. Like, really quaint. Only a handful of narrow shelves, all mismatched like they'd been donated by different grandmas over the last 50 years. The air smelled like old paper and lavender. An elderly woman sat behind the counter, reading with the deeply bored expression of someone who had transcended time itself. Bella went one way, I went the other, and we started browsing. About 5 minutes in, as I was staring blankly at a section labeled, Local Miscellany, whatever that meant, I felt something cold crawl down my spine. A thought. A deeply stupid thought. I wasn't supposed to know what book we were looking for. I froze, mentally replaying the last 20 minutes, and nope, she had never actually told me. I scratched the back of my neck, cheeks warming with secondhand embarrassment at my own existence. Bella. I said quietly. She hummed, still scanning titles. So, what book are we looking for, exactly? Bella turned toward me slowly, very slowly. Like she was processing whether I was joking or if she should call for medical assistance. Then her face cracked, and she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Oh my God, she wheezed, holding her stomach. Mike, you're telling me you've been looking for the past 5 minutes, another snort, and you didn't even know what you were looking for. I covered my face with a hand. When you put it like that, it does sound a bit dumb. She laughed harder. I couldn't help it, I laughed too. Okay, she said after a bit, wiping her eyes. I'm looking for a book on Quileute legends. Oh, I nodded sagely, as if that clarified anything. Right. Obviously. We searched for another couple minutes. Found books on gardening, astrology, knitting patterns from 1984. A collection of recipes that all seemed to feature prunes. But no Quileute legends. Finally, in mutual defeat, we dragged ourselves to the counter. Excuse me, Bella said. We're looking for a book about Quileute legends. Do you happen to have anything like that? The old lady didn't even blink. She just pointed a finger without looking up from her own book. Third shelf. Top left. We turned around, and there it was. Right there. 5 seconds. 5. We both stared at it, then at each other, then back at the book. I let out a quiet, pained sigh. We're idiots, aren't we? Bella nodded solemnly. Complete idiots. We grabbed the book, Bella paid, thanked the old lady, and we walked out of the store with the shared shame of two people who had been thoroughly humbled by a 70-year-old woman who didn't even bother looking up. But hey, mission accomplished. 5 minutes out of the bookstore, Bella and I were just walking, joking about how that old lady had speedrun our IQs into the ground, when 4 guys stepped out from between 2 parked cars. Immediately, I knew something was off. Their eyes were unfocused, pupils blown wide. Drunk. High. Maybe both. And all 4 were staring at Bella like she was prey. One of them grinned, showing teeth stained the color of old cigarettes. Leave the girl, man. Walk on home. We ain't gonna hurt her. Just play a bit. We'll return her intact. Bella pressed herself against my back, trembling. Yeah, that's not happening, I said flatly. I turned and whispered to her, low enough only she could hear. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I straightened to my full height, tried the intimidation approach, but the thugs just laughed. Yeah, supernatural glare for me. And then they got impatient. One rushed me, swinging his fist. From my perspective, it was like he moved through syrup. I caught his punch and twisted, only meant to bend his wrist back a bit as a warning, but. Crack. He screamed and crumpled, clutching his broken arm. I blinked, startled. I hadn't even used much force. My surprise cost me. 2 more guys lunged. One punched me in the face, the other kicked my stomach. I didn't feel a thing. But they sure did when I retaliated. I drove my fist into the stomach of the guy on my right. He folded instantly, collapsing to the pavement wheezing like a dying accordion. The one on my left got a shove instead, straight into a wall. He slumped down, groaning. Mike! Bella suddenly yelled. I spun around just in time to see the last thug slam a knife into my side. I looked down at the handle sticking out of me, that one stung, now that was annoying. Ignoring the pain, I grabbed his wrist and squeezed. Another crack, another scream, another thug down. Bella ran to me, pale as death. Her hands fluttered helplessly over the knife wound. Oh my God, Mike, we have to get you to a hospital. She was shaking so much she could barely touch me. I grabbed her hands gently. Bella, hey, I'm fine. You're stabbed. She snapped, voice cracking. She lifted my shirt with trembling fingers, pulling out a tissue to wipe the blood. And then froze. Because there was no wound anymore, just dried blood. She stared at my side, her brain short-circuiting. What? How, Mike, how? I hesitated. I couldn't keep making excuses forever. And honestly, I was tired. Fuck it. We ball. How much do you know about the Quileute legends? I asked. Bella blinked. Jacob told me they believed they descended from wolves. And that they thought the Cullens were vampires. She stopped, then her eyes widened and she pointed at me. You're a vampire. What? No. I almost choked. I don't glow like a disco ball in the sun. But the strength, the healing. Still not a vampire. I sighed. I have Quileute blood. My great-grandmother. Bella stared like that explained 0% of anything. Okay. And that means, what? Bella, I said, exasperated, this girl was too obsessed with vampires and Edward to care about anything else. The legends are true. The Quileute really descend from wolves. We have abilities. She narrowed her eyes. So you can, what? Turn furry or something. I wanted to facepalm so badly. No. I will be able to turn into a wolf, but I haven't gone through the full transformation yet. She opened her mouth to keep asking questions, but I checked the time. We're late, I said. Come on. If we hurry, we can still eat before the girls murder us. We jogged the last blocks and made it to the restaurant 20 minutes late. Jessica shot up the moment she saw us. You're late. Angela didn't even wait before noticing the blood on my black t-shirt. Oh my God, Mike. What happened? Are you okay? Jessica and Lauren jumped in, suddenly worried too. I smiled tiredly. I tripped and scratched myself. But don't worry, it's fine, not bleeding anymore. They bought it somehow. Dinner went smoothly after that, but on the drive back, Bella kept sneaking looks at me. Not scared, just curious like a cat. Like she had 100 questions bottled up and ready to explode. If the others hadn't been in the car, she would have surely interrogated me to death. I wasn't sure whether that would have been better or worse. Either way, the canon timeline was officially in shambles. And honestly, I felt pretty damn good about it. No one had gotten hurt this time, well, no one important. Alright, leave the power stones in the bag and no one gets hurt. Raccoon. 20 comments 0 vote. Nature is my witness, unfortunately. Wednesday, March 9, 2005. Remember how I said the canon timeline was officially in shambles? Yeah, well, apparently life heard that, rolled up its sleeves, and said, hold my beer. Because here I am, standing in the school parking lot, watching Bella Swan grab Edward Cullen by the sleeve and drag him into the woods like she's about to conduct an exorcism. And Edward, I'm too mysterious to use doors normally, Cullen, actually lets her. I lean against my car, arms crossed, squinting at the tree line like some kind of wildlife observer. Ah yes, behold, the North American Bella Swan, coaxing a confused 100-years-old vampire into the forest for unknown mating rituals. I already know what this is. She's going to confront him. She's going to tell him she knows, or thinks she knows, what he is. Then she's going to ask him to say it. I don't know if it's going to play out exactly like canon. Maybe he'll give her the sparkly skin demo. Maybe he'll monologue about predator instincts and how delicious her blood smells. Maybe they'll argue. Maybe they'll make out. Who knows? But it's close, way too close. After all the chaos I've caused. After Tyler's accident. After destroying the plot of Edward saving Bella in Port Angeles. After me exploding my Quileute secret all over a sidewalk. You'd think the plot would give up and wander off to do something else. But no. Canon is apparently a cockroach. It survives everything. I blow out a breath, watching their silhouettes disappear deeper into the trees. Well, I think to myself, not my business. I'm not her dad to tell her what she can or can't do. Still, I can't help the weird twist in my stomach. Worry. Annoyance. Mild nausea. Hard to tell. But Bella can handle herself. And Edward, annoying as he is, isn't going to hurt her. And frankly, I've got my own problems to deal with. Like pretending I didn't shrug off a stabbing yesterday. Or wondering how long Bella's going to keep my secret before she bursts like a shaken soda bottle. Or how the hell I'm supposed to navigate a world where the plot keeps trying to correct itself like some deranged GPS. Recalculating. I rub my temples. It's too early in the morning for existential crises. I haven't even had my second breakfast yet. By lunchtime, things had gone from a quiet school day to apocalyptic gossip meltdown. I was sitting at my usual spot with the gang when Bella and Edward walked into the cafeteria hand in hand. You could practically hear the gossip neurons across the room firing like machine guns. Forks paused midair, chairs squeaked. And someone actually gasped like we were in a soap opera. The entire cafeteria's atmosphere shifted into full National Enquirer mode. Of course there was a betting pool. Of course. Everyone had been watching the bizarre Bella Edward, Aranthi, tango for weeks now. Half the student population was convinced Edward was going to brood himself into an early grave before he ever admitted he liked her. The other half believed Bella would eventually get tired of the emotional whiplash and tell him to go sparkle somewhere else. But apparently, today was the day. Jessica looked miffed, lower lip pushed out in her classic, I deserved better, pout. She'd tried to shoot her shot with Edward back when the Cullens first arrived 2 years ago. But he'd treated her the same way he treated every other girl who liked him. With the dazzling warmth of a marble countertop. Angela, bless her infinitely pure soul, just smiled and said, they look cute together. Because of course she did. Angela could find the positive side of a hurricane. Eric, on the other hand, looked like someone had just run over his dreams with a monster truck. He sagged in his seat, shoulders deflating like a sad balloon. I thought, maybe she'd, eventually, he mumbled. I patted his back. There. Internally I was screaming, please don't cry, man, I'm not emotionally equipped for that. Lauren leaned forward with a dramatic sigh. Well, that's it then. The Swan has landed the Cullen. Jessica snapped, that's not even a saying, and stabbed her salad with unnecessary violence. Meanwhile, Bella and Edward kept walking like they hadn't just turned the cafeteria into a gladiator arena for teenage hormones. Bella's cheeks were pink. Edward had that annoyingly serene expression that said, "I know something you don't know." Everyone stared at them like they were a museum exhibit. I took a bite of my sandwich and thought, great. Canon's speedrunning itself again. And somehow, I had a bad feeling this wasn't even the part one needed to worry about. The final bell had barely stopped echoing when Mike spotted Edward Cullen gliding toward him across the parking lot, purposeful, unreadable, and very much coming straight for him. Mike paused mid-step. Tyler, already slouched in the passenger seat with his legs stretched out awkwardly, frowned through the open window. "What does Cullen want with you?" Tyler mouthed. Mike shrugged helplessly. 5 minutes, he said out loud, leaning down to the window. 10 at most. Don't leave without me. Tyler raised a single eyebrow, his expression a perfect blend of, "Are you kidding me?" and, "Do you see the shape I'm in? Am I supposed to run home?" Yeah, Mike added. "I know. You don't have a choice." Tyler snorted but waved him off. Mike turned and followed Edward toward the treeline at the edge of the lot, classic Cullen behavior, always needing dramatic scenery for a conversation. As they stepped onto the mossy ground, Mike realized someone was already waiting there. Bella. She stood with her arms wrapped around herself, eyes flicking nervously between the two boys. Her posture practically broadcast embarrassed apologies. Mike blinked. Great. This was definitely going to be weird. Edward inhaled, steadying himself, probably trying to block out whatever stupid song Mike had stuck in his head again. Mike could almost see the effort behind his controlled expression. "Thank you, Edward Said finally, voice low and earnest. For protecting Bella yesterday." Bella stepped forward instantly, tripping over her own words. "And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, it wasn't my story to tell. I didn't realize until it was already out of my mouth. I was yelling at Edward about his secret and then suddenly I was talking about you. And it just slipped." She winced, cheeks red, clearly mortified. Mike looked between them, trying to decide whether to be annoyed, flattered, or just relieved this wasn't about vampires wanting to kill him. He let out a breath, squared his shoulders, and answered Edward first. "You don't need to thank me. She's my friend. Of course I'm going to protect her." Then he turned to Bella. "And about what happened?" His tone softened. "How much did you tell him exactly?" Bella lowered her head, chewing on her bottom lip the way she did when she knew she'd messed up. "Everything," she muttered. Mike dragged a hand down his face. "Great. Just great." Bella's shoulders curled inward, guilt radiating off her. He sighed. "Hey, don't worry about it. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep that secret forever. Not from the Cullens, at least." He shot a look at Edward. "So, no harm done." Edward nodded once, expression thoughtful, as if filing away that trust for later. "How much do you know about me and my family?" he asked. "Not much more than Bella," Mike answered honestly. "Just that you're vampires, and you've got some kind of treaty with the Quileute tribe." Edward blinked, a little surprised Mike knew that part. Mike shrugged. "My girlfriend's Quileute. Anyway, if that's everything, I kinda need to go." I can hear Tyler getting impatient and messing with the radio. Edward actually chuckled, quiet, but genuine. "He's complaining about your taste in music," he noted. Quite loudly. "That tracks," Mike muttered. "So we're good." "Yes, Edward Said. That was all." "Great. See you guys." He waved them off and jogged back toward the parking lot. As he approached the car, he found Tyler already bobbing his head to 50 Cent blasting through the speakers, the bass rattling the door. Tyler looked up as Mike opened the driver's side door. "So, what did Cullen want?" Mike didn't miss a beat. "Oh, nothing much. He just came out of the closet and asked me out." Tyler's expression froze, eyes wide, jaw dropping in pure shock. Mike burst into laughter so hard he had to brace himself on the roof of the car. "Man, you should have seen your face." Tyler swatted his arm, muttering something about almost believing him because it made too much sense, but he was grinning too. Support with Power Stones, comments or reviews Turtle musical notes. Check my other fanfic as well if you have the time. Mysteryon creators thoughts. 18 comments 0 vote. Thunder and Murder. Sunday, March 13, 2005. I woke up late. Not, missed the bus, late. More like, stared at the ceiling overthinking my life for so long I accidentally fell back asleep, late. Still, I dragged myself out of bed, threw on running clothes, and headed out. Because if I didn't burn off the nervous energy vibrating under my skin, I was pretty sure I'd spontaneously combust. It was now midday and I had been running for about 2 hours, but I was still one intrusive thought away from a heart attack. Why? Because tonight I was going to dinner at Leah Clearwater's house. As her boyfriend. Yes, officially. I finally manned up the other day and asked her after she finished her shift at the store. I even brought flowers, a tiny, respectful bouquet because Leah would surely punch me if I showed up with a dozen roses like some Hallmark CEO. But when I handed them over and awkwardly stammered out the question, she tilted her head in that beautiful, infuriating way she has and said, "Aren't we already?" I deflated on the spot like someone stabbed a cartoon balloon. All that stress, for nothing. But then she kissed me, deep, slow, toe-curling, and any oxygen my brain lost during that moment was 100% worth it. And after the kiss, she invited me to dinner. Dinner with her family. Dinner with her mom, her dad, and Seth. Something in my chest did a weird little somersault. And that was exactly why I was currently running like a lunatic through the forest, trying to escape my own overflowing emotions. The sky had started darkening with storm clouds, low and heavy. A storm was rolling in fast, thunder grumbled in the distance like an irritated old god. But I kept running anyway. Wind, trees, mud, thoughts of Sue Clearwater judging me unworthy. Thunder cracked again, louder, closer, and something clicked in my brain. I slowed down and looked up for a moment. There was something I was forgetting. Another thunderclap blasted overhead like the sky was yelling at me personally. Right. The gift. I forgot to get a gift for Leah's parents. Son of a. I pivoted and started sprinting back toward town. Maybe I could stop by a store before dinner. The forest rumbled around me as I neared the Cullen property. Lightning flashed through the branches. And then, I wasn't alone anymore. A figure stepped into my path. Barefoot, shirtless under an open orange jacket. Long dreadlocks swinging, dirty jeans, and skin that somehow looked both dark and pale at the same time. Eyes like rubies and predator's smile. My heart plummeted straight through the forest floor. Laurent, my brain supplied the name instantly. Canon had finally decided to speedrun my death. So it wasn't just the gift I was forgetting. Well, Laurent purred, stalking forward with movements so smooth they were almost liquid. What do we have here? His bare feet barely made a sound on the forest debris. Not a crunch, not a single snap despite all the dry branches. I swallowed hard. Ah, brilliant start, Mike. Laurent inhaled, nostrils flaring. His eyes narrowed. You smell peculiar. Must be the sweat, I lied. Been running for, over 2 hours. My voice cracked, and not a single drop of sweat was on my body. Laurent tilted his head, fascinated. No, you smell human. But there's something else underneath. Faint. Hidden. Not entirely appetizing, but. His lips curled into a wicked smile. I'm not one to reject a meal that delivers itself to my hands. He blurred. 1 second he was 10 feet away, the next he was right beside me. I swung on instinct, a half-formed movement fueled by pure panic, and somehow managed to smack him hard enough to send him crashing into a tree. Laurent hit the trunk with a sound like exploding lumber. Splinters rained, and the tree cracked down the middle. He stood up slowly, eyes wide with shock. You are strong, he murmured. Not as strong as a vampire, no. Perhaps half as much, but strong nonetheless. His fingers flexed excitedly. What are you? But he didn't wait for an answer and lunged again. I didn't react in time. I had just started to say something stupid, probably, wait, and that half-second of distraction was all he needed. His hand clamped around my throat like a metal vise and my feet left the ground. Then Laurent pulled me close, lowering his mouth toward my neck. Stop. I choked out, but my voice broke into nothing. His breath was cold on my skin. And something inside me snapped. Like a wire pulled too tight, finally breaking. Pain exploded through my bones, blinding and hot. My body tore itself apart, shredded skin and bursting muscle giving way to something bigger, heavier, and much stronger. White fur erupted everywhere. My clothes disintegrated into confetti. Laurent was blasted backward by the force of the transformation alone, crashing through another tree. He staggered up, horror and awe twisting across his face. What? Impossible, he whispered, voice trembling. Because in front of him now stood a wolf the size of a nightmare, towering and monstrous. Easily over 9 feet at the shoulder, another 3 or so feet if you add the head. When I saw him turn around and prepare to run, instinct took over, I didn't even stop to think. I moved so fast he barely managed to lift a foot before my jaws closed around his torso in a single, unstoppable bite. Crunch. His body split cleanly, the top and bottom parts hitting the forest floor with dull thuds while the midsection dangled from my jaws. And then there was silence. With only the storm continuing to rage above us. I spat out the foul thing in my mouth, the thing that tasted like bleach mixed with corpse water, and let it hit the ground with a wet splat. Lawrence's severed head at the side rolled once before settling in the pine needles, his face frozen in a look of pure horror. His eyes were still wide open, like he hadn't quite caught up to the reality of being dead. I stared at him, waiting for something to hit me. Nausea, regret, panic, anything really. But I just felt nothing. Nothing except an overwhelming urge to scrub my tongue with a wire brush. And that bothered me a little, how normal this all felt. How natural. Like this wasn't a nightmare or a moral crisis but a task I'd been built for. Designed for. Like my body had finally done what it was always meant to do. A faint twitch caught my eye and I tensed, watching closely. Sure enough, the scattered pieces, an arm half buried under a log, a hand twitching near a fern, the torso lying at my feet, right, pause now, were moving. Barely perceptible, but moving. Trying to pull themselves together. Right. Tearing apart a vampire wasn't enough. Eventually the parts fused back, good as new. The only way to finish them was to burn the pieces. I looked down at my massive paws, dark, enormous claws still glistening, and snorted. Yeah, not exactly compatible with handling matches. I closed my eyes, tried to breathe, tried to calm the wolf enough to shift back, but my pulse was still thundering. My muscles still thrummed with adrenaline. My whole body was locked in that hyperalert, ready to kill state. No coming down from that yet. Fine. Then I needed help. Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of the Cullen house, more like a mansion really, all glass and clean lines, impossible to miss. They already knew my secret, so what was one more awkward moment? And I could always nudge Edward with my thoughts if knocking politely on the door wasn't an option in wolf form. I hesitated only a second before lowering my head toward Lawrence's dreadlocks. God, I did not want to do this again. But I wasn't risking him reattaching himself while I went for backup. Grimacing internally, I grabbed a fistful of dreadlocks between my teeth. And the taste was even worse the second time. With a deep growl of disgust, I turned toward the mansion and started trotting through the trees, Lawrence's head swinging with every heavy step like the world's most cursed handbag. Hopefully, somewhere in that house they had a fireplace. And hopefully they didn't mind helping me murder one of their species. A visitor at the door. Inside the Cullen house, everything moved with the sharp precision of a military operation. Esme and Alice packed clothes at vampiric speed, folding and stacking without a wrinkle or pause. Jasper and Emmett cleared space in the living room, shifting furniture aside so maps could be spread across the floor. Carlyle stood calmly near the staircase, issuing quiet instructions while Edward moved between them all like a ghost caught in his own storm. The baseball game had been perfect. Perfect weather, perfect thunder, perfect chance for everyone to relax. Until the nomads arrived. 3 strangers stepped out of the trees, red eyes gleaming with interest, asking to join the game like it was nothing more than a neighborhood picnic. Everything had been fine, tense, but fine, until one of them caught Bella's scent. A human. Protected by a coven. James, the hunter, had reacted instantly. Edward's snarl when they suggested sharing, Bella only encouraged him. To James, this wasn't an ordinary meal anymore, it was a challenge, the ultimate hunt. And he wanted it badly. Bella stood in the living room now, pale and trembling as Edward reassured her over and over that they had a plan, that she'd be safe, that they would handle James. He was mid-sentence when everyone suddenly paused. Every vampire in the room inhaled sharply. Bella blinked. What is it? What do you smell? Edward's voice dropped to a whisper. Stay here. Don't move. Don't speak. And then they vanished, one blur of movement after another, leaving Bella alone with her racing heart. Outside, the Cullens took positions automatically, forming a loose semicircle as they waited for the owner of the scent to emerge from the tree line. Branches shook, a deep thud vibrated through the earth. Then a massive shadow stepped forward. Esme gasped. Alice sucked in a sharp breath. Emmett whistled, low and impressed. Now that, he said, is one big-ass wolf. Bigger than big. The creature was gigantic, easily twice the height of a man. Snow-white fur, thick and gleaming. Muscles shifting under its coat like living stone. Blue eyes glowing like polished ice. And hanging from its jaws, swinging slightly with every step, was Lawrence's severed head. The same Laurent who had come just minutes ago to warn them about James. The same Laurent who was supposed to be halfway to Alaska already. Esme took a step back, eyes wide, fear tightening her features. Jasper didn't move. He simply straightened, posture perfect, rigid, as he assessed every angle, every potential weakness. His eyes flicked over the wolf's height, its leg length, its likely reach, calculating, planning. Carlyle, as always, remained composed. Calm. Analytical. Though even he couldn't hide a flicker of shock in his eyes. Edward, for his part, tried to do what he always did with strangers. He tried to read its mind. And then he froze. Inside the wolf's head, loud and obnoxiously clear, a song blasted at full volume. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around and desert you. Rick Astley in full chorus. And the dance. The fucking dance. Edward didn't need to hear anything else, his head dropped into his hand. Of course. Of course. The wolf, this towering, monstrous creature capable of tearing a vampire apart like tissue paper, was none other than Mike Newton. The human migraine. The boy who lived inside a constant 24-hour musical fever dream. The boy whose mental playlist had personally contributed to half of Edward's existential crises. And now he was a 12-foot murder wolf carrying a severed vampire head like a chew toy. Edward exhaled a long, suffering breath. Mike, he said flatly. Emmett blinked. Mike who? But Edward didn't answer. He was too busy watching the giant wolf trot closer with an expression that could only be described as, "Can one of you please help me throw away my trash?" Edward blinked hard, trying to shake off the mental image of Rick Astley's hypnotic dance, but the damn melody kept looping. He pinched the bridge of his nose and tried again. Mike, he did his best to keep his composure, what happened? But the only answer was, never gonna give you. Edward stiffened, jaw clenching. Emmett, who was staring between Edward and the enormous white wolf, suddenly barked out a laugh. Wait, hold on. He jabbed a finger at the creature. You're telling me that's Newton? Really? Carlyle looked genuinely startled. Mike Newton. Everyone swiveled to look at the wolf again with a whole new level of disbelief. Edward rubbed his forehead. Yes, the same one. He lifted his gaze toward the wolf's bright blue eyes and said aloud, exasperated, you know I can't understand anything if you keep singing so loudly. The wolf froze mid-pant. Then, mentally, hesitant, and embarrassed, Mike thought, oops. The music cut off with the mental equivalent of yanking a plug. Edward exhaled like he had been underwater for a full minute. Sorry, Mike added, the thought sheepish. Reflex. It's, happened a few times. Whenever I smell you, my brain just kind of panics and throws a song at you. Edward repeated Mike's thoughts aloud so the others could also hear. Esme covered her mouth, either to hide a smile or a gasp, it was hard to tell. All right, Edward muttered, regaining composure with some difficulty, just, tell me what happened. Mike did. He replayed the event through his thoughts. Running through the forest, the sudden ambush, Laurent lunging at him like he was his lunch, the jolt of instinct that ripped the wolf out of him like a snapped cord. The fight, the speed, the tearing. And the shock of realizing he'd won before he consciously understood he'd shifted. The Cullens listened raptly as Edward narrated. Jasper's posture went even stiffer, if that was physically possible. Rosalie looked horrified but impressed despite herself. Emmett looked like he wanted popcorn. When Mike finished the mental recap, Edward asked, and, why bring his head to us? The giant wolf shifted his paws, looking very much like a dog caught doing something awkward. I need a fire, he admitted. To finish him. But I can't exactly, his enormous paw lifted off the ground in emphasis. Light a match like this. Edward blinked. Why not just turn back into a human? Mike projected a long pause, annoyance mixed with embarrassment. I tried. He looked away. I think it's because I can't calm down enough. Adrenaline or whatever. My body's stuck like this. Rosalie muttered after Edward voiced Mike's thoughts, fantastic. A giant panicking wolf on our front lawn. Mike flattened his ears, which, given his enormous scale, was surprisingly endearing. Edward ignored Rosalie and continued, and what made you think we, a family of vampires, would help you, kill another vampire? Mike lifted Lauren's head slightly by the dreadlocks, as if to say, come on, look at him. Then he projected clearly, simply, and without hesitation, because you're good people. You don't hurt humans. He did. I figured, you wouldn't mind helping finish the job. The Cullens collectively stilled, surprised, touched, and unsettled in equal measure. Carlyle stepped forward first, calm and steady. He's right. Edward stared at the wolf for a beat before sighing. Fine. We'll help. But first, put the head down, Mike. Mike gently set Lawrence's head on the ground. Emmett whispered to Jasper, dude, this is the weirdest day ever. Jasper murmured back, and I fought in the Civil War. And Alice was pouting because she didn't see this coming. Edward, Emmett, and Jasper moved through the forest like streaks of pale lightning, as Mike guided them back to where the rest of Lawrence's body lay scattered. The giant white wolf padded in front of them, silent except for the heavy thud of his paws against the earth. It didn't take long. Vampire senses and Mike's nose made the grim scavenger hunt quick. Once all the pieces were gathered, Jasper arranged a pyre with methodical efficiency. Emmett struck the match with a grin that said he still couldn't get over the fact that Mike freaking Newton was the massive wolf beside him. The flames rose high, bright orange reflected in Mike's icy blue eyes. As Lawrence's remains crackled into ash, Mike lowered his head respectfully and sent a simple thought toward Edward, thanks. Edward passed it along aloud. He's grateful. Emmett snorted. Don't sweat it. If you ever wanna repay us, just drop by for a spar. He threw Mike a feral grin. Wrestling bears is fun, but they snap like twigs when you get serious. The giant wolf huffed, half amusement, half disbelief, because only Emmett would consider using a grizzly as warm-up cardio. When they returned to the house and the danger was officially dealt with, Bella finally stepped outside. She glanced at the group, then saw him, the enormous wolf towering over the vampires, fur white as new snow, shoulders broad as a small truck, blue eyes glowing like cold fire. She sucked in a sharp gasp and stumbled backward, tripping over her own feet and landing hard on her rear. Ow! Mike's head whipped in her direction instantly. And then their eyes met. And the world, his world, shifted. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't gentle. It slammed into him with the force of a cosmic revelation. 1 second he was Mike Newton, accidental werewolf with dreadlock-flavored aftertaste still lingering in his mouth, and the next. It was like being Isaac Newton discovering gravity, only infinitely worse and infinitely more personal. Because suddenly it wasn't Earth that kept him grounded. It was her, Bella. Everything in him anchored to her. Centered on her. Bowed to her. He felt it. The instinct, the devotion, the fierce protective surge that made every nerve in his massive body stand on alert. He would protect her. He would defend her. He would be whatever she needed. He would. Oh, hell fucking no. The loud mental snarl blasted through him. My fucking imprint is Bella. Are you kidding me? His hackles, even his soul's hackles, went up. No 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 no. What the hell do the stupid spirits expect from me? That I duke it out with Edward for Bella's love. That I follow her around like a lovesick puppy until she picks me. Not a fucking chance. His internal voice grew sharper, angrier, more desperate. You want me to keep her safe? Fine. I will. But I'm not changing Leah for anyone. Not for Bella, not for Destiny, not for you wrinkly old spirit bastards. You don't get to decide who I love. Edward staggered a half step, so subtle only the Cullens noticed, but for a vampire that was essentially the equivalent of tripping over his own shoes. He felt the imprint happen. Felt the emotional impact slamming through Mike's mind. Felt the devotion, the instinct, the fierce protective pulse that made wolves bond permanently. And for one horrible second, Edward's cold heart clenched with fear. Because if Mike, gentle, joking, annoyingly catchy-minded Mike, had wanted Bella romantically, imprint or not, there was a chance that Bella might have actually chosen him. Edward knew it. He had weighed that possibility more times than he cared to admit. But then Mike's furious internal rant hit him. And Edward's entire body loosened with relief he didn't show on his face. He exhaled softly, unnecessary breath, but grounding. He stepped subtly in front of Bella, more out of instinct than worry now. Jasper raised a brow and touched his chest, feeling the sudden emotional whiplash. Emmett mouthed, what the hell was that? Rosalie looked like she could sense drama even without telepathy. And Alice's eyes narrowed, because visions of the future were already warping sideways. But only Edward truly understood. Mike Newton, the giant white wolf glaring murderously at an unseen spiritual council, had just imprinted on Bella Swan. And immediately rejected any romantic implication out of sheer loyalty to someone else. For the first time that night, Edward felt a spark of hope. A strange, unexpected hope. Because this imprint. This wasn't competition, it wasn't a threat. This was something else entirely. A guardian, a protector. A fierce, stubborn ally bound to Bella's safety. And Edward held onto that with quiet, profound relief. All right guys, before you take out the pitchforks and torches, please hear me out. This development was planned for a while now, and don't worry, the pairing keeps being Mike x Leah, and I won't be writing any unnecessary conflict in their relationship. Mike is a good, loyal boy. So please don't diss me too badly. Face with peeking eye. 116 comments 0 vote. The perils of sudden shifting. When I posted last chapter I was honestly expecting worse. Sure, a lot of people raged and even demanded I rewrite the chapter, but a lot were also very mature about it, and a few even guessed possible future plots from it. I guess there's still hope for this world. Thanks to everyone who stayed, and even more to those who showed open support. I won't make any empty promises that this will be a masterpiece or something like that, I will just keep writing and try to do my best. Rosalie was the first to snap. She had been staring between Edward, Jasper, and the giant white-furred creature for a solid 30 seconds, jaw tight, eyes narrowing more with every passing heartbeat. Finally, she threw her hands up. Okay. What the hell was that? Her voice cut through the clearing like a whip. She wasn't angry, exactly, just done. Completely, utterly done. And she had clearly noticed the way both Edward and Jasper had gone stiff and wide-eyed the moment Mike had looked at Bella. Edward turned slowly, tension in his shoulders, and met Mike's enormous wolf blue gaze. Mike, he said cautiously, is it okay if I tell them? He felt the matter was quite intimate, so he didn't dare to say it without permission. Mike, still in his towering wolf form, gave a small nod, or at least the closest thing a creature twice the height of a man could manage. But before anyone could say anything else, something in him lurched. And then, FWOOMP. The giant white wolf was gone. And in his place, standing in the center of the Cullen backyard, surrounded by vampires, was a very, very naked human Mike. Feeling the sudden change in perspective, he blinked, looked down, then looked around. His brain hadn't caught up yet. But everyone else's had. Emmett burst out laughing so loudly birds fled the nearby trees. Nice dick, bro. The sound echoed through the woods. Mike jolted as if shot, finally realizing what had happened. Wait, why am I, oh my god. He slapped his hands over himself, but unfortunately he only had 2 hands and far too much surface area to cover. The vampires, with their perfect photographic memories, were already going to remember this forever. Bella had both hands over her flushed face, visibly trying not to die. Esme, bless her endlessly gentle, mothering soul, appeared beside him in a blur, carrying a folded blanket from inside the house. Her expression was soft, warm, completely unbothered by his mortification. Here, dear, she said, offering it to him like a towel at a spa. You must be cold. Mike snatched it with a strangled noise of gratitude, wrapping it around himself like a life raft. His face was so red it nearly glowed. Edward cleared his throat delicately, as if pretending the last 15 seconds had not happened at all. So, he said, about the imprint. Mike tightened the blanket around his waist, face still burning, and cleared his throat. SSO, could we maybe do this inside? He managed. And, could I borrow some clothes? Preferably ones that aren't see-through. Emmett snorted, still riding the high of his earlier joke. Yeah, man. Come on. Let's get you some pants before Esme starts knitting you a shame sweater. Esme gave Emmett a look that was both disappointed and amused. A minute later, Mike was sitting in the Cullens' pristine living room, squeezed into a pair of Emmett's jeans and a dark t-shirt that looked like it was holding on for dear life. The seams stretched every time he breathed. He kept tugging at the collar self-consciously. Everyone settled around him. Edward leaning forward, Jasper still tense from the earlier emotional spike, Rosalie with her arms crossed, Emmett grinning like he was watching a comedy special, Esme warm and patient, Carlisle curious, and Bella looking worried. Mike rubbed his palms on his knees, trying to figure out how to say this without revealing far too much. Okay. So, do you know how ducks, like actual ducks, imprint on the first living being they see when they hatch? Emmett blinked slowly. So Bella is now like your mom. Rosalie slapped a hand over her face. For the love of God, Emmett. The rest of the room cracked up. Even Jasper huffed a silent laugh. Mike sighed, but he couldn't help smiling. No, Bella's not my mom, he said, shaking his head. It's more like wolf's imprint for protection. Binding. Loyalty. I'm sort of instinctively tied to her now. I have to keep her safe. At any cost. Bella's laugh died instantly. Her eyebrows pinched together in real worry. Mike, but I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me, she said, voice tight. What if protecting me gets you hurt? Mike's expression softened. He leaned back, shoulders relaxing, giving her a reassuring smile. Bella, he said gently, I can literally snap a vampire in half. The vampires collectively froze. Mike shrugged, incredibly casual. So I'm not exactly in danger. Comma. Mike finally stopped fussing with the too tight shirt and glanced around the living room, specifically at the maps, papers, and scribbled notes scattered across the floor. So, what were you guys doing before I barged in? He asked, jerking his chin toward the mess. Edward sighed. We got into trouble with another coven. The vampire you killed was actually part of that coven. He came to warn us that one of his partners, James, is planning to hunt Bella. Mike's posture changed immediately. The relaxed slouch vanished. His brows pulled together in something cold and calculating. How many? Carlyle stepped forward, calm as always. Only 2 remaining. But we can't keep Bella under watch 24 hours a day, not without forcing her to live in fear. So we're going to deal with them before they get close. Mike's shoulders dropped a little. Oh, only 2. He nodded, satisfied. All right then. I'll leave you to it. I've got a date I need to get ready for. The Cullens all froze. Edward blinked. What? Mike tilted his head innocently. What? Aren't you going to help? Edward asked, baffled. James wants Bella. Aren't you her protector? Mike shrugged casually, like Edward had just asked if he planned to help carry groceries. Yeah, but it's just 2 vamps. You guys got this. I might be her protector, but I'm not her nanny or her slave. I have my own life to live too. The silence that followed was thick. Every Cullen stared at him like he'd announced he was moving to Florida to become a professional flamingo wrangler. Mike raised a brow. What? Seeing the shocked expressions, he added, okay, how about this? You take Bella home, keep her and Charlie safe for a bit, and I'll deal with your vampire problem tomorrow. Carlyle stepped forward immediately. Mike, you don't need to. This is a problem we started ourselves. Rosalie muttered. Edward started it, under her breath. No one acknowledged it, though several lips twitched. Carlyle continued, it'll be troublesome, but we should be able to take care of it. Mike gave him a long, skeptical look. Yeah, that doesn't sound reassuring at all, he said honestly. Tell you what, let's try my approach before you risk anything. You can protect Bella here or at her house for a few days easily. I'll try tracking these vampires. Since I've got all your scents down, I just need to look for any other vampire that doesn't match. He shrugged. If I don't find them in 2 days, then we follow your plan. Sounds fair. Bella opened her mouth instantly, already forming a protest. She didn't want him risking himself for her again. But Edward cut her off sharply. That works, he said, meeting Mike's eyes. We agree. Bella turned to him in shock. Edward. It's the best option, Edward said firmly, though his eyes flicked to Mike with unspoken gratitude. Mike grinned, pleased. All right then. Tomorrow I hunt. Comma. The front door shut behind Mike, and the Cullen house fell into a heavy, almost stunned silence. No one moved. No one breathed, not that they needed to. It was Bella who broke first. Edward, why did you do that? She demanded, rounding on him. Why would you agree to let Mike risk himself like that? He could get hurt. Or worse. Edward opened his mouth, but someone else beat him to it. Jasper. He stepped forward quietly, arms loose at his sides, tone calm but grave. Bella, it's not Mike you should be worried about. She blinked, thrown off. What? Jasper nodded toward the door Mike had just walked out of. I was analyzing him earlier. His stance, reflexes, strength distribution, the way he shifts weight, how he reacts to threat. I went through every scenario I could think of, every strategy, every formation, trying to figure out how we'd subdue him if the need ever came. Everyone froze. Even Edward stared at Jasper, surprised by the admission. Bella's voice faltered. And Jasper's jaw tightened. And I couldn't. A ripple of shock moved through the room. Bella's eyes widened. Jasper continued, tone serious. Every attempt I ran ended with us losing. Some of us, or most of us. Even the most optimistic scenarios had at least half of us going down. And that's if things went well. Emmett's eyebrows jumped up, impressed. Rosalie looked faintly horrified. Alice nodded quietly, like she had reached the same conclusion but hadn't wanted to say it aloud. Jasper gestured toward the woods. So trust me, Bella. 2 vampires. They have 0 chance against him. Carlyle stepped in then, voice warm, calm, but underscored by a kind of awe that he rarely showed. Jasper is right. I've never seen a wolf like Mike. He glanced toward Edward, then back to Bella and the others. The biggest wolf I ever encountered was nearly a century ago, the alpha of the Quileute pack we made the treaty with. A formidable creature by any standard. Carlyle raised his hand, leveling it at chest height. He stood just over half of Mike's size. Bella's breath caught. Half. Carlyle nodded once. Mike is something entirely different. A long, deep silence followed his words. A silence filled with the weight of new understanding, new uncertainty, and for the first time, the Cullens were not thinking about the threat to Bella. They were thinking about the monster that had just walked calmly out their door wearing Emmett's too tight clothes. To be continued.